You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. Title: See Public Cases. Author: Anonymous Editor. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. The Project Gutenberg ebook of See Public Cases. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. Active 17th Century Chunfang Li. Release date: April 6, 2017. Ebook 54,494. Language: Chinese. Credits: produced by Rennie Huang. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook See Public Cases, produced by Rennie Huang. See Public Cases. Jing Li Chunfang edited. The first 60 chapters are titled The Complete Story of Hai Gong and the Red Robe. Chapters 61 to 102 are titled The Complete Story of Hai Gong and the Little Red Robe, currently existing in a print from Wimintang Textual, Chamber and Xiamen, printed in the 12th year of Daking 1832, Datuang Goth. Author: not specified. Content: it tells the story of Hai Rui, a selfless and fearless official, throughout his lifetime. Hai Rui, a historical figure recorded in the Ming Shi history of Ming, is renowned as one of the most upright officials in history, nicknamed Nan Bao Gong, southward, Bao Gong. The book's writing style is coarse and uneven, and its plot deviates significantly from historical facts. 1. Mrs. Hai and her son draw on the sand. 2. Widow Zhang rewards a suitor for kindness. 3. Joy turns to sorrow as a bird perches in the wrong place. 4. In a moment of harmony, a couple's pillow suddenly makes them feel lonely. 5. Yan Song uses astrology to please the king. 6. Hai Rui defeats thieves with his words. Criminals gather, creating a storm of trouble. 8. The righteous man encounters hardships. 9. Old Zhang borrows money but is tricked. 10. The Yan family's encounter with beauty leads to treacherous thoughts. 11. Zhang's enemy sends false, causing a lawsuit. 12. Shu, the commander, enforces the law with severe punishment. 13. The three departments convene for a fair trial. 14. The president privately defiles a document. 15. Zhang's noble wife sells her shoes to show gratitude. 16. Hai Gangfeng, on his way out of poverty, receives an order. 17. A county magistrate is wrongly accused of taking bribes. 18. Defying authority, he defends his honor with fists. 19. The corrupt official fears the wise and gains respect. 20. The holy, the emperor, upon hearing the report, promoted and transferred him. 21st chapter. Hai Rui suffered humiliation and disgrace as a civil servant. 22nd chapter. Yan Zong offered his niece to mislead the king. 23rd chapter. Zhang Zhaiber recommended incompetent officials. 24th chapter. Hai Rui reported his corrupt past. 25th chapter. His name was written in history while he was beheaded. 26th chapter. Red-robed officials mocked him and restored the prince. 27th chapter. The wise Queen Mother conferred grace upon Chongqing. 28th chapter. The treacherous minister fell into a trap in the Imperial Palace. 29th chapter. He struck down the corrupt official, earning his sentence. 30th chapter. By fortune he was pardoned by the Crown Prince. 31st chapter. Fang Taizan whipped him for seeking mercy. 32nd chapter. Deng Liu saved the starving prisoners and freed them. 33rd chapter. After pardoning them, he quickly appointed them as county magistrates. 34th chapter. Investigating corruption, he caught the local rich landowners. 35th chapter. He rewarded his informants and scrutinized the evil ways. 36th chapter. Stealing documents led to his downfall at the hands of corrupt officials. 37th chapter. Revealing a conspiracy, he exposed an innocent man's murder, seeking justice. 38th chapter. The case was resolved. He beheaded violent criminals and obeyed imperial orders. 39th chapter. Fraudulent delivery, spying on the conditions inside the fortress. 40th chapter. Burned grain to pressure the camp and received imperial decree with seal. 41st chapter. Set a poisonous plot for personal gain and hired assassins. 42nd chapter. Used spicy medicine to silence witnesses. 43rd chapter. Fear of exposure, complained about corrupt officials. 44th chapter. Sold out, killed for betrayal, apprehended. 45th chapter. Demanded contributions, forced submission of a Nam. 46th chapter. Manipulated the grand official to monitor Hu, Nan. 47th chapter. Governor's office investigated the den of tigers alone. 48th chapter. Guarded the Yellow Hall, connected with the leader of thieves. 49th chapter. Escaped death, Met a judge for trial 50th chapter. Offered incense at Wudong and expressed sincerity 51st chapter. Young thief devised plans to steal children 52nd chapter. Elderly official slandered the prince's uncle 53rd chapter. Invited Western guests. Young thief designed schemes 54th chapter. Corrupted scholars and officials fled from office 55th chapter. Royal eunuch and his party deceived the emperor 56th chapter. Minister of the Navy presented a case to see the emperor with face covered 57th chapter. Just peak searches for officials and is transferred to nail the screws. 58th chapter. Ji Sheng criticizes the corrupt officials' treacherous edict bringing about disaster. 59th chapter. The servant of righteousness and the faithful wife, both beautiful in their own way, share a common beauty. 60th chapter. My lord, my loyal subjects, together with you, will be remembered as fragrant in eternity. 61st chapter. Just Peak seeks imperial approval to retire to the countryside. Zhang Zizhen prevents him from entering the palace. 62nd chapter. The prince is killed. A clever ruse involves an imperial decree and a stage performance by a palace maid. 63rd chapter. Fake treasures are presented in the grand court, and the elderly nurse returns honored. 64th chapter. The emperor has a dream and offers sacrifices. Lu Tonghua weeps over his teacher. 65th chapter. Hai Xiao sends the order to come to Beijing. Zhou Jinshi composes a poem to escape punishment. 66th chapter. Zhang, the grand tutor, suffers humiliation in the morning room. Sun Shiji blocks him from entering the inner court. 67th chapter. In the Golden Hall, a metaphor for officials pile up without advice. In the Aneale Palace, a banquet is held to reward kindness. 68th chapter. Sun Yi puts his life on the line to review the text. Su Gofu raises his official's portrait and knocks on the gate. 69th chapter. Red robes are bestowed upon officials. Those with sharp eyes are favored. The old commandants point out corruption. 70th chapter. The nurse's house presents a robe. The salt commissioner fears retribution. Gilt pigeon gold. 71st chapter. Zhang Mingxiu attends a banquet and encounters an enemy. Chen Sanmei receives imperial edict to search for treasures. 72nd chapter. Home message failures expose the schemes. Disguised sage uses subtle strategies. 73rd chapter. Zhang Zishao is misled by dragon-shaped illusion. Zhou Yuanbai searches for treasures and explores curiosities. 74th chapter. Two inspectors resolve the treasure, encountering a robber. Mountain bandit saves drowning but turns out to be an enemy. 75th chapter. Sun Danyu solves the mountain puzzles. Shen Wangda sacrifices himself on the riverbank. 76th chapter. Sun Li meets the inspectors again. Chen Gei is surrounded at the mansion. 77th chapter. Chu Zhaojing reconciles the Phoenix couple. Chen Goji's relatives are guilty of adultery. 78th chapter. Sun Taizan improperly handles the imperial seal. Shu Qianzai sends a general to greet the inspectors. 79th chapter. The strange theft of precious gems. Rising antler dreams in the South Pole. 80th chapter. Betraying loyal subjects, false edicts are dispatched. Zhu Miushao celebrates birthdays and bestows red robes. 81st chapter. Chen Sanmei returns to Beijing with the treasures. Hai Gangfeng seizes the imperial edict on the law field. 82nd chapter. Sun in the execution chamber. A narrow escape. Chen Goji condemned to die alongside a co-conspirator. 83rd chapter. Hua, Danshi 3 traitors confess their crimes. A letter for conscription from Lishui. 84th chapter. The scenery of Naope Mountain astounds viewers. The Sea of Magnolias lures people in. 85th chapter. Yang Lingni's army rises at Tianpo Tower. North Tongwen's Xiao Deru surrenders. 86th chapter. Lin Tianzhou requests troops to resolve the dispute. Empress Wu's petition removes tyranny. 87th chapter. Zhang Taishi is amazed by unique treasures. Liao Xi's daughter receives an honor. 88th chapter. The down horse cart at Nuangui Palace falls. The imperial army surrounds a powerful general. 89th chapter. Official Han warns the ruler of corruption. Yu Jinding captures Zhaolian on horseback. 90th chapter. Meng Yinzang retrieves armor with a flying lance. General Zhao captures enemies with a whip. 91st chapter. Yang family retreats, releasing their generals. Zhang Yuanshan deflects accusations from his father. 92nd chapter. Zhang Taishi fakes his death in the coffin. Hai Chao returns to office as he goes incognito. 93rd chapter. Yuan Ani frames a thief. Zhou Wenyu asks a crow for answers. 94th chapter. Liang Si and Li conduct brutal interrogations, gaining confessions. Zhu Shijiang ensures their friendship. 95th chapter. Confronting a fake tiger in the soil. At a grand gathering, the beautiful princess is stolen. Chapter 96. Lai Daoan is imprisoned, and Zhang Shi maintains her chastity in the wild mountain village. Chapter 97. Zhao Guanda searches for his father in Taiping prison, and Yang Longui visits his friends in Dingzhou. Chapter 98. Wang Xiaosun testifies to repaying a debt of gratitude, and Hai Kopu ascends to the Shenling Temple in Jiangnan. Chapter 99. Mao Zai buys off his crimes with gold, and Yang Shangsu seeks imperial approval for a proposal. Chapter 100. The living Buddha appears to save suffering brothers, exposing their wrongs in secret. Chapter 101. The evildoers are brought to justice and executed, while 2 good men are set free in the hall. Chapter 102. The manifestation of righteousness brings joy, leading to a reunion and shared longevity. First chapter. Mrs. Hai and Huiming painting bamboo by the lake. The ways of life diverge in countless directions, and even gods and immortals must act like mortals. Through generations, dynasties rise and fall, and the trees of former realms are toppled by the winds. Glory and fame, though valuable, have no solid foundation. With great effort and cunning, one may still mistake fleeting brilliance for substance. Drunk on 3 cups of murky wine, one loses their way, and the scent of water and flowers becomes unknown. These crude words merely state the truth of life. Born of our parents' blood and the heavens' spirit, we are human. Man is the most intelligent creature. Thus, he should strive to create a remarkable achievement that will astonish all. Though he may not leave an eternal reputation or uphold moral principles, his influence can last for generations, making him a gentleman in the eyes of others. Or though he cannot outshine the world, his stink may linger for 1,000 years, this being the way of gentlemen and small people. However, the virtue of a gentleman spreads further and touches more hearts, while the stench of a small person, even if close at hand, is rejected by all, because they fear its nearness. When a gentleman sees this, does he not startle with awe? I therefore have something to say. There was once, during the Jiaijing period of the former Ming dynasty, a man named Hai Zhen in the southern province of Guangdong, from the town of Nushan in Jinan. Hai Zhen married a lady from the Mayo family, the younger sister of a local scholar from the same county. The Mayo family came from a literary background, with 4 virtues and 3 disciplines that their daughter had been taught since childhood. From when they settled by the sea, husband and wife lived harmoniously, respecting each other like guests, truly deserving to be called the match for Liang Hong's Meng Wang. Yu Heng tried repeatedly without success, so he lost interest in pursuing a career and spent his days at home indulging in poetry and books. He did good deeds and gave alms. Several years later, Yu Heng was 43 and had no children. His wife, Lady Miao, often worried and advised him to take a concubine to continue the lineage. Yu Heng replied with a straight face, "I've always done good things with you, and besides, the ancestors of the Hai clan all studied in classics and practiced virtue, so I don't think we will have an end to our line. Let's wait and see." Lady Miao said, "What my husband says is entirely logical, but I am 40 years old now, and it is not easy to bear children at this age. My hopes of having a son or daughter are almost gone, so I suggest that he take a concubine for the sake of the Hai clan's ancestors." "Why does he find this unreasonable?" Yu Heng smiled and said, "What a woman knows is emotion and logic. But in today's world, people's hearts are shallow, and those who follow reason are few, while those against it are many. All I see around me are wives and concubines in turmoil, jealous and anxious. Why? Because the husband's partiality often brings joy, but ultimately adds to the wife's distress. I cannot bear to witness this. If the jade-like life bears fruit and the wife is still young and robust, how could she not give birth? Even if Jade were to pass away, and the servants lined up like a procession of concubines, it would only be a waste of time and color. What good would that do?" Seeing her husband so resolute, the wife remained silent. After that, the couple loved each other even more. Yu Heng practiced virtue and did good deeds. Though his family was not wealthy, He was generous and courageous in taking on responsibilities. Whenever any relatives, friends, or neighbors needed help, he never hesitated to assist them. 3 years later, Mrs. Mu was already 43 years old. One day, the sky suddenly rained heavily, with thunder and lightning flashing across the sky, dark clouds gathering, and torrential rain pouring down. Yu Heng was sitting lazily in his study when he saw a strange object falling from above, with a hideous face, covered in fur, its golden light blinding, heading straight for the bottom of his desk. In an instant, it vanished. Yu Heng realized this was an odd occurrence, a sign of danger, and allowed it to hide while he protected his desk with his body. Shortly after, the lightning's glow entered the study directly towards Yu Heng's body. This was strange. As soon as the lightning reached Yu Heng's side, it dissipated. This lasted for about half an hour, until the thunder gradually faded away and the flames also died down. Yu Heng was filled with dismay and left his writing desk. At that moment, the weather brightened, the rain stopped, and the thunder subsided. Suddenly, the monster emerged from under the desk and made a bowing gesture towards Yu Heng. Yu Heng knew the reason, so he rebuked it to leave. The creature left the study, not going outside, but instead went inside. Yu Heng was genuinely worried that his wife might be startled, so he quickly followed, only to find that it had disappeared in the inner hall. He felt quite confused, knowing that such events were strange and unspoken of. Not even halfway through the month, Yu Heng's wife did not give birth as expected. At first, he thought it was due to her old age, but a few months later, he suddenly felt his stomach swelling up, and at this point, he realized that Mu Shi was pregnant. Yu Heng was overjoyed and said to Mu Shi, "Heaven protects the virtuous, isn't it true today?" Mu Shi also smiled and said, "This is due to your merits. I am truly grateful." Yu Heng said, "All people who are kind are helped by heaven. How much more so a woman of virtue, elegance, wisdom, and kindness, quietly leading a secluded life. Even if she is not talented, her love for good deeds touches heaven above, showing mercy on the Hai family and bestowing upon them a dragon child." From that moment on, his heart was filled with joy, and he became bolder in doing good. Time flies swiftly. Days and months pass by in the blink of an eye, and before one knows it, nearly October has arrived. The pregnancy term is almost complete, and childbirth is imminent. The Sea Lord had early hired a nurse and a midwife to take care of his home. One night, just as the Sea Lord closed his eyes and fell asleep, he suddenly saw 3 people dressed in blue robes, holding gold rods, bowing and saying, "By the command of the Jade Emperor, I bring you a child. You must take good care of it." Then someone appeared with a strange, beast-like person. The Sea Lord realized that this creature was no different from the one he encountered during the lightning strike, so he asked, "Since the Jade Emperor has granted you a child, why do you bring along this creature?" The one holding the gold rod laughed and said, "You don't know. This is a deer monster from 5 Fingers Mountain. It is straightforward and loves to eat powerful tigers, but it protects weak birds. It has been practicing in the mountains for over 700 years, and it is bound to face a disaster soon, so it sought refuge in your family's bookcase. You are a kind person, revered by gods and spirits, hence lightning and fire dare not approach you. Therefore, I have returned the message of the Jade Emperor. This monster owes its safety to you. However, heaven has its rules. If any feathered creature endures rigorous practice and doesn't tame or become friendly, it won't face a lightning disaster. Instead, it will be born with a human form first, then attain enlightenment later. God has shown mercy to you for your good deeds and merits, so I am granting this to you. In the future, those who enter the gates of High Sea will surely be like this child." He finished speaking and pushed the beast into the inner hall. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, shocking Yu Heng awake from his sleep. It was all just a dream. He suddenly saw a maid come in to report, "Madam, you have given birth to a young master." Yu Heng, hearing this, rejoiced greatly, and it seemed to match the dream he had. He hurried to the room, only to find that the baby had already cut its umbilical cord and was properly wrapped. Holding a candle, Yu Heng looked at the child. Indeed, it was clear-eyed and well-featured, making him overjoyed but speechless. He consoled his wife to take good care of herself, and instructed the maidservants to serve her carefully. 3 days later, he had the baby washed, and on the 10th day, he held a drinking ceremony, all as per custom. He named his son Hai Ru without any hesitation. Yu Heng, having a son, felt that everything was complete, and thus, he felt a longing for life outside of society. He no longer valued reputation or offices, and with his son by his side, he found joy in life. If there were no affairs to attend to, He would go explore famous mountains and scenic spots, feeling at ease. Time flies, and another few years pass. Hai Rui is 7 years old, still in his childhood, but he has a kind and friendly nature, and is intelligent and straightforward without any selfishness. Whenever he plays with the neighborhood children, they share food, and if anyone takes more than their fair share, Rui will scold them. Yu Heng teaches him to read, and he can often recite what he reads after just looking at it. 3 years later, Hai Rui is 10 years old. He does not leave a book untouched, understanding poetry, songs, and essays without difficulty. That year, Yu Heng fell ill and passed away. Hai Rui was deeply saddened, as was his wife, who cried bitterly. Rui grieved for his father's death, feeling he could not fulfill his sonly duties, and wanted to build a hut next to the tomb where he could occasionally express his grief. His wife stopped him and said, "Although you are naturally kind and devoted, you are still young, and there is no stability in the countryside. If something were to happen to you, what would I rely on?" This desire to show your devotion ends up increasing your unfilial behavior. When Rui heard his mother's words, he stopped and stayed at home, observing a period of mourning. His wife then had him studied day and night, even during the summer heat. Soon after, when Rui was 13 years old, the mourning period was over. Sometimes there were people who encouraged Rui to take the imperial examination as a child, but Rui replied, "I am still young and have not mastered the classics. If I go to take the exam, they will laugh at me, only wasting ink. Instead, let me study hard at home until I understand everything thoroughly." Everyone heard Rui's response from outside and was privately delighted, saying, "This child does not seek fame or flattery. He will surely have genuine learning in the future." They thus disciplined him even more strictly, with mother and son studying together as if they were brothers. Rui had a good nature but did not like to show it off. He once wrote a poem about appreciating chrysanthemums. A few by the fence, carefully arranged, filled a path with 5-colored scents. Why should late life allow distinctions between superior and inferior? The pond gate finally nurtures high and low growth. The village record book often recorded names incorrectly. The Liushui River only passed on the best varieties. Seeking greater purity in the clearest waters, the hair on my temples falls with every frost. A poem called Companionship with Chrysanthemums says, "I hear again from Thickgate as time passes by, wishing to rest among the idle flowers. Common folk cannot enter my dreams together. My pure heart once promised to explore the depths alone. In a tranquil temper, I often face them. In the cold fragrance, this autumn passes quietly. Let not the winds and spirits borrow maids' duties. Even at night, they bow their heads in the wall corners." The lady saw that his poetry was elegant and refined, knowing that Rui would remain steadfast in his later years, and must be a loyal subject of the next generation. She once said to him, "You spend all day reading, not seeking fame or honor. What good does it do you?" Rui replied, "I study hard, but I don't want to advance. I merely think about my mother, who is now old and frail. I fear that if I become famous overnight, I will have to leave her side, so I choose to remain hidden, not wanting to cause her worry." The lady, furious, said, "As a son, do you not want to gain fame or honor? Are you waiting until after my death for your opportunity to advance?" She added, "Even if you get a high rank, with a horse-bristled cap and a 7-foot banner, I will never see it." When the lady became angry, Rui knelt down and comforted her, apologizing repeatedly. Her anger began to subside. From then on, Rui studied even harder in poetry and books to try to advance. The next year, when the Imperial Academy held its examinations, Rui took part and passed with flying colors. The lady exclaimed in joy, "You got a first place. I can rest easy now." She laughed as she encouraged him along with his friends from school to go to the provincial capital together to compete for the autumn exam title. Rui often refused to leave home, saying that his mother was alone and had no one to serve her all day. When his mother heard the words of Rui's friends, she encouraged him, saying, "You often use my absence at home as an excuse, not wanting to be separated from me. But in terms of important matters and public office, I am still strong, so you can go without worrying." Rui, seeing his mother give such instructions, dared not disobey. He packed his bags, gathered his friends, and set off towards Haiyan. Upon reaching Laijiu, he left the ship and climbed onto shore to continue his journey. One night, under a bright moon and gentle breeze, Rui couldn't sleep in the inn. He took a stroll through the garden. It was already past 3 in the morning, and all the other guests had fallen asleep. Gazing up at the starry sky, he heard no sounds. Suddenly, someone spoke. "Last night, the Zhang family in the nearby village held a ghost ritual, so we went to look for some food and coincidentally encountered this sea protector here. The landlord had no reason to ask us to stay, but he sat calmly, making us quite angry. One person replied, "Don't blame him. He is the leader of this region, and we are all under his authority. How could we not follow his orders? This is only right. There's no need for further discussion. If this old man finds out, he'll punish us again," one person said. "Why should we be afraid? This old woman isn't fair, but if someone flatters her, she lets them do whatever they want, and if it's us poor people, she only gives us more trouble." Another asked, "What exactly is unfair about her?" The first person replied, "Just look at what happened with the Zhang family. Yesterday, the daughter of the Zhang family was on her way to the tomb for a burial ritual when she encountered Wang Xiaosan. He took advantage of her being an orphan and widow, dragged her back, and began disturbing her. Her family was very alarmed, not knowing how he had manipulated their meals. That day, the Zhang widow came to this old man for help, asking him to drive Wang Xiaosan away. The old man was initially very angry, immediately arresting Wang and threatening to punish him. Later, when Wang became frightened, he quickly promised some gold and silk. The old man was delighted, not only failing to punish Wang but instead helping him bully the family. One said, "No wonder the Zhang family has prepared a grand feast tonight." He went there calmly to receive it, while they sent us to wait on this sea-marshal. One said, "No wonder you say that." Hai Rui understood clearly, and realized that ghosts were discussing it in secret, secretly glad of his new status as sea-marshal, and suddenly coughed. The moment was silent. Hai Rui also retired to his room to rest, thinking how even the land had been bribed by ghosts, and he was furious. When dawn broke, after washing up, the friends prepared to leave. Hai Rui said, "Wait a minute. Today there's a strange event I'll investigate for you." The friends didn't understand, quickly asking, "In a remote wild storehouse? What could be so strange? You shouldn't get involved. Hurry and travel is more important." Hai Rui said, "You don't know. There's a family here, a widow with a daughter, plagued by the wild ghost Wang Xiaosan, demanding lavish sacrifices. The local landowner has been secretly communicating with the ghost, which explains things, doesn't it?" The friends asked. "How do you know?" Hai Rui heard the ghostly voices in the night, and reported them in detail, but he did not mention that the ghost claimed to be a minor official. All the friends were astonished upon hearing this. Since they were all young men, it was considered a good sign, and each encouraged Hai Rui to see how he would handle the land issue. Hai Rui then asked the innkeeper for clarification on where the land temple was located and the address of the Zhang family. After breakfast he headed towards the land temple. It was indeed, righteous spirit can drive away evil spirits, and selfless acts can win over gods. How Hai Gong dealt with it there will be explained in the next chapter. Hai Gong's case, 2nd chapter. The widow Zhang's son-in-law, as a repayment of gratitude, an old love tie on a stone of 3 lives, a bond between pine and red that has endured for a century. It was said that Changji had the initial intention, and the Moon Palace had already gifted a branch in advance. However, Hai Rui was staying at an inn, having heard the night before that various ghosts were talking about the unfair land treatment, allowing wild ghost King Xiaosan to disturb the Zhang family in order to steal their sacrificial food offerings. He quickly finished breakfast and, accompanied by his friends, took the road towards the land temple first. What they saw was a small temple next to the roadside, not even 3 feet tall, 2 feet wide, with a statue of a deity on top. Only the cold silence of cigarettes hangs in the temple, with cobwebs stretching across every corner. There is a table standing over a foot high, covered in a layer of dust. Seeing this, people cannot help but burst into laughter, saying, "Such desolation and neglect. No wonder he takes bribes. Otherwise, not a single incense stick would be offered for 10 years. Hai Rui, upon hearing this, was filled with great anger. Pointing at the deity, he shouted, "How dare you, evil spirit, trespass against the villagers and wreak havoc? Today, I, Hai Rui, will lay out the right and wrong between you and us. A true god should be upright, intelligent, protecting the people from calamities, rewarding virtue, and punishing vice, should not shamefully enjoy the incense offerings of all. How could you stray from the path of heaven, only caring for your greed? Not only are you unable to bring benefits to the people, but you also conspire with demons, seduce chaste women, stir up sand and gravel, perform strange exorcisms, and terrify village women demons for bribes. Such actions are not condoned by heaven or condemned by gods and humans. I, Hai Rui, have led a life of loyalty, righteousness, and courage. At midnight I confront my conscience without shame before heaven. How could I bear to see such evil spirits and gods?" He then shouted, "Repent!" or face the consequences. Still speaking, as the clay statue wasn't completely dry, a loud sound suddenly caused it to fall and shatter. Everyone watched in amusement. One person said, "Even though the soil isn't suitable, it's still a statue of a god. Hai Brother has shown such disrespect, so the gods became angry and manifested their power. Hai Brother should definitely make amends." Eh? Hai Rui, upon hearing this, got angry and exclaimed, "You're all so ignorant. Why don't you help me tear down this bird temple instead of siding with them? This is absurd." Everyone saw Hai Rui's anger and said, "Hai Brother is honest and selfless. Even these ghosts would bow to him. Now that the gods have been insulted, let it be. Let's go visit Zhang's family and see what happened." Hai Rui agreed. That's the right thing to do. The group left the land temple and hurried towards Zhang's village. The conversation branched off here, for now. Zhang's village is not far from the main road, with over 200 households all bearing the Zhang surname. The demonized woman, who was the daughter of a widow named Zhang, was only 16 years old and went by the name Gonghua. She was as beautiful as a flower and knew books and manners, in addition to being obedient. Her father, Zhang Ji, had passed the imperial examination for virtue and integrity, served as a judge, and died on the battlefield during the chaos of the Japanese pirates. Mrs. Wen, taking care of this young lady since she was 10 years old, went to clear their ancestors' graves on clear day in March. Unbeknownst to them, they encountered Wang Ziosen, who took advantage of their loneliness, followed them home, and asked for offerings. That night, Gonghua was sleeping in her bed when she suddenly saw a person with disheveled hair and a tongue hanging out asking for food. Gonghua screamed so loudly that the demon made her body heat up, her head spin, and mumbled incoherently, frightening Mrs. Wen into disarray. After consulting a doctor, they all said she was not ill but had been tormented by the demon. Mrs. Wen panicked and realized the illness must have begun during their visit to the gravesite. Upon careful inquiry, they learned that there was a land temple by the side of the road. They thought, demons from mountain tombs are definitely under the jurisdiction of the land. She prayed to the land temple, asking the gods to expel the demon. After the ritual, she returned home, only to find that the palace flowers became even more violent, cursing. "What is this warm family daring to accuse me at the land temple? I have come to save lives under the command of Jade Decree. You used to make wishes to heaven when you were in office, which remain unfulfilled. The Emperor of Heaven is most angry with deceiving the gods, so he sent me to retrieve it. If you offer a proper sacrifice, that's enough. Otherwise your lives will be taken, and you will face the Emperor of Heaven." Mrs. Worm, after hearing this, thought about her past and realized she had never made any wishes. Her daughter was young, so that didn't count. Even her husband, who was loyal and honest, loved his people like a father, and there was nothing wrong with him. She also usually disliked asking gods for wishes, so how could she have an old wish? According to an ancient saying, it is better to believe in its existence than to doubt its non-existence. This was a minor matter, so she offered a sacrifice to appease the demon, which didn't require much money. All she wanted was for her daughter to recover from illness. She said to the palace flower, "Since it was once promised in our family and has been forgotten over the years, I humbly ask your divine presence. Now that we know our faults, we will choose an auspicious day and prepare a sincere ritual to repay our debt. Please release the soul of the young lady so that my family may offer our sincerest prayers for eternal happiness." The palace flower nodded in agreement and replied, "Since you are aware of your mistakes, it is enough. Prepare the offerings in the evening of the following day on an auspicious yellow path, and fulfill your promise." When Mrs. W.N. meekly agreed. On the appointed day, she instructed her family to buy ritual items like offerings and incense. When the candlelight was right, she performed a sincere sacrifice. Suddenly, the palace flower's expression turned joyful as she said, "Although we offered a sacrifice, it was quite inadequate. Please prepare even more substantial offerings. I will send further instructions at midnight tomorrow." When Mrs. W.N. had no choice but to agree. That night, the palace flower seemed somewhat calmer. The next day, when Mrs. Wen was about to instruct her family to get ready with the ritual offerings again, she saw the palace flower with furrowed brows and a very worried expression, squatting on the bed, muttering incoherent words. As the lady was in a state of surprise and doubt, her family member spoke up. "There's a scholar outside named Hai Rui who claims he can drive away demons and spirits. He has traveled here because he heard that your young miss has been possessed by an evil spirit and now wants to come and exorcise it." The lady, after listening, believed half of what she heard and asked her family to invite him in. Soon after, Hai Rui arrived with his friends, all gathered in the hall on both sides. Mrs. Wen came out to greet them. After exchanging greetings, she inquired, "Which one among you is Scholar Hai?" The crowd pointed at Hai Rui. Mrs. Wen looked at him and, seeing that he was the youngest, had a few doubts in her heart, so she asked, "Scholar Hai, what extraordinary techniques do you possess to drive away demons and spirits? How did you know that my young miss has been troubled? Please tell us in detail." Hai Rui replied, "Last night at the inn, I heard several ghosts talking about how they've been running wild on their land due to a lack of offerings, so I came here to exorcise the evil spirits." Mrs. Wen listened and was greatly surprised, but her heart was filled with joy, and she said, "If Master Hai drives away the demons and my daughter recovers from her illness, I will never forget his great kindness." She then instructed her family to prepare wine. Hairush hurried to stop her, saying, "There's no need to worry about spending money. We came with good intentions. We're not here for food or drink." They persisted in declining, but Mrs. Wen insisted, "Please don't be too modest. I have only a small amount of homemade wine, enough for everyone's youthful vigor." Hairush, seeing her sincerity, said, "Since the lady has offered us drinks, as they say, it is better to obey than to show respect. I will accept humbly. But let's not overdo it. That would make us uncomfortable." Mrs. Wen then ordered her family to set up a feast in the hall. Neighboring Uncle Zhang Yuan came to join them. Hairush and his companions celebrated joyfully in the hall, while Mrs. Wen went into her daughter's room. There, she found the palace flowers even more beautiful than the night before, reminiscent of better times. When the lady entered, he pointed to a large clay jar under the bed with his finger and made a ghostly gesture as if entering the jar. The lady already understood, immediately went up to the hall, and told everyone. Hai Rui then said, "That's right, it's a demon who knew we were coming and had no place to hide, so it hid in the jar. If we seal the mouth of the jar, where could it go?" Everyone agreed. The lady then led them to the embroidery room, while the young ladies retreated to their chambers. Hai Rui asked, "Where is the jar?" The lady ordered her servant to get it. The servant struggled several times but couldn't lift it, saying, "Strange, this is an empty jar, yet it's so heavy." Hai Rui said, "Step aside, let me try." He walked closer to the bed, bent down, and easily picked up the jar, at which he laughed. "Isn't it gone?" The crowd replied, "No, if it could leave, it would have long since done so. There's no need for it to enter the jar. Since ancient times, it has been said that ghosts are cunning and multifaceted, so we cannot believe him when he says he's sincere." Hai Rui said, "Just seal it up." "It doesn't matter." He then had someone get the ink and seal the jar with mud first, and then cover it with a piece of paper. Hai Rui personally wrote a few words on it, "Forever sealed, not to be opened again." Sealed by Hai Rui. After he finished writing, he had the jar taken out and buried at the foot of the mountain. Mrs. Wen followed her instructions, offering countless thanks. Zhang Yuan then allowed everyone to return to the hall for a drink. The lady privately asked the palace flower, "What did you see earlier?" The little girl replied, "Earlier, I saw a ghost with hair covering his face, panicking and murmuring to himself, 'How did Hai Xiaobao come here?' He looked around frantically, as if he had nowhere to hide. Suddenly happy, he looked at the jar under the bed, shook his body a few times, and shrank down, disappearing inside the jar. The child became full of energy. That's why the mother came in, afraid to speak loudly for fear that he would leave and cause trouble again. Who is this Hai Xiaobao? What magic does he possess that even the ghosts fear him?" The lady, upon hearing this, rejoiced greatly. He is a scholar, and the ghosts call him Lesser Guardian, suggesting he will attain great honor in the future. She thought of her daughter's life in his hands, unable to repay him, and decided to offer him her daughter in marriage. "With such a son-in-law, I can spend the rest of my life contentedly." Thus, she relayed Hai Rui's words about the ghostly conversation revealing the source of her illness, hence his visit to heal her. The daughter-in-law, listening, sighed. Such a good person is rare in this world, and even more so with the rank of Lesser Guardian. One wonders how old their parents must be to have raised such a son. The lady replied, "My son's life was saved by this gentleman, and I can offer no repayment. I wish to marry you off to Haiyan as my daughter. My family has gained such a son-in-law. He is reliable and will bring honor to our door. Moreover, you will have a supporter in life, doing justice to your talents and beauty." She asked, "How do you feel about this? Will you agree?" Gonghua, after hearing this, blushed and remained silent. The wife, knowing her heart was willing, had someone invite Zhang Yuan inside to explain her intentions carefully, and asked for his help in arranging the match. Zhang Yuan said, "Although this is a good idea, it involves another family. If my niece marries into their family, she will have to cross the vast ocean, which is quite inconvenient. What should we do?" The wife replied, "My daughter has already agreed, and so have I. Please, uncle, ask him to accept. I would be eternally grateful." Zhang Yuan, upon hearing this, readily agreed and walked forward. He thanked Hai Rui for his help in exorcism, before announcing the lady's intention to marry Hai Rui. Hai Rui stood up and respectfully declined, saying, "How could such a thing be? Miss Gonghua is of noble birth. How can I dare to aspire to her? Moreover, I came here out of good faith and to uphold justice. If we were to openly discuss this on the wedding bed, it would invite gossip from others. This absolutely cannot happen. Please, sir, find an excuse for me." Having said this, he prepared to leave. Zhang Yuan stopped him and said, "Hi, brother, please bear with me for just a moment. I have something more to say." Hai Li could only sit back down and ask again, "Old master, what advice do you have?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Your honor's age is roughly the same as my niece's, and we have never even discussed marriage. Now that your niece has been saved by me, it is a great favor, and my home cannot offer anything in return. If I propose my niece to him, it would be a small way of showing gratitude. These are lifetime matters, and there is no need for Hai to spend a single thread of wedding gift. Why, then, is he refused so? It must be that your honor finds us too humble, hence the price seems too low, which is why the refusal is genuine." Hai Li, upon hearing this, quickly responded, "How dare I? A mere courtesy cannot be considered a favor. I am but a poor scholar, far away from home. How could I burden you with such wealth? Therefore, I dare not presume. It is not out of disrespect. I only hope old master understands." Zhang Yuan pressed his request again and again. Everyone who saw this also spoke up on Zhang Yuan's behalf. "Aye, brother, why be so stubborn? If the woman has this intention, she should naturally comply, right?" Hai Li said, "I cannot refuse, but as this is a matter of marriage, my elder will have his say, and I cannot take it upon myself. If madam does not reject me, and with the kind instructions from old master Zhang, I shall surely obey. However, as I have not consulted my elder, I dare not make decisions on my own, lest I add to my unfilial acts. Let me return and discuss this further." Zhang Yuan, upon hearing these words, realized that Hai Li was firm in his refusal, and had no choice but to report back to madam inside. Madam laughed and said, "Uncle, you should ask them where they are staying now, and what is the name of their inn. I have a plan that will surely get their approval." Zhang Yuan came out to greet the guests and asked, "Where are all of you staying tonight? We heard that you plan to leave early tomorrow morning due to an affair at your esteemed residence." The group responded, "We are currently staying at Zhangxiaoyi Inn Dotty. Because of a matter at your residence, we have been delayed. We will definitely be on our way tomorrow." After they finished speaking, Hai Li bid them farewell with determination. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to accompany him out the door, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Hai Li thanked him as well and left with the group for their inn, saying, "This is how fate brings us together. Our love story was predetermined in a past life, 50 years ago. After all, whether Hai Rui can marry Jiangxi's flower will be known in the next episode. Public Case 3rd episode. Joy at passing the screen, yet sadness on losing the path, however, when Hai Rui and the crowd returned to the inn. Everyone said that this engagement should be agreed upon. Such a good chance, how could it be lost? Hai Rui smiled but remained silent. "For now, let's keep it to ourselves." Let's say Mrs. Wen, seeing Hai Rui firmly refuse, used a trick. She asked her uncle Zhang Yuan for Hai Rui's address, and had someone from her clan come to request him to agree. This gentleman was named Zhang Guobai, a graduate of the Imperial exam, who had previously served as the governor of Taiping and retired due to illness, returning to his hometown. He and Uncle Zhang Yuan were 9-generation cousins, known for their uprightness and multiple talents, highly respected in their village by both near and far. Mrs. Wen said, "Today, we have specially invited your uncle to come, not for any other matter, but to discuss the engagement with your sister. Your uncle is the only one suitable for this. Please don't refuse." Guobai replied, "My sister's illness has not yet fully recovered. How can we talk about marriage?" The lady smiled and said, "Since your sister's illness has suddenly gotten better, we must proceed with the engagement right away." Guobai, hearing this, was taken aback and asked, "How can we say that your sister's illness has suddenly improved? I need to understand this." The lady then revealed the details. She had confined Hai Rui, known as the Wild Ghost King Xiao San, and referred to him as Little Minister in front of others. She also explained the reason for her daughter's refusal to marry him despite the insistence. Guo Bai expressed his surprise at these strange events. "I'd like to meet this official," he said. The lady replied, "Hai Shu, having never informed his parents, is hesitant to agree. I believe he values reputation, so I sent my nephew to convey the message. He will surely accept." Guo Bai asked about Hai Shu's whereabouts, and the lady pointed out the shop of Zhang Xiaoyi. Guo Bai then left, returned home, donned his hat, and went to Zhang Xiaoyi's shop. It was already evening, so he rushed Xiaoyi inside to announce the matter. Xiaoyi, upon receiving the order, went to the guest room and saw Hai Rui and his accomplices dining there. Siayet stepped forward and called out, "Sir Hai, is anyone paying their respects to you outside?" Hai Rui asked, "Who? What's his surname and name? Do we know each other?" Siayet replied, "He is a respected gentleman from our place, Mr. Zhang Guobai, who said he specifically came to visit you." Hai Rui was filled with doubt. He thought, "I have no acquaintance with him. Why has he suddenly come?" He asked Siayet to show him the way, and upon meeting him, they exchanged greetings and sat down by the large cabinet. Guobai said, "I have long admired you, and today I'm honored to meet Jin Yan, which greatly cheers my heart." Hai Rui responded, "I'm not talented enough, secluded in a sea corner, and I haven't met Jin yet. Please allow me to study under your guidance." Guobai said, "I dare not. I am Mr. Zhang Guobai. The woman you rescued on your carriage yesterday is my younger sister." Upon hearing this, Hai Rui realized the truth and said, "It turns out it's Mr. Zhang paying a visit." "What message do you have for me?" Guobai replied, "I've come specifically for my younger sister. She was miraculously cured of her illness after your kind intervention. The housekeeper, having deeply received favors without knowing how to repay them, therefore wishes to serve my younger sister with a brush and comb as a small way of expressing gratitude. How unfortunate that sir has rejected her so, causing the housekeeper great shame. Thus I have sent an unworthy person to plead in person. If you do not consider my brother an insignificant person, please grant your permission. Then I would be deeply grateful." Hai Rui said, "As a student passing through your noble domain, I suddenly heard strange words, thus revealing the reason behind my younger sister's possession by spirits, nothing but a spirit chasing another spirit. There is no virtue to speak of in this matter. Dare I even hope for repayment?" Fortunately, Mrs. Name had previously interceded on behalf of Mr. Zhang Yuan. "I only dare not act without informing my mother, not out of disrespect. May the old master forgive me." Guobi said, "The words of Sir demonstrate filial piety. But in matters, there is room for flexibility. Scholars are adaptable. Now, the housekeeper earnestly looks up to you. If you have a compassionate heart, why reject her so sternly? If we can reach an agreement with one word, it would be worth more than 1,000 gold coins." Hai Rui, seeing that he spoke sensibly, could not continue to refuse and only reluctantly replied, "Indeed, I am grateful for the careful instructions from the old master. I shall obey. But after attending the event, I will report back to my parents and then proceed with the marriage proposal," said Guobai. "Of course, we must keep our word." So he left to return home, informing his wife. Mrs. Warm was overjoyed, believing her daughter had finally found a suitable match. The mother and daughter, in private, silently prayed for the young woman's success, hoping she would soon gain fame to fulfill their wish. Meanwhile, Hai Rui accompanied Guobai out of the door, inquiring from the shopkeeper that Guobai was an examiner, having served in the Yellow Hall. He returned to his room and informed his friends, who were all delighted. The next day, Hai Rui set off with them, leaving a note for Zhang Xiaoyan. "If Guobai comes here, just say I had to leave quickly due to urgent business, and I cannot be excused from not saying goodbye. We will meet after the event." They then began their journey towards Hai State, facing hunger and thirst for about 10 days before reaching the provincial capital. Hai Rui, on his first visit to a fair, having never been to the provincial capital before, took a room at an inn and went out to explore the streets. All the scenes, such as Hai Tower, Guangxiao Slope, Shanxi Zen, Yunbu Creek, and others, were thoroughly explored. After walking for 7 or 8 days, it happened to be a very hot day. It was mid-July, and the 3 hottest days were coming to an end, while a gentle autumn wind began to blow. Hai Rui returned, his body burning with heat. He took a cold shower, only to feel a little bit of fever. That night, he suddenly fell ill with a high fever. The doctor examined him and said it was a heat stroke, which grew worse each day. Thinking about his career, and fearing that he would miss the chance, his heart became more troubled. He lay in bed sick, day after day, until mid-August, still lying on his pillow, unable to move. Hai Rui knew at this time that recovery was urgent, but his ambition had already faded. His friends came one by one to prepare for the exam, and Hai Rui watched them with sad eyes. Another 10 days passed, and the deadline had already gone by. They all returned to their homes, waiting for the results. One who thought he would definitely pass, only to find that he had only placed second on the list. He was from Wenchang County, Liu Gupen. At this time, Hai Rui's illness was gradually improving, so he left the ship with his friends, who urged him to return home. On the journey, he felt bored and sighed, lamenting that fate had not been kind to him, and that he would have no share in fame or office. He therefore composed a poem titled Falling in Exams as a way of passing the time. When his friends saw it, they comforted him, saying, "Aye, you are a great talent. That's why big achievements come late. There is no need to be so worried." Hai Rui replied, "You do not know this, but I am not anxious about wealth or honor. At home, I obey my mother's commands and urge her constantly. Now that my name has been dropped from the lists, how can I repay her? That's why I am worried." His friends, on hearing this, admired his deep devotion to his mother. When they arrived in Li State, Hai Rui remembered an agreement he had made with Zhang Guobai. He thought, he once said that if I did not pass the exams, I should come and stay at his place. Although I have not succeeded in my ambitions, how can I disappoint him? So he parted ways with his friends, went to Zhang's village, and stayed at a small inn. Zhang Shaoxi immediately congratulated Hai Rui, saying, "My lord, you must have passed the exams and are returning home in glory. Congratulations." Hai Rui listened for a long time, then sighed, "Name lost, shame upon me, shame upon me." Xiaoyi said, "How is it that the grand official, with such excellent abilities, has failed? Why is this?" Hai Rui then explained in detail about his illness during the provincial exam, which prevented him from participating. Xiaoyi smiled and said, "This is because your luck hasn't arrived yet. Go home and rest first." Hai Rui replied, "I cannot perform the ritual of becoming a son-in-law, but I have made a promise with old Master Zhang. That's why I've come to visit. Please transmit my request to him to say that I'm waiting in the shop for a while before leaving." Xiaoyi agreed and went to report to Zhang's mansion. The grand official has returned. He was unable to enter due to illness during the provincial exam, so he left empty-handed. Now he's back. He specifically asked me to invite Grandfather Zhang to come by the shop for a short while before departing. Guo Bi, upon hearing this, smiled and said with Xiaoyi, "What unfortunate circumstances." They then went to the shop where they met Hai Rui, who comforted him, saying, "Late bloomers, their literary stars not yet shining, do not need to be concerned. It's just a weary journey." Hai Li felt deeply embarrassed and said, "I have no learning, and if I do not sell anything, I can only follow the crowd because of my mother's kindness. Following the agreement with the old master, this humble student dares not disappoint, so I have come to fulfill it. I hope for kind words from you, so that I may inform my aunt and discuss it with my mother. I will report back later." Guobi said, "One word from your lord is like a golden promise. There's no need for further explanations. But now that your health is improved, you must take care of yourself. If his lordship does not reject me, let us spend a few more days together and show proper hospitality." Hai Li replied, "I had planned to leave tomorrow, but thanks to the kind offer from the old master, I will stay for another day. Tomorrow, I shall visit his lordship's residence." The two men discussed some news from Yangcheng, and then parted ways. Guo Bi left after repeating his instructions several times. As for Wenfu, she was eagerly awaiting news of Hai Li's success, when suddenly Guo Bi arrived and said, "Hai Li has returned, unable to enter the arena due to illness, but he has come here especially to see me. He will leave bright and early tomorrow. A personal matter required him to seek his mother's permission before returning. My young nephew begged me to reconsider, which is why I am telling you this," Mrs. Wen said. She listened, her heart heavy with dissatisfaction, and expressed her concerns. "The words fame and achievement are not unusual. But your sister's lifelong matter is urgent. I fear she may abandon it upon returning home. What should we do? My dear nephew, you must devise a clever plan to ensure this marriage goes through and quell any gossip. Guo Bi, after some thought, proposed, I have an idea. Tomorrow let us bring your sister to my home first, and prepare the bridal chamber. I will invite her over again for a drink, get her drunk, and then escort her to the bedroom. After one night, everything will be settled. What do you think, Auntie? Mrs. Wen, pleased with the plan, exclaimed, What a brilliant idea. Go ahead and execute it. My nephew, please arrange for this at home. In the morning, have your sister come over. Guo Bi agreed, and immediately returned home to prepare the house and set up the feast without further ado. Mrs. Wen then informed her daughter of the plan, which she readily approved. The husband was delighted and started preparing right away, keeping things simple. Hare wanted to see Guo Bi and was preparing to leave, but when he met Guo Bi, the latter's courtesy was so sincere that Hare could not leave. The next morning, Guo Bi came to the shop with his family, saw Hare, and took out a letter saying, Grandfather invites you to have a drink at noon. Hare read the letter and told the visitor, Accepting your grandfather's kind invitation, I will go to your mansion in the afternoon. Please return this letter with kind words, saying that I dare not accept. The family agreed and left. Hare then prepared himself. Another summons arrived, so Hare went with Zhang's people. They reached the entrance of Zhang's house, where they saw a high gate with a gold-lettered sign reading Middle Constitution House. A family member opened the door, and Guo Bi, dressed in his official attire, greeted Hare and sat him down in the hall. Hare said, The student accepts Mr. Guo Bai's summons. I should pay my respects to Mrs. Guo Bi, hoping for guidance while waiting for me to knock. Guo Bi replied, How dare I? My poor old age and frequent illnesses keep me confined to bed, so please do not trouble the master with your footsteps. A servant then offered tea and snacks. After the tea, Hai Rui was invited back to the study. Upon entering, he saw a bright window and a clean desk. The walls were lined with musical instruments and books, forming a secluded, elegant space. Hai Rui exclaimed, Old master, you are indeed noble. This secluded dwelling reveals your spirit. Guo Bi, ever modest, bowed again. The family prepared dishes of wine and food, including crab, and Hai Rui and Guo Bi drank together. Eagerly they urged him to drink more. Hai Rui's drinking capacity was limited, but after 3 cups he felt drunk. Guo Bi meant well, urging him repeatedly until a large jar of wine was offered. By this time, Hai Rui was already 8 parts drunk and wanted to refuse, but Guo Bi persisted in his entreaties. Reluctantly, he drank another jar, becoming 12 parts intoxicated. In an instant, he felt his head spinning and lost control of his body, unable to sit still. A wave of drunkenness washed over him, making it impossible to hold back, so he vomited all over the table, utterly unaware of what was happening, and collapsed on a chair. Guo Bi, realizing Hai Rui's state, went into the inner chamber and informed Mrs. Wen of the situation. Mrs. Wen had already sent her daughter, Princess Menghua, to her new room, and Guo Bi was delighted. Meanwhile, all the maidservants escorted Hai Rui into the room and double-locked the door behind them. Princess hid under the covers and only heard his heavy breathing, her heart pounding with anxiety. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Hai Rui woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw the dazzling light of candles, lying in a silk curtain with a pillowcase edged with satin, the scent of makeup and perfume overwhelming him. He sat up, pondering. Just now I was drinking with Zhang Governor. How did I end up here? Judging from this scene, it's obviously a deep-towered chamber. Thankfully, I'm the only one here resting. If there are any female relatives, then how can I explain myself? As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a light cough coming from behind the bed. Hai Rui, trembling with fear, initially thought it was a ghost, but turning serious, he said, What kind of ghost dares to play around in front of me? Didn't you know about the ban on spirits and enchantments? She replied in a delicate voice, Yes, human or ghost. Hai Rui said, with an upright heart, I don't distinguish between humans and ghosts. Yin and yang are all part of the same principle. But today I was summoned for a drink by Zhang Governor. I happen to be here, not intending to intrude into someone's inner chamber. If it's not a ghost, let it come out. Miss Kung Hoa thought deeply about her lifelong matter. Following her mother's command, she was to marry him, making them a legitimate couple, so how could she not see him? So she left the bed, slowly approaching. Upon reaching the lamp, she held up a screen and said, My lord, don't be suspicious. I am indeed no ghost, but Zhang family's daughter. Warm lady is my mother. In the past, my body was possessed by evil spirits, thanks to your help in driving them away, allowing me to recover and find peace. My mother-in-law considers your deep kindness difficult to repay, so she wants me to serve you, and encourage our uncle Yuan and brother Guobai to reconcile. You promised to see this through, not discarding a minor stream. We will wait for the decision with Jujubei and Osmanthus. The time has passed, and my husband, due to illness, was unable to attend. This is what they call gain and loss, for fame and honor are not measured by speed or tardiness. Why do you blame him so? Is this the way a true scholar acts? Tonight, I foolishly obeyed my mother's command and served the gentleman. I pray for forgiveness, hoping that he will not reject me as a monster. That would be fortunate indeed. Hairu, after listening, suddenly realized his mistake and understood why the national gem had been insistent on drinking so much at odd times. He turned serious and said, "Miss, please take a seat. I shall speak frankly. As a humble scholar with no knowledge, I am unworthy of your favor, and I beg to match you with a village fool. It is beyond my capabilities to face this responsibility. That's why I have repeatedly refused, out of fear that as a poor scholar I might burden you. But when the national gem insisted, I had no choice but to accept the task. Now, having failed, I am ashamed and embarrassed to see people, let alone want to meet your husband. Yet, in the stillness of night, how could I break my promise? Therefore, without avoiding suspicion, I came to pay a visit to Governor Zhang, hoping to clarify matters and immediately report back to my mother, fulfilling this three-life wish. He did not expect Governor Zhang to set a trap for him. Madam, please be at ease. Since ancient times, men and women have not had physical contact when they meet, so do not give up hope. The young lady, hearing him reject her so, seemed undecided and said, I am no Lady Wenjin or Hong Fu. Why do you say such a thing, making me feel unsupported? Hai Rui laughed and said, Your words are mistaken. I have never had close contact with the flower-faced ones. A fleeting encounter in the past does not require frequent mention. Even if there were some meaningful words exchanged between us, for life's most important matters, isn't it true that we need the sanctity of the ancestral altar or the candlelit chamber to come together? Please think about this, and avoid acting unseemly. The palace flower, having heard this, realized he was a man who did not speak or listen to impropriety. She replied, You are indeed a gentleman, but tonight, sharing a room with you is like lying on the same bed. How can I defend myself tomorrow? This is something I cannot explain, so please think about it. Hai Rui, having heard these words, reflected that he must want her to marry him to resolve this situation. If he refused, he would be betraying his heart and the virtue of his wife. Moreover, the Zhang family's relatives, no one will be unaware tomorrow. Tonight, as predicted, Ice Jade is confident. How can the various relations believe it tomorrow? Moreover, since Zhang has returned obeying her mother's command, why should she now be left alone in the nuptial chamber, facing candles and flowers by herself? It doesn't seem reasonable or natural. So he took off a carved coconut shell ink box from around his waist, placed it on the table, and gestured to the palace flower maid, Missy's Heart. I've known her inadequacies for a long time, but she is by nature straightforward. She hates pretense. Today's affair isn't Missy's fault or Hai Rui's mistake. It's the command of her maternal aunt. What does it have to do with you and me? But I'm good at understanding people and discerning the world, so now I'm offering something small as a gift for the dressing table. If you don't mind, please accept it. The palace flower said, If your lordship won't mind, I'll be honored to receive this gift, and I will treasure it as if it were a precious treasure. It can serve as a betrothal present. He then loudly called out for the door. It was already past 5 a.m. when the maids heard him and hurried to open the door. The young lady went with her to Mrs. Wen's room, where she explained everything. Mrs. Wen laughed. Truly a gentleman. In a few days, Lady Warmesses ordered her family to prepare a drinking feast, and immediately invited Guobai into the inner chamber and said, Hai, Rui is indeed an honest gentleman. Even if he were Lu Shu's or Cheng Ming Dao's reincarnated form, it would not be as impressive as this, causing one's admiration. Now, please come, so that we can set a date for the betrothal. Guobai agreed and entered the room. There, Hai Rui was sitting upright, and upon seeing Guobai, he immediately rose to greet him, saying, You nearly led me into wrongdoing. Guobai replied, The setting up of the bedchamber with flowers and candles is one of life's greatest joys. How can you say I trapped you? Upon this, the two shook hands and left the room, entering the hall. Mrs. Warm had already been waiting. Hai Rui approached, bowed, and addressed her as Madam. The lady frowned and said, You how could you act against your vows like this? Didn't you just serve my daughter last night? How quickly have you forgotten it this morning? Mother-in-law, are these words too precious for you? Hai Rui, upon hearing this, had no choice but to smile apologetically and change his tone, saying, Madam, please sit comfortably while I bow to greet you. He then bowed respectfully. The lady quickly seized the hand of the guest and said, No need for formalities, this is enough. At that moment, Hai Rui, having been accepted as a son-in-law, wanted to perform the rituals of a son-in-law. Guobi also bowed several times in response, calling his sister's husband and uncle. The lady sat up high, with Hai Rui seated at the guest position, and Guobi sitting beside him. After a moment, the maidservants and household servants all came to pay their respects to the new mother-in-law, and congratulated her. The lady was overjoyed, giving each person a reward. Hai Rui said, Due to my illness, I couldn't witness the performances, which disappointed mother-in-law's expectations, making me feel deeply ashamed. Now, she hasn't rejected me for my lack of talent, but has shown great leniency and understanding, allowing me to be filled with gratitude that I cannot find peace. The lady replied, Gaining or losing in fame and status is predetermined. There's no need to worry about it. Since the daughter was saved, and she now serves a virtuous man, I will immediately inform the elders and have you come to marry her. I do not rely on the betrothal gifts. Hai Rui bowed his thanks and said, This humble scholar only hopes that mother-in-law's grace extends beyond this. Mrs. Wen then instructed her family to prepare a feast, and they obeyed. In a short while, the table was laid. Mr. Hai wanted to drink a toast, but Mrs. Wen refused, asking her family to proceed as if it were a regular family gathering. The three of them exchanged toasts, enjoying themselves greatly. During the meal, they also shared some warm words. Mr. Hai took the opportunity to say, As a son-in-law, I have been away from home for 3 months, and my mother-in-law undoubtedly looks forward to seeing me every day. I will be leaving tomorrow. Mrs. Wen replied, My mother is certainly worried about you, but so am I as your wife. It's a good thing that both are pleased. I'll see you off tomorrow. Mr. Hai immediately bowed his thanks, and they all left, enjoying each other's company. Mrs. Wen had Mr. Hai stay in the bridal chamber, while Miss Gong Hoa sat quietly. Mr. Hai held a candle until dawn. When morning came, Mr. Hai left the room to meet Mrs. Wen and apologized with words. He then sent someone to fetch his luggage from Zhaoyi shop and bowed 4 times to Mrs. Wen. She urged him repeatedly, needn't be said again, and asked Guo Bai to escort him part of the way. Hai Li, determined to part, left the Fu family's gates and wanted to split up. Guo Bai had to be sent off, so Hai Li, without other choice, walked alongside Guo Bai for several miles. Hai Li said, I bid you farewell here. No need for a distant send-off, Guo Bai replied. I know that sending you 1,000 miles will inevitably lead to parting, but my heart cannot help but be fond. I have a crude phrase to offer, though it may not be well crafted, but I must express my slight affection. They shared a lingering farewell, with Hai Li also feeling affectionate. He expressed his gratitude, saying, I am honored by your kind intentions, and the kind words, which prove your deep affection. How could I not try to continue our bond? Guo Bai agreed, saying, Your words are fresh and your intentions profound, not straying from a poet's purpose. Your husband truly possesses intelligence and sharpness. Hai Li thanked him profusely, exchanging respectful goodbyes before heading south towards Jinan. Not long after, he arrived home. When Hai Rui met Mrs. Mu, he bowed deeply and introduced himself. This unworthy child, seeking fame for his horn-like shell, has thus distanced himself from my knees, withering and longing for the sweet delicacies. Furthermore, upon my first arrival at the provincial capital, I could not adapt to the water and soil, and suddenly fell ill on the 7th day of the first month, spending over 40 days in bed, unable to walk. Watching friends enter the field, I could only feel envious. After the examination results were announced, I realized my health and felt deeply dissatisfied. Without choice, I wanted to buy a boat and return, but was puzzled by the persistent entanglement of 2 upright pillars. Until now, I have no time for morning and evening greetings. I hope Mother understands, pardoning me for my unfilial behavior. The lady replied, Success in literature and official positions comes late or early, with a predetermined limit. This should not be a concern. The rising phoenix and dragonfly come at the right time. One cannot force them. You must remain calm, study hard, and master history and classics. Hai Rui nodded and withdrew. Back in his study, he reflected on the affairs of his family, dreading to speak of them but also unable to deny them. Struggling left and right, With no solution, he only shared the details with the servant, instructing him to convey them to the lady. The lady, having heard the story from her son, who had secured both a wife and wealth without spending a single coin, summoned Hai Mei to inquire into the matter in detail. Hai Mei dared not conceal anything, and recounted how he had learned of Zhang's daughter being possessed by a ghost while staying at a guest house. He described in full the events of that night, when they had drunk the girl so much that she was sent to the bridal chamber. The lady expressed private delight in her son's sincerity, and agreed to the proposal. She instructed her family to choose an auspicious day and date for the wedding present, and prepare various gifts before setting off to pay their respects. Due to the distance involved, they decided to hold the wedding on December 15th of that year. Considering her husband's frugality and the long journey, Mrs. Wen agreed to reward the guests as requested when they returned home. The family arrived at Hai's home, praising the new in-law's virtues. Even Mrs. Hai herself was overjoyed. She got down to preparing a room for the new wife and making some clothes for the groom. Before she knew it, the auspicious day was drawing near, and Mrs. Hai had asked nearby relatives to help her welcome the bridegroom. Here, Mrs. Wen had prepared an elaborate makeup set in advance, and on the appointed day, she sent her daughter out of the house. She also arranged for a suitable young wife and maids to accompany her daughter across the sea. Just as the 15th day's dawn broke, the colorful carriage arrived at the door. Hai Rui was marrying Princess Gong at this time. The couple treated each other with respect like guests, and their neighbors sighed in envy. Furthermore, Mrs. Zhang was known for being the most filial person, caring for her aunt as if she were her own mother. Seeing her filial piety, Mrs. Mu was overjoyed, treating Mrs. Zhang as if she were her own daughter, and the relationship between the aunt and niece was harmonious. Shortly after, Mrs. Mu fell ill and could not recover despite all efforts. Mrs. Zhang and Hai Rui personally served her with medicine and tea, not loosening their clothes, enduring great hardship. Unfortunately, due to the limited nature of life, Mrs. Mu passed away early the following year. Hai Rui was devastated, offering full mourning and performing rituals for 7 days and 7 nights, conducting ceremonies to send her spirit away. He spent most of his family's wealth in these endeavors. After 100 days, Mrs. Mu's coffin was sent to the mountain to be buried with her father. Upon burial, they observed the mourning period at home. Thanks to Zhang's frugality, all matters were well managed, allowing Hai Rui some free time to study shut away at home all day. This was the perfect opportunity for him to prepare for his advancement when the time was right. As the saying goes, with wings developed, the Han flies high into the autumn sky and reaches the Moon Palace ultimately. How will these two end up? Let's see in the next chapter. Hai Gong, an high public case, 5th chapter. Yan Song's divination pleases the emperor, however, after Hai Rui's mother passed away. Fortunately, Zhang took over household affairs, allowing Hai Rui to observe a period of mourning at home, while he studied diligently. Meanwhile, since Emperor Jingde ascended the throne, there had been peace throughout the land. The emperor was fond of women, indulging in leisure, and selected 10,000 commoners to fill his harem. However, he did not have any sons, and he was not worried about it. At that time, while the emperor was in a state of confusion, even if several ministers urgently advised him to establish an heir, he would not listen. Soon after, the emperor fell ill, and the empress was extremely afraid. She constantly spoke to the emperor about succession. The emperor replied, "Now all the princes are at their peak power," eyeing the throne jealously. "If I choose a son from among them to be the heir, it might start a war among the princes. That's why there is no definite decision. Now that I am ill, it is appropriate to appoint a successor early. Minister Zhu Chen reminded me of this, but I completely forgot." So, inside the Imperial Study Hall, university scholar Zhu Chen secretly deliberated. He too was a relative of the royal family, and originally a direct descendant of the founding emperor, known for his loyalty, integrity, and fairness. The emperor greatly trusted him. Now, before advancing to the dragon throne, he screened off the palace servants and asked, "My heart has hidden worries. Can you understand?" Zhu Chen bowed down and replied, "Your Majesty's hidden worry, I privately considered." The emperor said, "You have served me longest, so you must know my intentions. Try to tell me." Zhu Chen answered, "I secretly considered that your Majesty might be worried about the succession. You do not know if there is anyone among the royal family who possesses the virtues and merits suitable for inheriting your throne." The emperor exclaimed, "You truly understand my heart!" He ordered everyone to stand aside, moved closer to Zhu Chen, and asked him directly. Zhu Chen thanked the emperor's grace, standing beside the dragon throne. The emperor said, "Since I ascended to the 9-tiered throne, I have never witnessed any birth in the imperial harem. This year, with my old age and illness weighing heavily on me, I truly grasp the difficulty of the imperial mission. I want to appoint a successor to carry on the great legacy. Among our royal family, who is the most virtuous and worthy to succeed me? Please tell me." Zhu Chen said, "If your majesty wishes to establish a line from among the princes, then choose the eldest among them. If you wish to elevate a wise and capable, benevolent and insightful person, then investigate the foreign states. If there is anyone of this caliber, announce their arrival at court, and with your own teachings, have them succeed you, bearing teachings, heavy responsibility of governing the empire, then the people will be fortunate indeed." The emperor said, "I have observed that the prince's sons are each contented and accustomed to their ways, ignorant of governance. If one among them were to rule, the souls of the people would not endure the suffering. Moreover, each prince harbors a heart of tigerish gaze. If someone is established as leader, others will each scheme against him, leading to conflict. Not only will they be unable to bring peace to the empire or uphold the pillars of society, but rather they may well stir up external calamities and topple the imperial house. Therefore he wishes to investigate the foreign states and select a successor. You, the official, having served for many years, your investigations will surely be thorough. If you encounter anyone wise and capable who can succeed me in bearing the heavy responsibility of governing the empire, then tell me." Zhu Chen replied, "I was previously sent to Yuzhang and encountered a descendant of the Prince of Zhenan named Zhu Mumu, who is wise and upright, respectful of scholars and kind to the people. Now he serves as the administrator of Jizhou and has earned great fame for his benevolence. The people rely on him as they would their parents. If your majesty truly invites him and establishes him as successor to bear the heavy responsibility of governing the empire, then the people will be fortunate indeed." The emperor asked the charioteer Zhu Shenao who it was for. Zhu Shenao replied, "Your imperial majesty, when meeting princes in the imperial audience, they are all granted fiefs and divided to guard the state. The prince of Shinan is your majesty's younger brother, granted a fief in Guangxin. Now, Zhu Shenao is the 7th-generation descendant of the Prince of Jinan. Since the prince lost his title, Zhu Shenao was appointed as the separate governor of Jijiuan on account of hereditary privileges. In the past, when I served in Yunanchang, I often discussed major affairs with Zhu Shenao, and there was not a single thing he did not know. Most of what he spoke about turned out to be accurate. Moreover, he is by nature honest and frugal, does not indulge in extravagance, likes to associate with famous people, and thus I know that he has the ability to govern the whole country. Your Majesty's holy will is unclear." The emperor said, "As you say, he should be given succession to the great unity, so call him in and meet him in court." He intended to issue an edict to summon him. Zhu Shenao replied, "Your Majesty wants to call Zhu Shenao, but if he is summoned by edict, this would hasten his disaster." The emperor asked, "Why?" Zhu Shenao said, "Now, the princes constantly covet the throne and wish that your Majesty ascend the heavens immediately, vying for the great treasure. If your Majesty issues an edict of grace, everyone in the court will know about it. If there are those who bear malice and send assassins to kill him on the way, what should he do at this time? To raise his status would be to fall into a trap. It would be a great loss for your Majesty. This decree should not be issued to welcome him in Bright." The emperor listened and pondered for a while, then said, "Your words are correct. Then, how can we ensure his safety? In my humble opinion, it would be better to employ the tactic of asking questions," said Zhu Chen. "This will guarantee his safety." The emperor inquired, "What tactic?" Zhu Chen replied, "Your Majesty should order the dispatch of cavalry, have him captured and bring him back to the capital. The people won't understand why, but they'll all be afraid that it might affect them. Assign someone else to accompany him during his journey. Then he will be secure in coming to the capital. I humbly hope your Majesty considers this carefully." The emperor nodded in approval. The plan was finalized, and Zhu Chen expressed his gratitude. The next day, the emperor issued a decree instructing the court official to dispatch 30 cavalry soldiers, with a department official holding a fire order, to immediately go to Jiangji and capture Ji Prefecture's assistant administrator, Zhu Momu, and bring him back to Beijing for interrogation. He was sealed in a box lined with 9 strands of purple gold rope before his departure. Originally, there were established rules for the division of power within the royal family. Whenever a close relative or envoy of the emperor was sent to investigate someone, regardless of the offense, they would be escorted by guards from the inner court wearing golden chains. Only then could anyone dare to take them into custody. At this time, an official from the Ministry of War arrived with the golden chains, leading the guards and traveling along the main road towards Jiangnan. He didn't make any comments for the moment. As for Zhu Jiaobai, the specific name is given in Chinese, when he was born, his room was filled with red light, and an unusual fragrance lingered for several days. As he grew up, he possessed a face like a crown of jade, lips as if painted with rouge, dragon eyebrows, phoenix eyes and ears that hung low on his shoulders. His hands reached past his knees, truly the image of a dragon or phoenix, reflecting the light of the sun and moon. From a young age, he had grand ambitions, was extremely filial to his father, and obtained his current position through inheritance. Zhu Jiaobai, as an official, governed the people and was loved like a parent by them. He served in Jizhou for 16 years, and even a child of 3 would be happy about him. Just then, he was in the middle of court proceedings when a report came that Imperial guards had arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiaobai, for some unknown reason, lost color and quickly went to greet them. When the official entered the hall and announced the emperor's decree, Zhu Jiaobai hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground. The official loudly declared, "With the imperial edict in hand, we arrest the criminal Zhu for questioning in Beijing. No delays allowed." Upon saying this, the tie riders stripped Zhu of his clothes and hat, took out a gold chain, and locked him up, not allowing any argument. They then rushed out of the office en masse, heading down the main road. They handed over the seal to the governor and had someone act as substitute. At that moment, Zhu was helpless, unaware of the crime he had committed, only reflecting on his situation in secret with a belly full of doubts. Since he had been arrested, he had no choice but to go along with them, heading south all the way. Those officials and tie riders knew that he was from the royal family, so they showed special leniency. From the moment he was locked up at the public office until his journey down south, everyone supported him on their way, not making him ride in the prisoner cart. This was a display of favoritism among officials. Everywhere they passed through, local administrators came to welcome and send them off, as each knew Zhu's good character. Therefore, this occurred. Zhu was fortunate enough to receive their leniency, and he did not feel particularly sorrowful on the road. He put it aside temporarily. However, it is said that in the county of Fengyi, Jiangxi province, there was a man named Yan Song, who lived inside the city walls. He was over 30 years old, had lost both parents, and his family wealth was limited. This Yan Song liked to associate with others, spending money freely, like dirt. Within a few years, he found himself without even a rooftop to shelter him or a place to stand. He drifted through life, with no means of support, so he earned a living by measuring the heavens and telling fortunes. He made ends meet in Jiangxi and its surrounding areas. This man had some talent in his chest and was an excellent speaker. Therefore, on Theok, he could get along quite well. On this particular day, Yan Song was out making a living, setting up his canvas booth on a bustling street to make some money. Unbeknownst to him, it just so happened that a government official, accompanied by cavalry, arrived and arrested Zhu Momao. It was already noon when the group reached the place for a rest stop. Everyone dismounted and stayed at an inn, having something to eat and drinking to relieve their hunger and thirst. Yan Song, sitting inside his booth, caught sight of Zhu Momao and felt a sudden sense of reverence. He thought to himself, "This is the bearing of a great noble." How so? So he followed them into the store. All I saw was Zhu, some name with a face glowing red and purple aura radiating from him, deep in thought. He wasn't just any rich man. He had the air of someone of high rank. Judging by his demeanor, it was only a matter of time before he became an emperor. Yet here he was, entangled in these chains? It was bewildering. At that moment, I felt nothing but self-reproach in my heart. Being a criminal, I dared not approach and speak to him. So I sat across from him at the table, had someone bring me wine, drank 3 cups and feigned intoxication, laughing loudly. Everyone says I'm a god, yet no one knows anything about me, not even asking about my fate. Zhu, some name, listened, suddenly feeling an hidden emotion stir within him. He asked at the table, "Sir, do you know astrology?" Yan, some name, replied, "Face reading is my forte. I understand the connections between fortune-telling and the I Ching like the back of my hand." Zhu, some name, said, "I have a personal matter I'd like to discuss with you about fate. Would you be willing to impart your wisdom?" Yan, some name, smiled and said, "Your Highness needn't speak. I already know what's on your mind." Zhu, some name, then said, "Go ahead and tell me. If there is a spiritual response, I'll be sure to thank you." Yan Tong said, "There's no need to speak it out. I'll write it down on paper. Only then will it count when it aligns with your innermost affairs." Everyone heard this and wanted to test the truth of his words, all chorusing together. "Good, good, good. If it holds true, we'll all ask about the fortunes and misfortunes." Tong asked, "Without paper and pen, how can I write it down?" At that moment, a shop boy nearby said, "We have them." He quickly fetched the paper and pen. Holding the paper in his hand, Yan dipped his brush and wrote several lines. "You may worry, but I am even happier. Though bound and restrained, there is no guilt." 10 years of peaceful rule among the people. In a single day they returned to the Phoenix Pavilion. Worries, joys, in this moment. One does not realize that a dragon's cloud appears at its corner. After writing, he added a few small lines. "If you ask about fortunes and misfortunes, today we see purple clouds surging into the sky, with a red glow on his face. Encountering adversity brings good fortune. Though there may be fears, in the end it will be peaceful." He passed the scroll to Ju. Ju took it, read it, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Indeed, indeed. So everyone also vied to look, and Zhu Moi handed over the paper. Everyone looked, and they all said, "It's effective." Among them, an official, seeing its effectiveness, also asked Yan Song about his future. Song looked at him on the face a few times and said, "Very good, you will get the position early." So he took a pen and wrote a few sentences. "Admiring your high-pitched ears with a floating wheel. Today you will be an official of the first rank. Just now I met you during the day. Tonight you must accompany the dragon's grandson." After writing, he handed it to the official, who looked at it, not realizing he was stunned. Thinking about this person's effectiveness, perhaps he is a god sent to enlighten us? So he went up with Zhu Moi, bringing Yan Song along, and asked him in detail about his fortune and misfortune. Song said, "Appearance is a certain pattern. One cannot force it. If you want to know the person's thoughts, use reason to observe it, and everything will match." Zhu Moi said, "Master, can you tell me who I am?" Song said, "As long as your honor writes one word, I will know." Zhu Moi then casually said a question word. Zong thought for a moment and said, "Please write one character by yourself, Highness. We will then see what it is." At that time, Zhu, a certain person, held a whip and immediately drew on the ground. Zong quickly knelt down and said, "Lowly fortune-teller with eyes but no pearls, I humbly pray for your majesty's forgiveness." Zhu, a certain person, stopped him and said, "I am a criminal, now brought to Beijing. How can I be your majesty? This is not valid." Zong replied, "You say it is not valid. Let me explain. When you say ask, press your hand on the left side, that's this lord. Then press your hand on the right side, still a lord. Looking from the left, it's a lord. Looking from the right, it's still a lord. Add one to the ground, and it becomes a king character. Isn't it a king? Therefore, I know." Zhu, a certain person, laughed loudly and asked, "Now that I am detained here, is there any chance of returning to Beijing alive?" Zong wrote a short statement on a piece of paper and handed it to Zhu, a certain person. After reading it carefully, Zhu's face beamed with joy. The official, unaware of the reason, took the paper and examined it closely. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue at what he saw. It was as if just a few sentences had brought joy to his brow. After all, these were the words written by Yan Song, and more will be revealed in the next chapter. The Public Official Case, 6th chapter. Hai Rui's persuasive arguments against theft, however, Yan Song wrote a passage and handed it to Zhu, name unknown, for review. The official then stepped forward and examined it carefully. He saw that it read, "Carefully observe, Your Honor," with double eyebrows like 8 colors, ears hanging down, shoulders bearing the weight. The text said, "The ears govern family affairs, and the eyebrows control luck. Thick ear lobes with precious pearls indicate a great inheritance. The high, clear notes resonate with the society's prosperity." The text also mentions, "Yao's eyebrows like 8 colors." This is a description of ancient emperors' noble appearances, who enjoy strong luck and rule over all 8 directions. Observing these 2 elements alone reveals the presence of immense nobility. The rest, with dragons walking and tigers stepping, hands over knees, also indicates celestial signs. The heavens were slightly dark at that moment, hence the slight surprise. Furthermore, the heavenly purple light shines brightly, signifying a swift ascent to the 9-5 Emperor's position. Upon careful consideration, I pray for your self-love. The official, upon seeing this, was suddenly surprised and exclaimed, "Sir's words, are they not too extreme?" Yan Song replied, "Far from being foolish, I speak based on the books. I have read extensively in various books, including those on divination, escape and concealment, and many others. Only the book on Fengjian holds profound secrets. That is why I am confident it is no exaggerated claim. Zhu, a certain person, listened and half believed, half suspicious, smiled and said, "If this ensures my life, how could I ask for more? If your words prove true, I will surely reward you handsomely." Yan Song said, "I have read many people. There has never been anyone like you. If this does not bring me great honor, I shall leave with these eyes." The official said, "Indeed, as you say, then I too will be honored." Yan Song said, "A man of virtue encounters a true and wise ruler and fails to give his utmost loyalty. To turn away from him is truly regrettable. Now, General's brow is filled with joy. He is destined to become the supreme commander. If it doesn't work, I shall wager my head." The official said, "Indeed, as you say, I will never forget my duty in the future. Songdao, I am a person from Fenian County, with the surname Yan and the name Song. I have studied poetry and books. Just because I have failed in repeated exams, I have no desire for honor and fame. Later, due to many affairs at home, our family fortune waned, and I had no choice but to wander into this line of work, which fills me with great embarrassment." Zhu, a certain person, listened and said, "You possess such great talent. Why don't you return to your old trade? If you achieve success in the future, you can serve the country. Why would you abandon yourself?" Yan Song replied, "I am not unwilling to study and advance myself, but because my family is poor, our fire has gone out, and I had no choice but to give up." Zhu, a certain person, sighed. "Poverty is truly a great hardship." He then called for his follower and asked him to take 50 silver coins from his luggage and give them to Yan Song, warning him, "Use this money to restart your career. If you ever achieve success, there will be use for it." Yan Song bowed in gratitude. It was already evening, and they could not proceed, so Zhu, a certain person, instructed him to stay at this inn overnight and continue on the next day. The official agreed and ordered his animals to be fed and their luggage to be moved inside. That night, Zhu, some name, specifically invited Yan Chong to stay and have a good chat about grand plans. In their conversation, he found Yan's words insightful. Zhu was delighted and said, "Should I indeed fail to live up to your words, then I shall ask Mr. Zhang to oversee the administration." Yan, upon hearing this, immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. Now, that official, named Zhang Ji, some name, currently serves in the Ministry of Military Affairs as an officer in charge of the armory, having originally been a military graduate. He was dispatched on duty to escort Zhu. Upon hearing Yan's words, he believed them fully. Seeing also that Yan hinted at him becoming the Grand Commander soon, he showed increased deference and flattery. Henceforth, no matter what Zhu said, Zhang would immediately obey and even go above and beyond in his service. The very next day, Zhang spoke to Zhu in front of everyone. "Yan Chong's words make perfect sense. I hope the head coach will act on them soon. Then I too would be honored." Zhu replied, "Indeed, as he says, the general's achievements in future will not be minor." Zhang quickly knelt down and expressed his gratitude. From that day forward, Yan took up his old duties again, studying hard both day and night, something which need not be further mentioned. Furthermore, Zhang Ziber and his party walked along the main road, eating when they were hungry and drinking when they were thirsty. They traveled by day and slept by night, and they didn't realize that they had already reached the capital city. As this was due to their ties of kinship, they dared not stay, so they immediately set out to complete their mission. The department reported it immediately. The emperor saw that Zhu Name had arrived, and at once summoned him into the palace. Zhu kowtowed before the throne and pleaded guilty. The emperor pardoned him and ordered the doors opened, calling him forward and saying, "I am old and ill, and may not recover. Remembering how difficult it was for our previous emperor to establish his rule, I dare not entrust power to anyone unworthy. That's why I have specially summoned you to come to the capital to take over affairs hereafter. If you keep in mind my wishes and make love for the people and frugality your first priority, then the state will be secure, and I also shall have no regrets." Zhu kowtowed again and reported, "I am an official from another region. Without talent or virtue, how could I dare to assume a great position? Moreover, your majesty currently has several kings in the provinces under your ruleno, fewer than 10. Surely there are 1 or 2 capable people among them who can succeed you as emperor? I dare not obey your majesty's decree, but I hope you will pardon me. It is more than enough to be considered for such an honor." The emperor said, "Every ruler holds the power of all under heaven, and is revered by the common people. You must choose someone with virtue to succeed him, regardless of whether or not they are related. My mind is made up, so do not hesitate any further. There's no need for lengthy petitions. I am wearied of hearing them," said the emperor. Zhu Zhaozhong dared not petition further, and only obeyed the decree. The emperor ordered an inner court official to escort Zhu Zhaozhong to Xiaoyang to pay homage to the Empress Dowager, and simultaneously instructed the left chancellor to draft a decree on abdication, naming Zhu Zhaozhong as the new prince, eventually succeeding to the throne and granting him the imperial seal. Upon the issuance of this edict, not a single official dared raise any objection in the court. On the 3rd day of the 8th lunar month, the emperor personally bestowed the jade seal upon Zhu Zhaozhong. After accepting the mandate of heaven, Zhu Zhaozhong ascended the throne and received the homage of his ministers while the people shouted, "Long live!" However, he refrained from changing the era name, as Zhengde's reign was still ongoing. Upon learning of this, the emperor personally wrote Jipping, Year 1 on a scroll, and had it presented to Zhu Zhaozhong. Zhu Zhaozhong, having received the edict, offered prayers of thanks before announcing Jipping Year 1 to the nation, thus proclaiming himself the Jiajing Emperor, honoring Zhengde as the Taishang Emperor, and bestowing upon his empress the title of Empress Dowager. He married a queen and appointed Tang Wenzin as Grand Chancellor of the Textual Academy and Dong Fengwan as Grand Chancellor of the Hall of Eternal Peace. All other officials were granted an elevation in rank. All the regulations and laws concerning the affairs of Zhu Di's historical figure were strictly followed. Not a single change was made. Therefore, the subjects were satisfied. Kai Jiangzi was appointed as the Governor-General of the Steppe Army and Commander-in-Chief. He immediately issued an edict and reported to all provincial and feudal kings. Soon after, Zhu Di's condition worsened, and he called for Jiajing, another historical figure, to his side to convey his last wishes. That night at 3 o'clock he passed away in the palace. Jiajing wept bitterly, fainted several times but recovered, as if he had lost his parents. He immediately summoned the left and right vice-regents to the palace to discuss the funeral arrangements and issued a proclamation of mourning throughout the realm. The emperor was deeply saddened and almost fell ill from excessive grief. The Empress Dowager shared her sorrow and comforted him with gentle words. On the 100th day, the emperor buried Zhu's spirit at Jingling and carefully served the Empress Dowager. She was overjoyed and issued a special edict, ordering the emperor to posthumously honor his parents as emperors, which he refused multiple times. The Empress Dowager said, "In raising children, parents originally did so because they hoped their children would bring them honor. Now that you are honored as an emperor, how can it be that your parents have no recognition? If you strictly follow this decree and hold a grand ceremony, it would not be a betrayal of our intentions." The emperor then instructed the 6 ministries and 9 officials to draft proposals. Now that the 6 ministers have agreed, it is not appropriate to add the title Tei Empress Mother, but instead they should be honored as emperor and empress. The emperor approved the proposal, so he deified his father as the Xiao Xiao Emperor and his mother as the Xiao Xiaowu Empress. A grand ceremony was held in honor of the latter. According to the provincial rankings, 7 names were added from the direct provinces, 5 from the middle provinces, and 3 from the small provinces. Following this imperial decree, all provinces throughout the country implemented it. At that time, Hai Rui had also completed his service term. Upon hearing about this grace, he immediately informed his wife and prepared to travel to the province. Jiangxi said, "I wish for you to return with honors and report to your parents' grave, repaying their hard work. Then I would be extremely fortunate." Hai Rui replied, "I am deeply grateful for your daughter-in-law managing the household affairs, allowing me without any inner worries. If I manage to return safely, I will do so early to report back to you." He then made plans with several friends and set off together. By this time Hai Rui had already packed everything up and chose a favorable date to embark on his journey. The local relatives and friends contributed about 100 liang in instruments and funds. Hai Rui left 50 lying at home and hid the rest in his book box. The next day, he performed ancestral offerings and then visited his parents' graves before setting off with his friends. Zhang's family sent him off with a warning, and they bid farewell. That night, Hai Rui and his friends stayed at an inn. There were 2 thieves named Wang En and Zhang Xiang, who had the habit of stealing from guests at the inn. Knowing that Hai Rui had some silver coins, they followed him to the inn and also stayed there. After midnight, the 2 thieves started to move in. Hai Rui, however, didn't close his eyes all night. Hearing the door creak open, he knew a thief was approaching, so he got up and sat on the bed, watching the situation. A short while later, the door opened again, and the two thieves entered stealthily, as if listening to the bed. Hai Rui made intentional snoring sounds, and saw one of them pointing at the bed in a joyful manner, then touching a small box. That person took out a key from their body and started unlocking the box. In a moment, they'd emptied the box of clothes and silver. Just as they were about to leave, Hai Rui jumped down from the bed and blocked the door with his body. The two thieves were startled and disoriented, wanting to grab the door handle and run. Turned out that Hai Rui, though he was a scholar, didn't realize that he had considerable strength. He supported the door with his hands, preventing them from pulling it open. The two thieves were frightened and had no choice but to drop their clothes and silver, kneeling on the ground with tearful faces, begging. This lowly person did not recognize a great mountain, i.e., made a grave mistake, leading to an offense. Now, if your honor will forgive me, I promise it won't happen again. Hai Rui burst out laughing and said, there is always a way to make a living without resorting to thievery. Offending Wang Zhang means losing both one's body and reputation. You two are lucky to have met me tonight. If you had encountered someone else, you would likely be in chains. I see that you two are still young and strong, with many possibilities ahead of you. You can earn a living by working hard, or even by honest means. If you choose to become thieves, I will truly be ashamed for you. He then left the bed and asked them to leave. The thieves thought to themselves, where can we find such a kind person? We should ask him his name and last name, so that we can repay him in the future. So they went back to Hai Rui's bed, bowed their heads and thanked him, saying, this lowly person stole your honor's silver and clothes, and when caught, I thought I would face certain death. Today, through your honor's great virtue, you have released us, as they say, enlightening and creating anew, and bestowing blessings from on high. Even though we are thieves, we understand the meaning of gratitude and repaying kindness. I humbly beg your honor to reveal your name so that we may remember it in the future. Hai Rui replied, I am Hai, named Rui, a person from Qingshan County. I currently reside in Muxian Village. I do not expect any repayment from you, but I hope you turn over a new leaf. Please tell me, noble warrior, what is your surname and name? The king, Wang An, answered, I am a humble person named Wang An, also known as Shang Xiong. We are friends from the Green Forest. Due to our poor families, we had no means of making a living, so we were driven to this. However, after receiving your honor Hai's grace and instruction, we are willing to turn over a new leaf and never engage in thievery again. Hai Rui, pleased, said, since you wish to change your ways, but lack the means to support yourselves, I will offer some assistance. Here, take this silver packagion dong of 5 weighted silver per person. Use it to start a small business or find sustenance. Upon seeing his generosity, they hesitated to accept and said, thank you, Lord Hai, for your kindness in releasing us. How could we dare to accept further favors? We cannot take the silver. Now that we are not thieves and have no place to go, we would be honored to follow Lord Hai's family, holding his whip and following his horse. But we wonder if you will agree to take us in? Hai Rui replied, I dare not. You are all capable men. How could I ask you to submit to me? It is better for you to use the silver to find some means of livelihood. Now when you said, Wang Andao said, we have seen Lord Hai's great virtue and generosity, and we cannot bear to leave without asking him to take us in. They knelt on the ground, bowing their heads incessantly and pleading earnestly. Hai Rui, seeing their sincerity, stood up and said, if you wish to follow me, I am merely a poor scholar going to the provincial capital for the exam. I fear you will not be able to bear these hardships. Both men answered in unison, should Lord Hai agree to take us in, we have rice and can prepare our own food, so there is no need for him to worry about us. Hai said, this is not something you can do. Since that's the case, you must listen to me, otherwise I cannot be your companion. The two men replied, your honor has given us orders, and we will obey without question. Hai continued, I order you. First, do not steal others' silver or belongings. Second, do not be greedy. Third, do not get drunk and cause trouble. Fourth, do not meddle in other people's affairs. Fifth, do not gamble. Furthermore, you must stay by my side at all times, act fairly in everything, and not show any favoritism. If there is even one of these that you do not follow, I will not be able to bear it. The two men responded in unison, your honor's orders are clear. How could we dare act recklessly? We will obey without fail. Hai then changed Zhang Xiong, to Hai Gong and Wang into Haiyan. From that point on, the two men repented and turned over a new leaf, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to their service. The next day, Hai Li told all his friends about the two men's story, and everyone admired their righteousness and integrity, praising their ability to change even the most stubborn thieves. It is said, only those with righteous spirits gain respect. Even the most obstinate among them will be tamed. After all, could a Rui pass this exam or not? Stay tuned for the next chapter. Hai's Case, 7th chapter. The gathering of criminals under heaven, however. Hai Rui had taken Haiyan and Hai Gong, joined by his friends, crossed the vast ocean, and set sail towards Lai's state, also paying a visit to his mother-in-law, Mrs. Zhang, and Zhang Guobai. After years apart, there was much to catch up on. Mrs. Zhang prepared an extravagant feast, both to welcome her son-in-law and to help him relax after his journey. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and affection. Mrs. Zhang said, "Father-in-law, I see you looking radiant this time. You must pass this year's Imperial examination." Hai Rui replied, "With the blessings of my mother-in-law, if I am fortunate enough to return with a top placement on the list, it would be a small way to repay her for her kindness." Mrs. Zhang said, "My daughter has always been obedient and well-behaved, but she hasn't learned much about virtue. She is truly lucky to have married such a gentleman. It's like the bamboo plant finding support under the jade tree. What luck." Hai Rui replied, "That's not quite right. My wife comes from a poor family. She herself has endured hardship since entering this cold door, working hard at the millstone, and I cannot bear it. If we have good fortune, and if I am able to make my mark on the examination list, then I will not have let her down." The two sat at table, expressing their heartfelt sentiments, and the night ended in merriment. They stayed at Xiang's house that night. The next day, Guobai came again to invite him over. Midway through drinking, Guobai laughed and said, "I am old now. I fear I shall not see sister-in-law flying through the clouds again." Hai Rui comforted him, saying, "My uncle need not worry, so much life and death are predetermined. Wealth and honor are in heaven. How could anyone foresee these?" They drank together. The next day, Mrs. Zhang sent 10 taels of silver as a parting gift, and she invited him over once more for a final send-off. Guobai also presented Hai Rui with some money to cover his expenses. Hai Rui said his goodbyes and left with his friends, setting sail towards Gaozhou. He traveled by boat and carriage for more than a day before reaching Yangcheng, where he found accommodation. Waiting quietly at his lodging, he prepared for the arrival of the examiners. That year, the main examiner was Hu Ying from Jiangnan, who held the post of temple-keeper Taoist priest. The emperor highly regarded him as a person, so he was given this examination duty. The assistant examiner was Peng Zhumai, originally a subordinate, but also known well by the emperor. The two received the imperial edict and left immediately. On August 2nd, they arrived at the provincial capital, where they were greeted by officials. By the 6th day, they supervised the entrance examinations for various officers. On the 8th day, Hai Rui and his friends entered the court with their names on a list. The 3 literary pieces were exquisite, and the 2 rounds of debates and counter-arguments all hit the nail on the head, earning great praise from the examiners. Therefore, Hai Rui was recommended first. When the results were announced, Hai Rui's name appeared second on the list. At this time, numerous congratulatory reports arrived, making Hai and Hai Gong very happy. None of their friends who came with them passed. That year, in Thieu examination, Hai Rui was the only successful candidate from Hainan province, and his friends all came to congratulate him. On the day of the feast, Hai Rui attended with his friends at the governor's office, adorned with flowers and paying respects. It was a lively scene. After a few days, Hai Rui intended to return home. Someone stopped him, saying, "Brother, you're not far from taking the imperial examination in Beijing. Now, you're returning so far away. Isn't this delaying your preparation? It would be better if you don't return, and have your family report the good news back at the home." Hai Rui said, as the ancients said, "Wealth and honor that do not return to one's hometown are like wearing brocaded clothes at night. Although I am not particularly honored now, since I have been fortunate enough to pass the exam, I must personally visit the tomb and show some respect. Moreover, my humble family eagerly awaits me at home. Can't I, a man, see the face of my new honor and status?" Those who heard him were deeply impressed. Hai Rui thanked his teacher and greeted all his peers, then returned to Jian with his friends. They were overjoyed on their journey, especially as Hai Rui had something to offer in thanks to his mother-in-law and Zhang Guobai. Not a day passed before they arrived in Li State. Hai Rui wanted to visit his in-laws immediately, but was concerned that his friends would be delayed, so he asked Hai An to take a letter home to inform them. He and Hai Gong went to pay their respects to Hai Rai's mother-in-law at the Jiang household. Seeing her son-in-law's success, she danced and leapt for joy. Words were unnecessary. She ordered her servants to prepare wine to celebrate. Hai Rui said, "There are also visits to my uncles that I must make." "Madam," upon hearing this, she sighed and said, "Gobi died last month, and his funeral is still at home, not yet held." Hai Rui, on hearing this, could not help but weep loudly. "Alas, uncle, painful indeed. He doesn't even touch the wine, gazing fixedly at the Jiang estate until he reaches the spirit's presence and falls to the ground in tears. It turns out that Jiang Gong had no sons, only a legitimate nephew, Jiang Sui, who inherits." Hai Rui wept again and again until Jiang Sui came to advise him, pleading with him to stop. Hai Rui said, "On the day I went to the field I spoke with you. At that time your honor was afraid he would die. I comforted him with reason, not thinking he would actually die today. Recalling our conversation, it is indeed a prophecy for today's sorrow." I didn't expect in an instant. It became a grief across generations, not seeing old friends, only adding to my tears. He finished speaking and wept again, then took ink and brush to write a poem as a lament. Jiang Sui read it, and could not help but weep. Shortly after, Lady Zhang had someone ask Hai Rui to leave and drink with them, inviting Zhang Yuan to accompany him. Hai Rui's heart was heavy for Guo Bi. That day, at the wine table, he couldn't fully enjoy himself. The next day, Hai Rui intended to return to Hainan. Mrs. Zhang said, "Dear son-in-law, you've been exhausted from your travels, and you passed by my brother's place yesterday. You suffered too much, so rest for 2 days before heading back. I still have some matters to discuss with you." Hai Rui replied, "I'll stay if it's convenient for you, madam. Please teach me what you wish to say." Mrs. Zhang said, "I'm glad that you've passed the county exam as the top student and will take the Imperial Civil Service examination in the spring. But since you're leaving for such a long time, my daughter will have no one to care for her. I want to bring her back home and keep her until you pass your exams. In this way, she won't have to worry about her safety, and it will be better for both of you." Hai Rui thought deeply. "Indeed, if I go, there will be no one left to manage the household. Mrs. Zhang's words are out of love for me." So he bowed his head in respect and said, "I have repeatedly been supported by my mother-in-law, and now I am fortunate enough to make it this far. But I cannot bear the thought of burdening her with my wife again." Mrs. Zhang said, "My own daughter? What could possibly be a burden?" Hai Rui bowed his head multiple times, stayed for 2 days, then bid farewell and left. Within a day or so, he arrived at his home. Zhang's husband returned, and she was overjoyed. She immediately went to meet him upon his arrival in the main hall. First, she congratulated her husband, then bowed to him 4 times. Hai Rui also bowed to Zhang twice and said, "If I had not received your help, how could I have focused on my studies and achieved what I have today?" Zhang replied, "Managing the well and mill is my duty, sir. Why must you say such things? You'll break my heart." Hai Gong also came to pay his respects, and Hai Rui told Zhang about their situation. Zhang said, "Turning away from evil and returning to good is a praiseworthy act." and Hong both thanked her. With each relative and friend bringing lamb and wine to congratulate them at the door, Hai Rui was kept busy for 3 or 4 days. Then he conveyed his mother-in-law's wishes to his wife. Zhang had no objection. The couple entrusted all matters in their home to nearby neighbors and went to Zhang's family together. Upon meeting her daughter, Zhang was filled with joy. Words were unnecessary. More joyously, Zhang's former companions and sisters-in-law, separated for several years, suddenly returned, and everyone called her Grandma. The happiness was evident. 2 days later, Mrs. Zhang immediately contributed 100 silver ingots to assist Hai Rui in traveling to Beijing, urging him to set off. Hai Rui packed his bags, leading Hai and Hai Meng on their way to the provincial capital, constantly thinking of Mrs. Zhang's kindness. When they arrived at the provincial capital, it was already November. Hai Rui immediately reported to the provincial official, obtaining the travel funds for the trip to Beijing. However, the provincial official's office had a peculiar rule. For new and old examinees receiving Beijing exam travel funds, they needed to use some silver within the examination hall. Only then would they be granted swift access. If there were no such rules, they would intentionally delay matters. Hai Rui had no silver to use, so he waited for over 10 days without seeing any notices posted, becoming anxious. If it had been about silver, it would have been all right. but the documents were extremely urgent. If they were lost, he couldn't go take the exam. It was already the early part of December, and Hai Rui's heart was filled with urgency. He refused to compromise his principles, but he had no choice but to wait for the official to leave his home and stop him from entering. When the official learned about the misconduct of the clerk, he distributed the silver and sent a report to the governor, planning to punish the corrupt clerk without mentioning him. Hai Rui hurried to the governor's office, obtained the official document and travel permit, and immediately hired a boat. By this time, all the candidates for the imperial examination had already left, so he had no choice but to charter a tea leaf ship from Jiangxi, due to limited costs. For now, let it be. As for Yan Song, ever since he received the 52 silver coins, he changed his occupation and studied poetry and books day and night in order to advance in society. Soon after, when he heard that Shu, a certain person, had indeed ascended the throne and renamed the era as Jiajing, he was filled with surprise and delight, boasting, "From now on, I only worry about wealth and honor, not poverty." That year, the imperial examination took place, and despite his initial intelligence, this time he passed with consecutive successes. At this point, having gained fame, many friends supported him, and he openly asked for consultations in the capital. He was originally from Jiangxi, and going to the capital by this route was a shortcut. Within a month, he had arrived in the imperial city. On the first day of the third lunar month, Yan Song appeared particularly spirited within the grounds, having completed all 3 arts perfectly. After several rounds of the imperial examination, his confidence grew even more. Unexpectedly, since Jia Jing had ascended to the throne, he had never considered Yan Song for an appointment, but there was no way to summon him. Suddenly, upon reviewing the provincial lists of scholar officials, he saw Yan Song's name at the top and exclaimed happily, "This man is now in our grasp. When I was in Yuzhang, I knew all about his talents, and now he has been recommended. If this man becomes a graduate and the first pick among the examiner's rankings, it will be thanks to me." At that time, Zhang Bin was by his side and personally heard these words, remembering them. The next day, he was appointed as Grand President. The Emperor looked at Zhang Bin with approval and immediately promoted him to Grand President. Zhang Bin was a deputy minister of the Ministry of Ceremonies, also from Jiangxi, and because he understood the Emperor's intentions, from the moment the names were announced, he quietly instructed the examiners, secretly memorized their order, informed the official in charge of the screen about Yan Song's scroll, asking him to recommend it for Saint. When the results were announced, Yan Song was high among the 9th-ranked graduates. In the imperial examination, he was also ranked among the highest. Upon reaching the imperial palace, the emperor was overjoyed and granted a special edict, immediately appointing him as a Hanlin editor and in charge of the National Academy. He was at the peak of favor at that time, but for now he held his tongue. They then mentioned that Hai Rui had miscalculated the date and instead took a cargo ship down the Yangtze River, arriving in Beijing in April. With no chance to participate, he found himself staying in an old shop owned by Zhang. Desiring to return home, Haiyan and Haiyang both said, "Sir, after enduring countless hardships to reach Beijing, why not stay here for another exam? It would be a shame to leave empty-handed." Hai Rui responded, "While staying here for another exam is an excellent idea, how can I face my family's worries?" Haiyan retorted, "There's no need to worry. Your grandmother is currently in the home of Mrs. Old Lady, and she has someone taking care of her. Even if you don't return for a decade, there's nothing to be concerned about. Moreover, Mr. Li Chunyang, who was appointed to the Hanlin Academy this year, will also be waiting in Beijing until the end of his term before returning home." In the province, the most intimate with Grandpa was Hai Rui, who, if there was any shortage of salary, could also look to him for support, without any stinginess. Hai Rui listened and reflected on the words of the two, which certainly made sense, so he said, "Like this, let's stay one night, write a letter home to inform them, so they don't worry." So he immediately wrote the letter, pulled the messenger cart back to Guangdong, and forwarded it to southern Hainan. From then on, Hai Rui stayed in Beijing for the imperial examination, living at Zhang Lao Dao's tofu shop. As for Zhang Lao Dao, he was originally from Nanjing. He came to the capital when he was young, married a wife named Chushi. This Chushi, since marrying into the Zhang family, had not given birth to a son, but after several years, she gave birth to a daughter. However, it was strange. Somehow, on the night Chushi gave birth to her daughter, there was loud music from the heavens heard. By the time of delivery, the room was filled with an odd fragrance. Born into this world, the child was carrying a purple package. When they opened it, it was indeed a girl. Because of this anomaly, Zhang Laodao realized that this girl would be honored in the future, and he was overjoyed, not regretting having a daughter. By the time she was 7 or 8, she looked like a flower made of jade. Mrs. Chow knew a little about poetry and books. Her daughter also enjoyed reading, so instead of playing outside, she wanted her mother to teach her how to read. She named herself Yuanchun, which meant, because of her unusual appearance, she gained the favor of the empress. How she later rose to high prestige is something for another time. However, it's worth mentioning that since her childhood, Yuanchun loved learning to read with her mother. Surprisingly, though her mother could only read a few lines, Yuanchun, within 2 years, knew several times more characters than her mother. She was so intelligent and quick-witted, she became something of a female scholar. Every day, she asked her father to buy various books and literary works from different schools and carefully studied them. In a matter of months, she began writing poems. The old man watched her intelligence, and his heart was filled with joy. He loved her as if she were a precious jewel. He didn't dare to argue with her about many things, even though it was just a small business. Their family was poor. When Yuanchun said she wanted that book, he bought it for her despite the cost. Who would have thought that the daughter of the tofu shop would pile up cases of books? Her wife, Chu Shi, seeing how fiercely the old man loved her, often advised, "We are so poor. We just hoped our daughter would do some sewing to supplement the family income. How can you let her waste money in such a chaotic way? Buying books from east and west, what for?" I too was pampered by my parents. They taught me to read and write, hoping I wouldn't end up like her. Later, I married a man with bad luck. Within 5 years, I became a widow. At that time, both my parents were dead. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law were cold to me, so I married you. Now, all I am is a woman who grinds grain for a living. The modern-day Zhuo Wenjin. It seems that for women who know how to read, there's hardly one with a good fate among 10. "Don't be so indulgent with her anymore, but make her do some sewing and help around the house," said Zhang Lauer. "It's her feminine nature. So what? Doing some sewing is a good thing. Can't you control your daughter?" After that, her mother repeatedly stopped Yuanqin from reading and writing poems, urging her to focus on household chores. Yuanqin, listening to her mother's words, had no choice but to help with the housework during the day and, when she had some free time at night, would secretly study books, clutching them tightly as if she couldn't let go. At that time, Yuanqin was 15 years old. During the period when Hai Ru stayed in her shop, he often saw her. However, Hai Ru was a man of integrity, and even though he saw such a beautiful girl like a flower or jade, he didn't pay much attention to her. Therefore, Yuanqin didn't avoid him either. Old Master Zhang, after seeing Hai Rui's sincerity, often said, "My son, old Mr. Hai, since he came to our shop, has never really looked at anyone. Furthermore, considering the kindness we've shown him, he behaves like family, like a father and son. You don't need to deliberately avoid him." Because of these words, Yuan Kun also stopped avoiding Hai Rui. For now, let's not go into details. As for Yan Song, since gaining favor, he has frequently appeared before the emperor. The emperor follows his advice and listens to his plans. At this time, he is extremely prominent. He has established a mansion in Beijing, purchased servants and maids, married 2 wives, and spends his days outside with Zhang Zhaiber selling official positions and accumulating bribes. His family member, Yanner, calls himself Mr. Yanner and is heavily relied upon by the Yan family, considered one of their inner circle. This Yanner, leveraging the master's power, engages in usury and exploits the common people on the outside. In this Kyoto, the most lucrative thing is issuing official bonds and printed money. What is printed money? For example, there are poor small households in the countryside that need to do business but lack capital. They borrow from those who lend money to them. If they borrow 1,000 man, they must repay it in several man per day, with interest added at a rate of 2 more. When collecting the money each day, they seal it with a privately embossed small stamp as proof, known as printed money, which carries the heaviest interest. The poor people are desperate and have nowhere to borrow, so they have no choice but to turn to this, an unavoidable situation. This is what Yan are presumably referring to. Strict or harsh person does for a living, spending his days issuing printed debt. People know he is someone from the Yan family who works for the government, so none dares default on his loans. That's why he issues more and earns significant profits. That year, Beijing suffered a severe drought. Grain prices were high, Zhang Lao's an older person's business was slow, and he had outstanding land taxes, with officials demanding repayment, pressing like stars in the sky. He was looking for ways to borrow money. One day, Zhang Lao delivered bean curd to the Yan household. At this moment, Yuan was sitting in the gatekeeper's room, and noticed old Zhang with his brows furrowed and no trace of emotion. He asked, "Old man, I've seen you frowning these past few days. What's the matter?" Old Zhang sighed after being asked and said, "To be honest, Mr. Yuan, we've had trouble conducting business as usual lately, so I'm quite distressed." Yuan replied, "Your family has limited resources, but with this old shop, you should have enough to live on. How can you say business is impossible? Is it because of public or private debts being demanded by someone?" Old Zhang answered, "Exactly. Recently, grain and food prices are high, and our store's business has been very slow. In the past, we had over 10 customers staying with us in the shop, but now there are none. We only have an old sea captain who doesn't eat at the shop. The master and his 3 servants cook their meals separately, paying me only a couple of silver coins per month for room tax. Now that the land tax is past its due date, government officials visit daily demanding payment. With no place to borrow money, I'm really bothered." Yuan smiled and said, "These land taxes, is there some major issue causing you such distress?" Old Zhang shook his head and said, "Not quite. As businessmen, if we owe grain or money, the authorities will come to collect it every 3 days or 5 days. I'm afraid this old man's posterior won't withstand a few such beatings." Yuan said, "Is that so severe? Why not ask for some rent in advance from his accommodation, saving him from trouble?" Old Zhang replied, "It's quite amusing. In the capital city, I've run a guest house for 20 years and seen countless guests, but never encountered such frugality from an old gentleman like this." Yuan asked, "Since he is a gentleman, surely he has prospects, someone who values dignity? Why such stinginess?" Old Zhang explained, "He isn't a government official. He's a poor scholar from Guangdong with no luck. He took part in the Imperial examination last time and arrived late in Beijing. By the time he got there, it was already April, past the exam period. Not wanting to leave empty-handed, he stayed at our guest house for some time. His finances are limited, and he and his 3 servants have barely enough clothes for 2 people. The old crab, dressed in a blue robe, had not taken it off since he came to the store, and is still wearing it today. He is from the same hometown as Lord Li, the scholar, and whenever he goes to the courtyard, he wears this very robe. This shows clearly enough. He is a man of integrity, and does not speak much. However, he is frugal. Since he has been in the store, he has never had us serve him water for free even for 1 day, so how could we ask him for anything?" Yuan, after hearing this, burst into laughter, saying, "Such a poor man still hoping for help? Well, I see that you are an honest person, and in this dire situation, I will lend you a few silver coins to get started. How does that sound?" Old Zhang, upon hearing Yuan was willing to lend him money, was overjoyed, as if he had been pardoned from prison, smiling broadly and saying, "Master Yuan, you are the most benevolent of elders. If you will trust me, lending me a few silver coins would spare me much hardship. This is a second chance, and I promise to repay every coin, along with interest for my children." Yuan said, "My silver is from someone else, and I need to return the interest along with it to the young master. Every 2 months, I deduct 2 gios plus 3 lines of interest, which becomes clear in a month. If it cannot be cleared in a month, then interest must be paid." Old Zhang listened and reflected on the heavy interest of 8 giaos plus 3. He thought there was no other way to handle this urgent matter. He considered that it would be better to pay him back within a month and avoid the consequences of not paying, rather than facing severe punishment tomorrow. He decided to give some leeway and continue their discussion. After making up his mind, he approached Yuan. "This is what we should do, but we can barely afford it if Mr. Yuan agrees to lend us." "How much would Mr. Yuan be willing to lend me?" Yuan replied. "You want to borrow? 10 giaos. Old Zhang was relieved when he heard that Yuan was willing to lend him 10 giaos, leaving enough to cover a few giaos in expenses while the rest could serve as capital for future transactions. He said, "This is something Mr. Yuan believes in strongly. I do not know how to repay such kindness." Yuan said, "There are often urgent matters in Zhu, and you don't need to repay them. As long as you return it on time, that's all. If you need silver, just write a loan note, and I'll give you the silver." As Zhou replied, "I don't know how to write it, Mr. Yuan. Could you provide a draft? Then I can copy it." Yuan and agreed, and took Zhang Luer into a room, took out his inkstone and brush, wrote a loan note draft, read it himself, then gave it to Zhang Luer to look at. Zhang Luo quickly took it and saw that it said, "Loan note. The borrower name is located at address. Due to an urgent need, I am unable to borrow, but Mr. Yan has generously agreed to lend 10 silver coins. Each month, interest of 3 gios will be added. This loan is limited to 1 month. It must be repaid according to the deadline. If there is any delay beyond the deadline, additional interest will apply, calculated on both principal and interest." This note serves as proof. Zhang Luo read it, but still didn't understand the last 2 sentences. All it means is that if you don't return the money in January, you will be charged interest for the month. I wrote it down as it was, not adding or subtracting a single character, sealed it with a flower press, and sent it to Yanner for review. Yanner, upon receiving the loan slip, smiled and said, "Indeed, not a single character is off." He then took the slip, placed it beside his pillow on the bed, took out a silver ingot, and handed it to Zhang Luo, saying, "This is 8 taels in weight, deducting the head tax. It amounts to 10 taels. This is an ingot of fine silk silver that you have personally inspected." At this point, it began to get dark, and Zhang Luo took a quick look before tucking it away, saying, "Excellent. You old man are indeed sincere. There's no fake silver here." 1,000 thanks and countless expressions of gratitude later, he left the store, his heart filled with joy. It was already late, and his wife complained, "Where have you been all day?" "Those 2 officials from the office came again, and since you weren't here, they scolded you harshly. They wouldn't leave even after kind words, saying that the upper authorities are pressing them hard, and everything must be settled tomorrow. If we don't accept this silver, I'm afraid we'll drag them down, and it will be hard for them." Saying this, they sat waiting for you to go and see the officials. Thanks to old Hai and the 2 Butler brothers, it took a lot of argument before he agreed to go. They already arranged for the payment to be cleared early tomorrow morning. Yet here you are, not knowing what you've been doing outside and only now returning, not even realizing you're home. Old Zhang said, "You don't need to worry. I have a plan. I guarantee that there will be silver paid in by tomorrow." He kept smiling as he ordered dinner to be brought. His wife complained, "At your age, you should know better than to worry about such things. With no doors to borrow from, you're still talking dreams." "This is not a dream," old Zhang said, "but the truth. If you don't believe me, let me show you something." He took out the silver from his chest and placed it on the table, saying, "Is this all just a dream?" His wife was overjoyed, not asking where the silver had come from. The couple celebrated, enjoyed their dinner, and didn't speak of anything else that night. The next day, Zhang Luo wanted to deposit the silver at the bank and withdraw some to cover his expenses. When he reached the bank, the teller looked at it and exclaimed, "This is no good," which shocked Zhang Luo. As they say, only in moments of genuine loyalty do we truly understand the extent of a trader's machinations. As for what happened next, you'll have to wait for the next chapter. Hai Gong in the C public case. Chapter 9. Zhang Luo borrows money and is deceived. However, upon hearing the bank manager say that the silver was no good, Zhang Luo was shocked and stood there dumbfounded, asking, "How can you say it's no good?" The manager replied, "It's clearly lead-filled, with a silver outer covering. That's why it's no good." Don't argue. How could we have been running this bank for our entire lives and not recognize it? Zhang Luo had nothing to rely on at that moment, and only cried out in despair, then left the bank quickly, looking towards the Yan estate for some bad luck. Upon arriving at the Yan estate, he learned that Yan Eryan's second son had followed Yan Song into the imperial court, and was not expected back any time soon. With no other choice, I had to wait outside the door of the neighboring house. Regrettably, I hadn't even taken a good look at the silver, and yet I fell for someone's trick. How could I not admit it? Furthermore, Yan is a man with great potential. Clearly, he was tricked, but not on purpose. Let's see how he showed kindness to me yesterday. He would never deny it. I had just kept guessing and wondering, waiting there until noon before he finally returned. Yanner, following his master, saw him immediately, but pretended not to have seen him, going in with his master and refusing to come out. Old Zhang is used to delivering tofu porridge, so the people in the yard somewhat recognized him. However, whenever someone came out, they'd ask Mr. Yan what he was doing inside. He would reply, "He's currently serving my master's meals, and after dinner he assists with signing and sealing documents." With so many things to do, how could he possibly have time to come out? "If you want to see him, you'll have to come tomorrow," old Zhang said. "I need to return something to him. Since the matter cannot be left unattended, "May I trouble your honor to deliver it in person?" he asked. "It's impossible," replied the other. "He has the strangest temperament. Almost none of us in his generation talk to him. You have something to give him. Why not wait until tomorrow and present it face to face?" After he finished speaking, each went about their business. The old man was left waiting at the door for a long time. The light was about to fade, and he was hungry. He finally returned to his shop. Just as he entered, he heard several official messengers inside, panicking and exclaiming, "Can't we hide?" Old Zhang, at a loss, went in and told the group of officials, "I'm not hiding. I've come." The messengers saw him and scolded, "You're such a troublemaker. Why did you go off and hide, only to sneak back now? You must have thought we'd left and that's why you came back to eat." After sleeping until morning, he left early in the dark. This tactic is how you deal with debts. Today, however, I won't concern myself with whether you have it or not. I'm just taking you to the hall to meet the official. He grabbed Zhang Lao by the chest and dragged him away. Zhang Lao was taken aback, shouting, "Wait a moment. Let's talk this over slowly." His wife and daughters came to advise him, but the official paid no heed, continuing to drag him along chaotically. Both sides shouted, startling Hai Rui into coming to mediate as well. The official said, "Hai Logi, you shouldn't get involved in this trivial matter." Hai Rui replied, "Please calm down everyone and let me speak. If it's not suitable for them to stay on, then they must leave. Let's hear what Hai Liagi has to say." After hearing Hai Rui, the official finally released Zhang Lao. Hai Rui said, "Zhang Dongjia, this is grain and money, not a private debt. You should have planned ahead to avoid today's situation. Now, what are your plans?" Zhang Lao sighed. "How would you know, everyone? With regard to shortfalls in silver and grain, there's no choice but to tighten the rules. As I went to this place yesterday, it was for the same purpose. I don't know how much effort I made with my words and tongue to borrow 8 silver coins from a wealthy merchant. I only hoped to pay them today when I got home, but I found out that they were lead-filled, so I had to find the original owner to exchange them. How could I have known that the silver owner was busy and couldn't make time, so I couldn't even see him face to face? I waited until now to get a response. It will probably take until tomorrow to exchange them. Can you give me an extension for just one day? You, an older person, saying such childish things. You're not a child of 2 or 3 years old. Why didn't you even look at the silver to see if it was good before taking it and paying it into the treasury? Who would believe such a lie?" said old Zhang. "If you don't believe me, wait until I show it to you." He then took out the false silver bar from his waist, placing it on the table. Everyone looked at it and only laughed coldly, refusing to believe it, saying that he was using the fake silver as an excuse to avoid it. They asked, "Where did you borrow this silver?" "However, we still have to accuse you of using counterfeit silver," said old Zhang. "That's not my concern. The original owner is here now." The official asked, "Who is the silver's owner?" "I borrowed it from him." Upon hearing this, the official sighed. "No wonder you said so. You, a respectable person, would borrow from someone like that? This Yan heir is originally from Yangzhou and has been a bachelor for half his life. He's committed countless crimes in Beijing over the years, too many to count. Later, after learning of the Yan family's power, he became a servant in their household. He doesn't even have the Yan surname. His original name was Lai Sanjian. Yanner is what the master renamed him. Now that you've been tricked, there's no need to go back and exchange it. If you did, he would definitely refuse. He'd say the master rewarded him with the silver, and you're the one who stole it. He'd return the notice to the master immediately, sending you to the military administration office, and he'd make you eat 20 big beats, a heavy iron collar. We've seen you several times. This bad luck of yours, don't think of changing it. You must hurry and make your plans for paying up." Old Zhang, after hearing these words, furrowed his brows and stuck out his tongue, which he couldn't withdraw for a while, and sighed. "I'm done for." He broke into tears. His wife and daughter, upon hearing this, also cried. Hai Rui, standing by, said, "How can such a person exist? What should be done now?" At this point, the couple looked at each other, stunned and standing there like puppets, as the officials made their way towards them. Hai Rui, seeing this, felt sorry for them and advised, "You don't have to act this way. The grain and food supplies cannot be delayed. He has been deceived again, and he has no place to borrow from. I am willing to temporarily pay for it on his behalf, but I don't know how much silver that will take." They said, "Since Lord Hai has this kind heart, even our tea dealer would accept 4 or 5 silver coins." Hai Rui replied. That's very easy then. So he hurried back to his room, took out 4 or 5 silver coins, and paid the debt for old Zhang. The official took the coins, examined them carefully, and said, "Thank you, sir. See, we will meet again another day." They all bowed and left. When the official left, old Zhang, with his family, went to Hai Ru and thanked him. Hai Ru quickly got up and said, "Host, you don't need to do this. It's just a minor matter. No need to worry." Old Zhang replied, "If it hadn't been for your kindness, they would have taken me away today. I would have ended up with that old stick. But I don't know how to repay you, Sir Hai." The couple expressed their deepest gratitude, which need not be elaborated. However, deep down, old Zhang was still dissatisfied. The next morning, he went to Yan's residence and waited for Yan Er. After breakfast, he finally saw him. Yan asked, "You who brought the porridge, why are you here now?" Old Zhang then told him about the previous day's events and returned the silver coins. Yan, with an intentional expression, said, "You've come again. My silver was given to me by my superior. How can it be fake? Stop talking, or someone might hear and laugh," said old Zhang. "It's clearly Mr. Tu's silver. We merchants would never dare cheat. There are witnesses from a certain silver shop, silversmiths, and government officials who can attest to this." Yan flew into a rage. "Nonsense! You wicked person! You're obviously under pressure, with no way out, and I lent you this silver as a favor, allowing you to pay back the official funds and use the rest as capital. How dare you blame me for the fake silver? Can't you think about who I am? Go back quickly and pay me back, or if you go home to your master, I doubt you'll be able to bear it." After a torrent of abuse, old Zhang was left speechless, with tears in his eyes. He had no choice but to leave the Yan household with the fake silver bars still in his hand. On his way back he was seething with anger, and when he reached the shop, his wife and children rushed to ask what had happened. Old Zhang stamped his foot and pounded his chest, cursing. "You wretched traitor Qi Jiamu, won't even admit it and threatens me with words." Yuan Chun said, "Father is too naive." He was tricked for a moment. With such a mindset, he would never admit guilt. "It's just bad luck for us." Old Zhang replied, "Even if we say this, there's still a 1-month limit. If he comes to collect, what should we do? We need to find a way out." Yuan Chun suggested, "If he comes to demand it, let the old Sea Lord talk to him. Maybe reason will persuade him, and he won't have to pay back we can't be certain. Father is old and his strength is limited, so he shouldn't worry too much and just leave it be." Despite agreeing with words, old Zhang was deeply worried, restless day and night, and eventually fell ill. Yuan Chun comforted his father in every way possible, called a doctor, and gave him medicine, but he refused to take it. Yuan Chun untied his robe and served him day and night. Old Zhang said, "I originally didn't have any illness, but because of worry, I don't need the medicine now." "I'm just afraid this rascal will come to collect the debt," said Yuan Chun. "Even if he does, seeing my father lying sick in bed, I doubt he'll be overly pressing." Old Zhang listened in silence and thought to himself, "My daughter has indeed seen through everything. If I owe him, then judging by my current state, he should understand." He felt a little relieved in his heart. 10 or more days passed, and it was the end of the month. Yan knew that old Zhang hadn't sent any bean curd for some time, and assumed he was sick. He didn't mind. By the time the deadline came around, old Zhang still hadn't come to repay the debt. After waiting 2 days, he couldn't take it anymore and went to the shop. Hearing Yan Er's personal visit, old Zhang hurried out, despite his illness. "Now that the limit is up," said Yan, "how come you haven't come to pay back the silver? Why do I have to personally come and ask for it?" "I dare not trouble Mr. Yan's noble feet," replied old Zhang. "I've been sick recently, unable to walk, let alone run a business. That's why I haven't sent any bean curd to your house for some time." "Mr. Yan should understand. The silver borrowed before was only due to unforeseen circumstances. I hope the second gentleman will grant an extension, and I will return it along with my son-in-law and daughter-in-law next month." "How dare a person of your age act so chaotically? Initially, you said 1 month for repayment, yet now you speak of next month. Such delays. I must tell you, I, Yanner, took the master's silver to lend it out, and whether it was borrowed from the government or not, it is 8/3 interest with a term of 3 months. If it were just minor matters, then 1 month for repayment would be fine. But that's not the case. You old man are nothing but trouble." After taking the silver, he said it was fake within 2 or 3 nights, talking about lead and copper alloys, as if to trick me. Luckily I didn't fall for your tricks. Now, You say you're sick and cannot do business, asking for an extension and not offering a single cent in interest. Is it possible that having borrowed someone else's silver, you claim to be ill and avoid paying it back? Old Zhang hurriedly replied, Not like that. I am merely a broker. If I have idle hands, my mouth remains silent, and I cannot even afford 3 meals. Where would I get the silver to repay? Mr. Yan, you are a kind man at heart. Don't think of anything else. Forgive me for asking for an extension of 1 month. By then, I will surely pay it back. I dare not delay. Yan asked, What did you say earlier? Old Zhang answered, Indeed, I initially said 1 month, but I never expected to fall ill. I beg Mr. Yan for forgiveness, and old Zhang will be eternally grateful. Yan refused to compromise, immediately raising a ruckus. Yuan Chun and her daughter heard the commotion from behind and, realizing things were not good, came out to plead on behalf of old Zhang. As soon as Yan saw Yuan Chun, he lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits, his evil eyes fixed on her. It's true, greed still smoldering, evil thoughts arise once more. Ew. After all, Yanner suddenly saw Yuan Chun's beauty, so stunning that she was speechless, and had to wait for the next chapter to understand. The public case of Hai 10th chapter. Family members see beauty and feel enticement. However, Yanner suddenly caught a glimpse of Yuan Chun's exquisite beauty, truly like closing the moon in shame, fish falling from the sky, causing her soul to fly away, and she stood stunned for a while. Her anger then dissipated, turning into joy, and she said, Kind mother and daughter, please rise. This doesn't concern you. I will handle this old dog myself. Chow the servant said, Master Yan, calm your thunderous anger and let me and my mother speak. My husband, for the sake of grain and food, had no choice but to borrow money from you. With your help, we are deeply grateful. Initially, I intended to repay it within the limit, but alas, fate did not allow. This old man suddenly fell ill. He cannot even grind tofu, has been sitting at home for half a month, sleeping on his bed. Every common need has consumed our clothes and belongings. For these past 2 days, we have had nothing to eat. In my heart, I truly worry about this silver, but I am helpless and frightened. Therefore, I humbly request an extension of 1 more month, promising to repay with additional interest. After speaking, he knelt again. Original note. This servant takes advantage of the power of sovereignty and lends money at high interest, putting people under pressure. Reading this, it is truly shocking. Yanner waved his hand and gave an order, saying, Your words still carry a hint of reason. All right, for your mother and daughter's sake, I'll give you an extension of 1 month. However, he's sick now, with no silver to pay for treatment, so he can't do business. Where will he earn money to repay me? As they say, one must be firm. All right, I have a few scattered silver pieces here. Take them. But if he recovers and resumes business soon, it'll save you the trouble of having to rely on your mother and daughter. After speaking, he cast a frequent glance at Yuan Chun. Yuan Chun, feeling his gaze, bowed her head and walked inside. The Chuao family dared not accept this silver. They called out, but got no response. They couldn't catch up, so they had to reluctantly store the silver away, warning their old man not to waste it, and promising to arrange another way. An old man, seeing such a scene, remembering how Yuan had been so cruel and vicious at first, now showing such kindness, is truly baffling. He was merely too exhausted to care much, and lay down on his bed to sleep without further expression. As for Chen, she told Yuan, This Mr. Yan has a peculiar and fickle nature. For some reason, he became so talkative later on, even helping us with silver. It's truly puzzling. Yuan replied, Mother, I believe this Yan is not a good person at heart. One can tell from his words and actions that something is amiss. He flaunts his kindness just to impress us, but he sells our loyalty for mere silver. This is clearly malicious intent. His true intentions are far beyond 10 silver coins, Chen said. We should ignore him. Just repay what we owe him and have nothing more to do with him. Even without the suspicions of the Q family mother and daughter, when Yanner saw Yuan-kun, he was filled with private desires, wanting nothing more than to embrace her at that moment and enjoy her. But he dared not speak, as their parents were present, so he devised a plan, ultimately selling his deepest affection to them, purposely buying silver. Along the way, he yearned for her incessantly. When he returned, he sat motionless in the gatehouse, refusing to eat, and then went straight to bed. Opening his eyes, he saw this beautiful woman before him, and his thoughts became unmanageable. He thought to himself, I now have a place to eat, and fortunately obtained such great wealth. It's a major pleasure in life, but I've never married. If I were to take this old man's daughter as my wife, it would not be in vain for all the effort I've put into this. However, I'm getting old, and his daughter seems no older than 16. She wouldn't marry me, I think. It was just a fantasy. I'll offer a large sum to hire him. I'm sure even old Zhang, this poor fellow, won't refuse. If he doesn't accept 100 too, I'll add several times more, without fear of his refusal. He then reflected, I've struggled through half a life, spending countless tears and hardships to reach today. How could I easily spend snow-white silver for a woman? After all, it's the silver that matters. A stingy heart arose, and he abandoned his desire for beauty. But in an instant, evil thoughts resurfaced, and he thought, with silver, without a captivating wife, it would be in vain. I must do whatever it takes to get her, to fulfill my wish. He hesitated over the silver, but then turned over and over on his bed, devising plans. Suddenly, an idea struck him, exclaiming, "That's it!" He quickly got up, retrieved Zhang's loan ticket, examined it closely, and seeing the 1 in 10 too, he couldn't help but clap his hands in delight. Who would have thought that my wife is right here on this one character? Take up the pen and change 15 to 52. Smiling, he said, 52 plus 10 to an interest. In a month it will be 62. If you don't remind him for 3 months, this could bother him. Having made his decision, he tucked away the loan note and went to bed. From then on, he temporarily put this matter aside, even putting off dealing with the ladies' affairs, waiting for another day to devise a plan. Truly, a spark can ignite a mountain. By letting go of the strictness regarding Yanner, his worries slightly eased, and gradually he began to feel better, but was still concerned about Yanner coming to collect the debt. However, after a month passed without him coming, he couldn't shake off his unease and intentionally went to Yan's residence. Surprisingly, Yanner looked quite different then. Not only did he not mention the silver, but he showed even greater respect, inviting him to eat and drink. This old man, however, still didn't understand, thinking he was a generous person who helped others without caring about these small debts, expressing his gratitude and leaving. "Return and tell your wife and daughter the SU family does not like it," saying, "This should be that we still have a little spirit left, otherwise we would have been forced. It seems he doesn't really care about these silver coins. Now let's open our shop and do business again. If we can make some profit, everyone will save a bit, then we'll pay him back." Yuanshan sighed. Mother only knows one side of it, not the other. Father made a mistake in borrowing his money. That's why Siu used this to control me. The other day he stormed our door, gave us harsh glares. No matter what Father said, his anger could not be calmed. When I and my mother left, he pestered us with pleadings, but Yanner stared at me with both eyes, never blinking, then again flirted with me from the corner of his eye. I didn't know it, but being under this low roof, I had no choice but to lower my head. So, I stood behind Mother in hopes that could help Father. But I hadn't expected that the servant would show his true colors so early on, looking at me while speaking. On leaving, he specifically threw gold and silk at my mother's side, playing with them at will, showing ill intentions. Therefore, I returned to my room early, indeed, also to prevent any further problems. Why doesn't he come to collect the debt now, but instead treats my father well? Whoa, what does that mean, Mother? Do you know? Chow the name said, "You have these thoughts." But I'm not sure about it. Can you explain it in detail for me? Yuanchun replied, "Mother is indeed wise. My father owes him money. He hasn't received even a half-cent from my father for 2 months, and besides, we had scolded him severely that day. Now, why does he show such front-bent, back-bending behavior? His intentions are clear. I don't want to speak of it, but I have no choice but to tell you on Mother's behalf. It was this young man John who turned enmity into virtue." Original footnote. The little girl is clever and has already realized the wickedness in that servant's heart. Therefore, Yuanchun alone can stand firm against him, which shows her foresight. To the reader, it seems like a young woman with long hair is lively on paper, and to the listener, her voice sounds alive. This is an example of exquisite writing. Chow asked, "How do you know?" Yuanchun said, "Mother doesn't need to say much. Time will tell." Chow didn't ask further details. She just knew that she helped her husband with housework all day. Time flew by quickly. Days and months passed by in a flash, and 2 months had already gone by. At this time, old Zhang had also saved up some silver, but he was worried that it wouldn't be enough for 10 taels. He thought if the 2 gentlemen came, he would give them everything. and they would surely understand. Unexpectedly, 2 months passed, and there was no news of Yan Er demanding debt. Old Zhang assumed they had forgotten about it, so he was happy and focused on making a living. It had been 7 months since then, and every time Yan Er didn't come, his heart felt at ease. He had stopped worrying and was fully devoted to business. One day, a matchmaker named Li Sam came. The Huangs welcomed her in and asked about her purpose. Li Sam first exchanged polite greetings, and then discussed the matter of marriage for a daughter. Huang said, "My family is not meant to have children. We only have a daughter who is 15 years old this year and has yet to be married off. If grandmother agrees, she can take on the responsibility of providing for our daughter, ensuring she has a place to eat and live comfortably for life, and I will feel immense gratitude." Li Sam replied, "Between you and me, we are not wealthy, so raising a daughter is our greatest hope. We wish she would grow up quickly so that we can find her a good husband and ease the worries of our parents. Only merely 2 words can't be said." "Chu Chow," Mr. said. "Matching men and women is a natural reason. How can you say this?" Li Sam, Mother Li said. "Big sister, you don't know. Let me explain to you. No matter if it's our poor families, raising a daughter brings enough bad luck. Whether she stays at home as a daughter, all the troubles are hidden pain. When she grows up a little, we fear she'll have insufficient food and cold body, so we give her countless care. Until the age of coming of age, one worries about having no suitable match, 2 fears losing harmony. This is what parents who raise a daughter feel. They've raised this money-losing thing, hanging their hearts in fear and anxiety with no rest. Only after she gets married will they be at ease. This shows the difficulty of raising a daughter, and the fact that marriage isn't easy. Now, seeing my niece has reached the age of coming of age and also possesses beauty and talent, I don't think she'll be humiliated in future. So I've specially come for her lifelong happiness." "Chu Chow," Mr. said. "Great. I was just asking you to help, but you came yourself. Isn't this a divine gift?" The young lady is now 15 years old and ready to discuss marriage arrangements, but her mother disagrees. If she doesn't find her unappealing, she might casually mention her merits so that she can have a suitable match in the future, all thanks to her mother's influence. Li Sam, Mother Li said, "There is one excellent match available right now, but I'm afraid my daughter's fortune is not strong enough to accept it." Original note. This truly is the words of a matchmaker, reflecting human relationships, which is indeed the case today. She, Mr. Chu replied, "My daughter wears simple clothes and a skirt, and 1 meal would be enough for her. So why should she have high expectations?" Li Sam said, "That's not right. A young lady must look outward, and if she thinks that a poor girl like her deserves a high-status marriage, it might not work out." Now, regarding the original note. Holding power, these 2 words are quite new. Mr. Yan. He wants to take a wife without insisting on a bride price. I think that the Yan family is prosperous now, and with its immense wealth, all of them are officials. Which one wouldn't want to associate with him? Original note. Indeed, as they say, altogether they are rich, which is true. If the beloved goes to his family, it would be like living in paradise. This morning, Second Sir specially called for me and ordered me to find a suitable match, someone around 15 or 16 years old. I thought of the beloved. Her character is truly excellent, and her age is also appropriate, which suits him perfectly. That's why he sent me. If Auntie agrees, she should write the papers and give them to me to take. Then it will definitely work out. Mr. Chow asked, "You mean Second Sir is related to Uncle Yan in the Grand Council office?" "Exactly," said Li Sanma. "How could you not know?" Mr. Chow said, "He had some dealings with my father. That's why I recognize him. Since there has been interaction, it will be easy," said Li Sanma. "But what is Auntie's intention?" Mr. Chow said, "Although the daughter was born to me, after all, this is her lifelong matter, and I must consult with her. Mother, please go back. I will try to gauge the young lady's manners tonight, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow." Li Sam said, "Of course, it's just that the second gentleman's temper is quite intense. Big sister inquired tonight, and I'll come to verify it tomorrow." Chow or ZGC agreed, and Li Sam left. Without mentioning Li Sam's departure, let's say Chow Si took 3 steps and 2 paces, reaching Yuan Chun's room, where she recounted Li Sam's words to her in great detail. Yuan Chun, after listening, became stunned, exclaiming loudly, "It's done!" and fainted. Truly, one should have known today, regretting the past. After all, Yuan Chun passed out, unconscious, leaving uncertain whether she would survive. Let us see how the story unfolds in the following text. Hainan Si Public Case, 8th Chapter. Zhang Chaosi interferes with mediation and brings a lawsuit further on. When Yuanchun heard these words from Chaosi, she felt her spirit leave her body, leaving Chaosi shaken and in a panic. She quickly administered ginger tea, several sips at a time. After a long while she came to, sighing, "My child indeed knew today's outcome." Chaosi replied, "Lifetime matters. Should they all be according to my son's wishes? There's no need for you to torment yourself like this." Yuanchun sighed. Mother is indeed a clay that does not shape itself. Now, Yanner has sent an intermediary to propose marriage, and if we accept, there will be no further discussion. If we refuse, he will demand the outstanding debt to embarrass me. Chaoshi, upon hearing this, finally understood, and urgently relayed the information to Zhang Lauer. The old man said, "It's no wonder he hasn't come to my house for several months to ask about the debt. He had already planned this in advance. Although I am from a poor family, and this year is an old age for me, I must rely on my daughter for sustenance and burial. This evil servant is now in the Yan household. If my daughter marries into their family, it would be like being separated from her. As they say, the gates of a lordly house are as deep as the sea. One cannot even catch a glimpse of them. No wonder he has been so persistent." Chaoshi replied, "My daughter feels the same way too. That's why she doesn't want to marry him." Original annotations. Zhang Lauer and Chaoshi only knew that entering a lordly house was as deep as the sea, and there was no way to see them. They didn't know that marrying a household slave would be a great insult. Yuanchun had a deep understanding of her parents' perspective. "If he comes, all we can do is refuse him," said Zhang Lauer. "Not like that," countered Chushi. "You owe him money, and if you refuse, he might turn nasty and come after you to collect. Debt must be repaid. Life for a life, needless to say," declared Zhang. "If he comes to claim his debt, I'll use this old life of mine to make him whole." "You shouldn't risk your life like that," said Chu Shi. "I have a plan." Note: unclear what the plan is. For now, let's set it aside. The next day, Li Sam again came to Zhang's store demanding the letter. "My daughter is still young," explains Chu Shi, "and according to Mr. Zhang's calculation this year, he said it would be inappropriate to rejoice, suggesting we wait 3 more years before discussing marriage. This has caused quite a stir in her fate. Indeed, anger arises from the heart, hatred grows at the edge of the mind." Li Sam Li's mother coldly smiled and said, "What has changed about what Big Sister said yesterday? What is the reason? I already reported your words to Master Yan and Mr. Zhang yesterday. They asked me to come today for confirmation and inquired about the dowry. You agreed to this yesterday, but now you're saying these things. Isn't that trying to force me?" "That won't do," Chow the woman said. "Yesterday, when Mother came here, I originally intended to request praise and matchmaking for my daughter. However, after hearing Mother say there was a good marriage offer, I couldn't help but be overjoyed and immediately told my daughter about it. But my daughter had already invited Mr. Feng, a highly renowned master, last month. His readings were very auspicious, predicting that she would have a red bird, a positive omen this year, but with a sheep blade, a negative aspect, making it unsuitable to celebrate happiness. Otherwise, there could be bloodshed or unfavorable outcomes for the family. I only learned of this last night, so I couldn't accept, not out of disrespect, but hoping for understanding." Li Sanma coldly smiled and said, "You spoke so eloquently yesterday, but now you've changed your tune and are evading the issue. I won't get involved, but I'll tell Mr. Eyre to see how he handles it." Disappointed, she left. She ended up at Yan's gate, found Yanner, and told him in detail about the rejection from the Chow family. Yanner had been eagerly looking forward to this match, but hearing these words was like a cold shower. As they say, "I meant to trust the moon, but it illuminated a dry ditch." At that moment, Yanner couldn't help but exclaim, "If we don't teach him a lesson, how can I let this anger go? Please ask Li Sanma to come back. Tell her I no longer want to marry her daughter and that he should return the silver on the contract. If not, he won't be able to afford it at the garrison office." Li Sanma, seeing him angry, dared not be remiss and immediately agreed. She hurried to the shop and said to the Qiao family, "I said you would harm me by scolding, but now you are the one suffering." The Qiao family replied, "How does it exhaust you to get scolded? I, on the other hand, am not suffering. Marriage is not something forced. And besides, let me hear your side." Li Sanma then recounted in detail what Yanner had asked him to return the silver immediately. The Qiao family said, "My family was just poor and borrowed 10 silver from him. He now wants to use it to control me. This isn't a problem. After all, as they say, what is given can be taken back. We are running this shop here, and we haven't delayed him in any way. No matter how powerful he is, he should act rationally and not try to control people. I just don't agree. Please go tell him that my family owes him the silver, so we will return it to him. If it's about marriage, however, I won't bother explaining myself. Li Sanma, seeing the Kuo family's resolve, stopped trying to convince her and left in anger. After meeting Yanner, he added some words. Yanner, hearing this, was filled with anger, dismissed Li Sanmao, and thought to himself, the Chu family is so despicable. I must show them my skills and make them see. He immediately went to the army office in front, had a document written, and attached the old man's personal bond inside. He found the family of the army office and explained the situation. They were all from the same party, so they agreed readily, saying, the affairs of Brother Yi are like my own. Once our superior returns, we will send it up for approval, and as soon as it is approved, we will immediately arrest and collect it. Yanner, grateful, took his leave. As for the army commander, Xu Wei Bang, he was originally from Guangdong, a graduate of the Imperial examination, and currently holds his current post. The gatekeeper, Shuman, received the report and waited for Xu Wei Bang to return and submit it. Soon after, the sound of a command came closer, and indeed, it was Master Su returning to the office. Shuman quickly helped him down from the carriage and went into the inner hall. Only Shuman walked up to the front, knocked 1,000 times, and said, Your servant has a request to make, hoping for your approval. Xu Gong replied, Feel free to share whatever it is. Shuman explained, It concerns Yan too, a relative of the Yan household from Yan's court. He was cheated out of some silver by Zhang Lair, so he has come with a petition asking you to intervene on his behalf. He then presented the petition. Xu Gong read it and found that it stated, I, Yan Tu, currently serving as a household member in the office of the Grand Censor, have over the years received generous rewards from His Majesty, accumulating 52 silver ingots. Some time ago, I borrowed them from Zhang Lair, who promised to return them within a month with interest of 1/3 per month. However, more than 5 months have passed without repayment. My family is dependent on these funds. My mother, in her 80s, relies on them for sustenance. Now, after being swindled by Zhang Lair, he further insults and demeans me, leaving me with no choice but to speak out. All I could do was kowtow and beg for a warrant to be issued, and my gratitude knows no bounds. With the blessing of your kindness, I rushed to the old gentleman's presence, ready to carry out his orders. I presented a loan slip written by Zhang Lao, begging his honor to review it. Is this your close friend? Asked Su public official upon seeing the document. I'm in Beijing, replied I, and follow my father-in-law around on his daily patrols. Everyone knows me at the various government offices, and besides, he frequents the Yan Tongjing office. I hear that Jian, strictly referring to strictnesses or rigor, is a family member close to Uncle Zhang, assuming Zhang refers to a relative, so I dare not ask for any special treatment. I simply request that your honor show leniency and approve the petition, so that justice may be served. Xu listened and said, I don't care about personal relationships. As I hold this position, it is my duty to handle such matters. Summon the accused and let them defend themselves in court. The innocent will be exonerated while the guilty will face punishment. He then wrote a note at the bottom of the petition. To clarify the truth, let them be questioned directly in court. Those who are innocent shall be released, and the guilty shall be punished. If Zhang Lauer is guilty of not repaying his debt and evading responsibility, he should immediately be pursued and punished. If he is falsely accused, attach the ticket and send it out. The official in charge will strictly follow the instructions, immediately draft a letter, and send it. The room should promptly prepare the correct copy and send it. Xu Gong reviewed the ticket, wrote the approval, and sent it out again. The escort took the red ticket and came to Zhang Lauer's shop to take him away. Just as Zhang Lauer was making tofu skin, 2 officials with the red ticket entered the shop. Without distinguishing between innocent and guilty, they said, Someone has accused you, and dragged Zhang Lauer out of the door. Zhang Lauer didn't know why he was being targeted, and quickly asked, Sir, what have I done to make you come for me? If there's a problem, please tell me clearly. I just left, the official replied. Don't act ignorant. You owe Yanner silver, but you haven't repaid. Now he has filed a complaint against you at the military office. Our superior has approved his petition, and here is the red ticket. Don't you know that? Old Zhang listened and suddenly realized, saying, If there are the red tickets, please fetch them for me to take a look." The official replied, "You being of such an advanced age, you must be aware of the rules in the government office. Quickly bring the proper documents so we can issue the tickets for your inspection." Old Zhang said, "This is what should be done, but I did not expect to come here today. My hands are not convenient right now. Could you please show them to me and I will thank you later?" The official said, "Fine. As we have discussed, it must be recorded, so understand that you cannot refuse my request." Old Zhang replied, "Just a minor intention, only 2 silver coins." Both officials refused. After adding another silver coin, the official still did not agree. Old Zhang said, "Government official, I hope you will forgive an old man like me. Just ask for 5 silver coins and we will be done." Upon hearing this, the official agreed, opened the ticket, and handed it to Old Zhang for inspection. He saw that it was written, "Commanding Officer Su of the 5 Cities Army, on assignment to track and interrogate. According to Yanner's report, I have been following homeowner Yang's Imperial Censor's office in Beijing for several years, repeatedly receiving rewards from homeowner Yang, resulting in a total accumulation of 52 silver coins. There is a certain old man Zhang, who currently runs a tofu shop and claims to be short of funds, so he borrowed 52 silver pieces from the small moneylender to cover his expenses. He agreed to repay within 1 month. By May, he has been repeatedly unable to pay back. Zhang took advantage of the fact that the small moneylender is an out-of-town traveler and thought it would be easy to get away with it, so he had to prostrate himself on the stairs, begging for someone to take him away and bring him before the authorities. Based on this, a report was submitted, and after verifying the facts, a deputy will be sent to apprehend Mr. Zhang and question him at the station. If Mr. Zhang is found guilty of being dishonest and swallowing his words, he should immediately be brought back and punished accordingly. If it turns out that he sat there falsely accusing others, the case will be attached to the relevant documents and further investigation will be conducted. For this task, the deputy in charge is Di and Zhang Cheng. On the date of this report, Zhang said upon seeing it, "That's correct. This is indeed your fault. I will go with you." And so the 3 men came together to the government office. At once, Renda spread out the report he had brought, with instructions to deliver it in person. Renda and Zhang Cheng waited attentively, requiring no further explanation. As for the Zhao family, she was talking casually with her daughter inside when she rushed out, only to find her husband missing. Only a few neighbors in the store discussed, why exactly did old Zhang get into trouble, leading to his detention? Zhou heard this and finally understood. She hurried to investigate. It turned out, unprovoked waves arose, causing a day of endless worry. How did Mrs. Zhou manage to reach the office, and what happened next? Read on in the next chapter. However, when Mrs. Zhou learned that her husband had been taken away by officials, she ran around frantically asking about his whereabouts. Unbeknownst to her, she was acting strangely, questioning everyone she met as if she were insane. Fortunately, she encountered old Lu from the neighboring house, who told her that Mr. Zhang was currently at the military office. Mrs. Zhou immediately went to the office, but she dared not enter directly and had to stand outside, looking around nervously. Just as he opened the door, he saw her and asked, "Why are you, madam, wandering about here? What is your business?" "I am the wife of old Zhang from the tofu shop," she replied. "I heard that my husband has been detained here, so I came to see him." "So you are old Zhang's wife," he said. "Your husband is waiting in the interrogation room, and we cannot let you in at the moment. If you want to see him, come back tomorrow. He owes some small debts to the court, nothing to be alarmed about." He left, leaving her standing outside. She finally returned home and told her daughter everything she had heard. Yuanchun, upon learning that her father was in custody, burst into tears. "I know that all my father's suffering today is because of me. Now they're taking him away just to get the money back. It's all right, though. A child receives deep love from both parents. How could I bear to see my father suffer? Why doesn't mother sell me off and get the money back to avoid this misery for father? Otherwise, how can an old man who is sick and weak bear all this? If he is sentenced to death, there is no way my son can atone for his crimes," said Chu. "My son doesn't have to worry like that. I believe that the court won't treat this old man too harshly over a small debt. Let's wait until tomorrow and see how the situation develops before deciding on further actions." After much persuasion, Yuan Tun finally stopped her tears. That night, the mother and daughter's worries could not be fully expressed in words. The next day afternoon, Xu Gong went to court and ordered Zhang Cheng to bring his father-in-law Zhang Lao onto the court. He asked, You old man, at your age, how can you steal other people's hard-earned money? What is your reasoning? Zhang Lao bowed his head and replied, I indeed owe Master Yan 10 silver coins, not 50. Now, because Master Yan's matchmaking efforts did not succeed, he holds a grudge and is demanding more than what I owe. Old Zhang prostrated himself and said, The matter dates back to this year in May when I incurred a rent debt with the official, having no way to settle it. Master Yan is the one who usually delivers hot tofu to me, and Yanner knows this well. Mentioning the urgent need for money, Yanner was generous at first and agreed to lend me 10 silver coins. In reality, it was 8, with 3% interest added each month, for a term of 1 month. Upon expiration of the term, my parents would repay the debt. At that time I was under pressure to pay taxes, so I reluctantly agreed, immediately drawing up a receipt, and Yanner collected the receipt and handed over the silver. It was already dark when I returned home with the silver. I didn't have time to examine it closely. The next day, upon paying my tax at the silver shop, I discovered that the silver was mixed with lead. Immediately, I rushed to Master Yan's house to exchange it, but Yanner wasn't around. It wasn't until the 3rd day that I managed to meet him. At that time, Yanner was resolute in his denial, refusing to acknowledge any mistake. He claimed that his silver was a reward from an upper official, and that there is no way an official would use lead-mixed silver. He scolded me for a while and said he would send me to my lord's place to be beaten with leg shackles. At this point, I had no choice but to return home. As I reached the door, a servant started shouting. Luckily, the old man who lives in the shop saw it and, moved by generosity, borrowed a few silver coins to settle the house tax. On the due date, Yanji, presumably a collector, came to collect the debt, and at this time, the young owner became so anxious about these silver coins that he fell ill, unable even to eat tofu. How could he repay the money? Yan shouted loudly in the shop, demanding immediate repayment. At this moment, his wife and children came to plead with him. However, Yan had private thoughts. He pretended to sell kindness. Not only did he not come to collect the silver, but he left a small ingot of silver at the owner's home, claiming it was to help with his clothes, food, and medicine expenses, saying and medicine expenses. The silver was now in the house. From then on, Yan didn't come to collect the debt for 5 months. 3 days ago he suddenly sent Li San Mama, presumably a matchmaker, to the owner's home to propose marriage to his daughter. Thinking that the daughter is only 15 years old, how could she be suitable for Yan? Therefore, the owner refused. However, this angered Yan, who then ordered Li San Mama to say, if the proposal is not accepted, he will demand immediate repayment of the silver. Hence, the owner had no choice but to report this to the shop owner. Dado, you say so, but you have a borrowed note here. How can this be considered false? Zenolor, when I wrote the document it was for 10 Lu units of weight, but how many characters are on the scroll now? Dado, it's 50 Lu now. Zenor, this is a wrongdoing by heaven and earth. It couldn't be otherwise. It must have been Yan or a nickname who deliberately altered it to pressure me. Please, sir, look into this carefully. Dado, we should investigate both sides thoroughly. Call Yanner here, and we'll sort out the truth. He ordered Zhang Lor to wait at the police station for further questioning, and sent a formal invitation to Zhang Cheng to go to Yan's household to bring him in for questioning, then left. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng, holding Su Gongdao's invitation, arrived at Yan's residence. Just as he entered, Yanner was sitting in the gatekeeper's room. Zhang Cheng walked up to him and bowed deeply. Master Yan, we are from the military office. We have a message for Grand Elder, and would like to request an audience. Yanner, not knowing the background, took a note and immediately came to the inner courtyard. At that time, Yan Song was returning from court, reading documents in his study. He saw Yanner holding a note and said near him, The military office's Sioux gentleman, there is a note delivered, with a messenger having something to discuss. Yan Song took the note and read it, which wrote, Yearly dependent Su Wubang bows respectfully. Yan Song said, He has no usual dealings with me. What business does the messenger have here? Just let him come in and see what he has to say. Yanner, having received the order, immediately led Zhang Cheng into the inner room. Zhang Cheng quickly knelt down, and Yan Song summoned him for a conversation. Zhang Cheng said, I'm following the instructions of our patriarch. There's a note asking for peace. Because of your respect for Yanner, a petition arrived at our office yesterday, accusing the tofu shop's Zhang Larry of withholding silver. Our office has already detained Zhang Larry, and is questioning him immediately. However, Zhang Larry does not agree, stating he only owes £10, without the additional £50. Therefore, I have specially sent CA to your mansion to explain that we require the second uncle to come and answer questions. Yan Song, after hearing this, smiled and said, "So it is, as it should be." He then instructed Yanner, "Since you have reported it, if you now need to go and answer questions, go with the official in charge. Bring back a report, and convey my greetings." Yanner, unable to refuse, thanked Zhang Cheng along with his wife, and left the mansion. For the time being, we will not elaborate. Meanwhile, Chow Ems learned that her husband had been questioned, arrested, and was awaiting further questioning. She thought about Yanner's power and influence, and if Xu Gong showed leniency, what would she do? She discussed it with Yuan Kun's daughter. Yuan Kun said, "Mother's concerns are well-founded. Now that both sides are suing each other, one needs money and the other needs favor. He has both wealth and power on his side, so he might end up losing. Think about Grandfather Hai. He has been very protective of us. Why not ask him for advice?" she added. "If we're lucky and manage to get out of this, who knows?" Chow Miss replied, "Your words have almost made me forget them." Thereupon, the mother and daughter came together to the guest room, met Hai Rui, and explained in detail the reasons for their husband's situation to him, requesting his help. After they finished speaking, the mother and daughter knelt on the ground, their heads still not rising. Hai Rui quickly helped the Lady Chow back up and said, "Dear sister-in-law, you need not be overly formal. This matter can be discussed further. Your husband is simply being held as collateral. In any case, if he pays the full 10 tael of silver, he will be released." Lady Chow said, "It goes without saying that one should pay off debts. However, we currently do not have the silver. What should we do? Moreover, the people from the Yan household are wealthy and powerful. If Uncle Su accepts favors, how can he not cause trouble for my husband?" Hai Rui replied, "There's no need to worry about it. This Uncle Su is one of my fellow villagers, and I often interact with him. Let me go to his residence, explain your husband's true intentions to him, and beg for his special favor. However, the silver must still be paid. Since your family does not have it, I will lend you 10 tael from the 20 or so tael I have here." On that day, both the false silver bar and the silver that Yanner had laid aside must be taken away and paid. With evidence in hand, naturally, Yanner could do nothing. Mr. Chow, having listened, said, "Yesterday, the tax burden was so heavy that old Mr. Hai took it out of his own pocket to cover, and he still hasn't been reimbursed. How can we now ask for money from his guest bag?" Hai Rui replied, "This is no problem. You take the items you got from yesterday's South item delivery, and let's leave immediately." Mr. Chow's daughter thanked him repeatedly and handed over a bar of fake silver, a few pounds of broken silver, all to Hai Rui. Hai Rui took 10 silver pieces from the box, wrapped them up, said goodbye to Mr. Chow's daughter, and had Hai deliver a letter straight to the military headquarters. At that time, Xu Gong was just returning from visiting the government office when he received Hai Rui's invitation at the door, stating that it was an urgent matter requiring a personal visit. Xu Gong ordered the door to be opened and invited Hai Rui in. They greeted each other and exchanged some polite pleasantries. Hai Rui said, "Today, I come with a special request of the local magistrate." Xu Gong laughed. "Hi, brother. You and I are relatives. Why do we need to use formal greetings?" "Why, this is enough to make anyone laugh," said Hai Rui. "It's not a matter for me, but for someone else, so it should be handled that way," said Xu Gong. "But whose matter is it? Just tell me, and I'll do my best to help." Hai Rui then explained the details of Zhang Lauer's loan from Yan Er to Su Gong. "Yesterday, when I interrogated Zhang Lauer, I also suspected Yanner had altered the ticket numbers, so I sent someone to the Ministry of Justice to bring him in for questioning," said Xu Gong. "The notice has been sent. He should be here soon. Such treacherous behavior cannot be tolerated. As a man who does not shy away from power, I must handle this." "Here are the counterfeit silver ingots," said Hai Rui. "I've brought 10 taels for Zhang Lauer to repay them all. He called Haiyan to bring them for Su Gong to see." Xu Gong sighed. "Never would I have thought a scoundrel could be so bold. His words are shocking." He then instructed his family to give 3 of the silver pieces immediately to Zhang Lauer, and told him to bring it when he comes in for questioning. Hai Rui said, "If it were not for the kind assistance of my hometown, I would be in the same situation as my younger brother." Xu Gong replied, "That's not quite right. My younger brother has a natural inclination to fight corruption and suppress violence." After bidding farewell, Hai Rui left. Shortly after, Zhang Cheng reported that Yanner had been summoned, and he was asked to inform his father of the news. When Xu Gong heard about Yanner's summons, He instructed all the servants to gather in the main hall. A moment later, Hai Gong took his seat on the public platform and ordered Yan'er to be brought up first. When Yan'er arrived in the main hall, he saw Hai Gong perform 1,000 bows. Hai Gong became enraged and asked, "Why didn't you kneel when facing me? Who are you, this big house slave?" He instructed his sides to grab him and gave him 5 heavy strikes with a whip. Both sides complied, and Yan'er was roughly struck 5 times. He cried out in pain. Hai Gong said, "You accuse Zhang Lao of owing you 52 silver coins, is that true?" Yan'er replied, "Of course it is. I have the written evidence from Zhang Lao himself. Please, father, look into this carefully." Hai Gong smiled and said, "It is true that Zhang Lao owes you 10 silver coins, as recorded on the original note. But the actual silver is lead-filled. How could the main office not know?" Yan'er replied, "Isn't Zhang Lao able to recognize the authenticity of the silver? Moreover, after 3 days, he only came to exchange it, which clearly proves its validity." Hai Gong asked, "But if he claims 52, why does he only blame you for 1 ingot? What more can there be to argue about?" Yan'er did not agree, and Hai Gong immediately summoned his attendants to bring Zhang Lao up. A moment later, Zhang Lao arrived in the hall, and Hai Gong questioned him. "Are your words true? Prove it today before me." Zhang Lao then detailed how Yan'er intended to borrow the silver, how he coerced the debt, how he sent a go-between to discuss the marriage, and presented 3 ingots of silver on the spot. Hai Gong said, "Yan'er, your fake silver is here. The silver you purchased is also here. What more do you have to say?" Yan'er replied, "I won't speak about the fake silver today. These silver coins, I lent him out of pity, so there's no fault on my part, is there?" said Hai Gong angrily. "You dare act cocky in front of me? Your arrogance and abuse of power are clear. I will accuse you of counterfeiting silver and using your position to coerce." He ordered the big shackles brought over and had the man shackled in full view of the street. Then he would deal with him properly. Yan'er, hearing that they were going to shackle him in public, quickly knelt down and begged, "Please, Lord, let me explain." Just then, as Yan'er's words hung in the air, everyone waited eagerly for the next chapter to unravel the mystery. Hai Gong Case, Chapter 13. The 3 halls jointly questioning, however, Yan'er, upon hearing the shouting from the court that they were bringing out the big shackles, was thrown into a panic. He knelt down and pleaded, "I borrowed these silver coins from my father-in-law without any evil intentions. But now that Lord Su is ordering me to be shackled, how will I face my master? This doesn't seem right." Hai Gong exclaimed, "Damnable slave, you know you're guilty yet show no remorse, constantly intimidating people with your master's authority. Others may be frightened by you, but I, Su, have come to enforce the imperial decree and uphold justice. I will not tolerate even a shred of partiality. You rely on your powerful position and excessive profits from usury, relying on harsh laws and strict regulations that should be strictly enforced. What's more, you use fake silver to trap the poor, adding written contracts, various illegal practices, words that make one's blood boil. This official bureau only knows to serve the public interest, leaving no room for error." He then ordered his sides, "Bring me the large iron chains." The officials nodded and hurriedly carried a massive, top-heavy iron chain weighing roughly 100 pounds up the stairs. Hai Gong shouted, "Move faster! Put him in chains!" In a short while, Yan'er was bound with heavy shackles. Hai Gong personally held a red ink stamp and inscribed the order on the chains. The commander of the 5 cities military commission, using his authority to trick and ensnare criminals, Yan'er, is publicly displayed. The order read, "The shackles shall be worn for 3 months, after which the subject will be dealt with accordingly. Display him at the south gate." The heavy shackles were clamped around Yan'er's neck, leaving him without recourse. Hai Gong ordered Yan'er to be sent away. This old man is only allowed to pay 8 silver coins, along with some counterfeit fragments of silver, all of which were handed over to the court officials for storage, and he was dismissed from the court after the case was concluded. The clerk, having received the bribe in silver, went inside and reported, "My lord, while it is reasonable and just to punish Yan'er, his master, Yang Chong, is currently the Grand Secretary, and his power is at its peak. Now that you are treating his family according to the law, he has every reason to harbor resentment. If you have already handled this matter impartially, then it would be right to report it to the court for further action. I hope you will consider this carefully." Hai Gong, after listening, nodded and said, "Not what you say. I almost forgot about it. We need to investigate thoroughly before we can request a change in policy, so please write up a detailed account immediately and send it for my review." The clerk agreed and hurriedly wrote the document in the outer chamber overnight, and sent it in. Hai Gong read it and found that it said, "Commandant Su Huangbang has been taking advantage of his power to oppress the poor, and this has already been investigated and confirmed. I submit this detailed report for your consideration. According to information from South City's Jiang old man, who runs a small tofu shop, he has always been law-abiding. He is married with no children, just a daughter who is about to come of age. The family of 3 parents depends on each other for a living. Due to the quiet business in Zhang Lauer's store this year, he failed to pay his land tax and received frequent stern reminders. Zhang Lauer was at a loss, worried and confused. Just as he delivered soybean milk to Lord Yan's residence, he recognized Zhang Lauer, who had a sad expression on his face, and asked him about it. Zhang Lauer then explained the whole situation. Lord Yan pretended to be generous, promising to lend him 10 silver coins with an interest rate of 3 more per month, which was to be repaid in 1 month. Pressed by the tax deadline and desperate for quick cash, Zhang Lauer accepted the loan, wrote a promissory note, and gave it to Lord Yan. It was already getting late, so Lord Yan handed over the fake silver coins, and Zhang Lauer didn't have time to check them thoroughly before leaving with the money in his sleeve. The next day, he went to the mint to pay the tax. Unfortunately, the coins were lead alloyed, a ploy by Lord Yan. At this point, Zhang Lauer couldn't return the silver to the treasury and had been deceived, so he went to the official residence to look for Lord Yan to exchange the coins. However, Lord Yan was expecting his move, making it impossible for Zhang Lauer to see him until the 3rd day. Lord Yan then accused Zhang Lauer of not coming sooner, without hearing his explanation. Yan is in the fall of his life, unwilling to change easily, claiming that the silver is a reward from the governing official, with no room for deception. Originally, he had used the fact that Zhang Laoda was poor and elderly, with no one to rely on, as an excuse, intending to present himself before Yan Tongsheng to have him investigated. Zhang Laoda, a street merchant, upon hearing this, felt like a child suddenly hearing a thunderclap, his heart filled with fear. He had no choice but to return home disappointed. Just as he reached the store's door, public duty-related voices filled the room with urgent chatter. At a loss for what to do, just then, a guest who lived in the house witnessed the scene and felt sympathy for him. Unable to bear seeing his plight, so he generously paid the tax debt. When the term expired, Yan came to demand payment. Around the same time, Zhang Laoda, also because of his debts, could not repay, and his worries turned into illness, leaving him bedridden and unable to manage much, while his wife and daughter went hungry, making it impossible to pay back. Thus Yan felt entitled to scold and blackmail him with various tricks. Zhang Laoda's wife, Chu Shi, and daughter, Yuanchun, seeing Yan's persistent demands, pleaded for a bit more time. When Yan saw Yuanchun's beauty, he wanted to share the joy of life with her. First, he hid his evil intentions, set a lenient deadline, and then offered silver in pieces as an apparent act of generosity, intending to use this opportunity to gain favor with the enemy's mother and daughter. After he left for 5 months without returning, it became clear that he had a plan. He then sent Li Sanmama as a matchmaker, but Zhang Lao's couple objected to their daughter marrying Yan due to an age difference, firmly refusing. Yan, furious, sent Li Sanmama back with a demand. If the marriage is not approved, the silver must be returned. She secretly planned to alter the loan agreement, converting 10 pounds into 50, intending to use this as leverage for future demands. After the relevant officials summoned Zhang Lao for questioning, further interrogation revealed no denial. They then called Yan in for cross-examination. With Zhang Lao's confirmation that she was lying, all the false silver and broken promises were presented in court. However, Yan, relying on her power, refused to accept the verdict, showing a disregard for law and order. Reflecting on the upcoming grand meeting in the capital, how could such scoundrels be allowed to act with impunity? Their actions will surely lead to future consequences. Additionally, according to the laws, if a household head holds public office but their household slaves break the rules, commit crimes, and are found guilty of only being common criminals, the head shall be held accountable for failing to maintain proper oversight. In the present time, the official in charge of politics, Yan Song, as a high-ranking official, failed to notice a corrupt servant in his household, leading to the harm of innocent citizens and disrespect towards local officials. This is a failure in preventing corruption and a breach of duty, warranting investigation according to national laws. The servant in question, Yan, upon consultation and discussion, abused his power to extract heavy fines from the people, beating them with 100 lashes and sending them to Nguta outside the city walls as military conscripts. The head of the household, for his abuse of office and violation of legal protocols, should be held accountable according to established procedures. It is recommended to first report this matter to the Grand Censorate for investigation and punishment. While Yan Er has already been placed in chains, awaiting processing, further action should be taken upon the instructions of the Grand Censorate. This is reported in detail. The above was presented by Xu Yuebang, a scribe from the Military Commission, on behalf of Wang Kaichai, an inspector general from the 5 cities, at specific date and time. After reading the report, Xu Yuebang immediately wrote out the confirmation. The document was promptly corrected and submitted for official seal, then forwarded to the Bureau of Supervision. The inspector in question, a Mr. Wang Yuan, is originally from Lencheng, Shandong, and was a distinguished graduate. He held various positions within government departments before being specially appointed to his current role as a loyal and upright servant. Upon reading the detailed report, I immediately had it brought in and remarked, if Yanner's actions are found to be unlawful, exploiting the people through excessive profits, using counterfeit silver to frame poor households, or hampering the execution of laws, we should thoroughly investigate his past transgressions, record his confessions, and await imperial edicts for punishment. We shall first release Zhang Lauer on bail, subject to further questioning. He is to be summoned again without arbitrary detention. This report is to be sent to the Bureau of Military Affairs, who are expected to comply immediately. I have ordered Zhang Lauer to post bail and return home pending further notification. As for Wang Shu, he is to submit a report today. The Emperor, upon examining this chapter, privately pondered, why did Yan fail to monitor his family's affairs, leading to their censure by the authorities? This being a national norm, difficult to rectify, the Emperor wrote in red, the Minister of Justice, Yan Song, should investigate whether he has allowed his relatives to engage in inappropriate activities. He is to be supported by 3 ministers who will conduct a fair inquiry and submit a report. If found guilty of false accusations, he will be subject to further investigation. Upon the Emperor's decree, the 3 ministers presented their credentials to interrogate Yan Song. As for whom these 3 ministers were, the boy informed. Details not provided in the text. Minister of War Tang Ying, Minister of Justice Han Gao, and Grand Secretary of the Court for Rituals Yu Guangzuthes are the 3 ministers. According to Ming Dynasty regulations, whenever a high or low-ranking official in Beijing commits a crime, they are all summoned to the 3 departments for questioning. At that time, Yan Song heard there was an imperial decree, sending him to the law enforcement agencies to await interrogation, which made him startled and filled with complaints. These officials have no reason. With limited silver, how did such a big problem arise, dragging me into it? Since I received the decree, I have no choice but to go. So he changed into plain clothes and came to the 3 departments. Just as the 3 ministers were attending court, Yan Song could only enter humbly and report at the door. As they say, under a low eaves, how can one dare not bow? Once Yan Song entered the court, he saw the 3 seniors sitting upright on their seats, and Yan Song had no choice but to come forward and kowtow. Han Gao said, the Deputy Minister of Justice is slightly impolite. Please wait in the antechamber, and I will summon you if there's something to discuss. Yan Song bowed and withdrew. A short while later, Han Gao instructed his attendants to bring the criminal into the court. In a moment, Zhang Lauer and Yanner were both brought in and knelt down below. Han Gao commanded the shackles to be loosened and asked a question. The servants immediately loosened the shackles, still making Yang Er-di kneel on the floor. Han Gao said, Are you Yang Er-di? Yang Er-di answered, This servant is indeed Yang Er-di. Han Gao said, As a member of the Tongzhishi family, you have your share of wealth. Why do you engage in usury, tricking people with borrowed money, rewriting loan contracts, and exploiting poor households? Furthermore, you dare to forcibly marry a young woman from another family. This is a crime that cannot be forgiven. Do you know what death means? Yang Er-di said again and said, This servant does not dare to shirk responsibility towards the common people. Borrowing money for profit is indeed a reality, and it is up to your honor to consider this. Han Gao said, Since you are a servant, how could you have borrowed so much money from others? Dare I ask, did you force people outside to loan money? Yang Er-di bowed and replied, This servant dares not. This money was a reward given by the family head on a regular basis. Han Gao said, Isn't it unusual to receive such a large amount of rewards? I now understand that your family head indeed gave the loan officers money, but you exploited this opportunity, intentionally deceiving people. Is that not so? Yanner said, as the homeowner, how could I dare to lend out money for personal gain? I hope your excellency will investigate carefully. Han Gai saw that Yanner's testimony was too firm and refused to confess, so he had him taken away. He then summoned Zhang Lao up, asking him to recount everything in detail. Zhang Lao repeated his previous testimony accurately. Tang Ying, after listening, thought for a moment and whispered to Han Gai, outlining the situation. Han Gai nodded, ordering them to present the false silver and broken silver to the court, calling for Yan Sung's presence. After a brief while, Sung arrived. Tang Ying said, the current situation with this fake silver is due to the official not being allowed to lend money, as you know. The bar of false silver that Yanner persistently maintains is the original exchange silver, and he speaks in such a way, I fear it might have weighed heavily on him. Yan Sung only confirmed that Yanner's testimony was accurate, bowing and saying, I originally had some silver to lend to Yanner for sustenance, allowing him to support his family through this means, not out of a desire for personal gain. There is no reason for there to be any false silver. It was simply Yanner who exchanged it on his own. My lords, he continued, do not listen to this person's false testimony. Han Gao said, the silver is right here. You can check if this is the real thing. He then handed the fake silver to Yan Song for inspection. After looking at it, Yan Song laughed and said, where's that coming from? I had my own silver delivered to this servant, all with stamps on it. If your honor doesn't believe me, we can call this servant in front of everyone to testify. Han Gao ordered the servant to bring Yan Song upstairs. Seeing him, Yan Song became enraged and scolded, you damned servant, using fake silver and blaming it on me? I usually give you silver with stamps on it. Why are you accusing me in front of everyone? The servant, hearing this, was confused and vaguely replied, Sir, the silver you gave me had stamps on it. This one has no stamp. It's what old Zhang switched. Tang Ying heard this and said, that's right, that's right. Your master is a high official. How could there be fake silver like this? It was definitely switched by you. She then asked Yan Song for permission, had the servant put back in long chains, released old Zhang, and ordered everyone to leave. 3 adults conferred, intending to allow Yan Song to lend money on behalf of his family and submit the relevant documents. Tang Ying nodded and said, this is most excellent. The 3 then presented the documents together. After studying them, Xuani, favoring Yan Song in his heart, wrote a marginal note. Yan Er's borrowing money as a principal is indeed true, but he was forced to do so by the family principal. There is a reason for this. This is what they call a fire at the city gate, affecting all the fish in the pond. He had already fathomed the situation. He ordered Yanner to be shackled for 3 months upon his release, as a warning for the future, and demoted Yan Song, showing blame for failing to detect it. Zhang Lauer was excused from further discussion. The imperial decree having been issued, the 3 ministers had no choice but to carry out the order. It is said, in this world, money can buy happiness. In court, someone seeking office must know what will happen later. Let's wait for the next chapter to find out. The Hai Gong case, 14th chapter. The private intentions of the Grand President, meanwhile, upon the imperial decree, the 3 ministers had no choice but to comply. Yan Song was demoted, and Yan Er's punishment was not mentioned. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, another 3 months had elapsed. At that time, Yanner had already been freed from his constraints and returned to the Yan household. Yan Song also reinstated him to his original position. However, Yanner harbored a grudge against Zhang Laoda, constantly seeking to cause trouble for him. There being no opportunity to do so, he temporarily restrained himself. He also said that Yuan Chun had witnessed Hai Ru's repeated kindness towards his father, and was deeply grateful. At the time, when talking to his parents, he said, Laoda has been staying in our shop for nearly 2 years. My father has received many favors from him, and I feel ashamed that we have not done anything good in return. It is on my mind. What should I do? Zhang Laoda replied, Laoda is a generous man, so this is not the main issue. We just need to keep it in our hearts and repay his great kindness in some way. One day, Yuan Chun happened to notice that Hai Ru's shoes were worn out. He told his father, you see, even Hai Enrin's shoes are worn through. I want to make a pair of shoes for him personally as a token of our gratitude and as an expression of our intentions to repay him. "Is it acceptable?" Zhang Laoda said. "That is very good. It will let Hai Enren know the thoughts of my son and daughter." So he went straight to the street and bought the finest silk, velvet, and other materials for the shoe upper. He brought everything back home and handed it over to Yuan Shun. Yuan Shun said, "Father, you might go to Hai Lao Guang's house and find an old shoe of his, so we can use that as a sample. The size should be just right." Zhang Lao, upon hearing this, hurried to Hai Ru's house and said to him, "Hai Lao Guang, I would like to borrow something from you, sir. Would that be all right?" Hai Ru replied, "Just tell me what you need, and take it." Zhang Lao said, "I've seen your shoes, sir, and I'd like to borrow one. I want to make a pair based on this sample. Is that acceptable?" Hai Ru laughed and took out an old shoe himself, giving it to Zhang Lao. Zhang Lao bowed and said, "I'll return it another day." They bid each other farewell, and Zhang Lao brought the shoe inside to give it to Yuan Kun, who received it. The next day, following the sample, he cut 4 pieces of silk for the shoe upper and personally embroidered it with care. In a few days, the embroidery was complete, looking as lifelike as ever. After rolling and securing the silk thread, he then cut white cloth into pieces to create a base. In just a few days the task was completed, and on that day he sent both the new and old shoes to his father. Old Master Zhang, upon receiving the shoes, exclaimed, "My son, you have indeed made them exquisite." He was delighted and danced around, quickly running to the street to buy a loaf of mantou. Back home, he placed one box in the guest room and greeted Hai Rui with reverence. Hai Rui, unaware of the reason, hurriedly said, "Old man, where did this gift come from?" Master Zhang replied, "My son has repeatedly received your kindness, for which I have no way to repay. Yesterday my daughter personally embroidered a pair of red shoes and sent them to you to wear, merely to express our heartfelt gratitude." Hai Rui said, "It's just a slight convenience, there's no need to worry about it, and it has certainly caused the young lady unnecessary trouble." Master Zhang replied, "My daughter's humble gesture is not something to be revered. If your honor does not deign to accept it, it will cause unrest in our family." Hai Rui said, "Since you and your daughter have shown such heartfelt intentions, I shall take 1 pair, but I dare not accept any more." Old Master Zhang laughed and said, "Shoes come in pairs, so there's no such thing as taking just one." Hai Rui replied, "I was hesitant to accept them, but your kind intention made me take one, for remembrance in the future." Old Master Zhang said, "Taking one is fine, but these snacks, would you ask my lord for another favor?" Hai Rui said, after accepting the shoe, "I see that it's indeed beautifully embroidered, so I'll keep it. As for the snacks, I dare not accept them." Old Master Zhang pleaded multiple times, but Hai Rui refused to take them, so he had no choice but to withdraw his offer. Hai Rui accepted the shoe and saw that the embroidery was indeed exquisite. He admired it for a long time before putting it away in a box. For now, let's leave that aside. Moreover, Yanner had always harbored hatred towards old Master Zhang, eager to find an opportunity to implicate him. Just as it an edict to select imperial concubines, requiring all beautiful women from each province to be sent to the capital for selection, Yanner heard this news and his heart was filled with joy, thinking that his hatred might finally be lifted. So, he had the artist paint a portrait of Yuan Shun with her name and appearance, relaying what he claimed was Zhang Rong's intention, and sent it to Daxing County. The county magistrate in Daxing, named Zhong Fasan, upon seeing the painting, was shocked and exclaimed, "In this world, where is there such a beautiful woman? She is indeed a vision of grace and beauty." He immediately went to Zhang Laird's store, summoned him out, and left him trembling with fear. The magistrate said, "I've heard that your daughter is renowned for her beauty. Our current emperor has also become aware of it. I'm sending the painting for you to verify. Please call her out right away, so I can inspect her and then relay the message." Zhang Laird responded, "My daughter is just a village fool, with delicate features like a willow branch. How could she be worthy of the emperor?" The magistrate insisted, "This is the emperor's command. Bring her out for him to see." Zhang Laird, unable to refuse, went inside and called Yuan Shun out. Yuan Shun was greatly startled and had no choice but to follow her father out to meet the county magistrate, where she bowed deeply in respect. Upon the county magistrate's first glance, he found her captivating and said, "The fruit does not differ from the picture. Now, you may accompany me back to the office where someone will teach you etiquette, and we shall send you off in a grand carriage to the palace where you will be instructed not to enjoy wealth beyond your means." He immediately ordered his assistants to summon a small cart, sending Zhang Shi first to the office. Old Zhang refused to go, calling out Chao Shi, both of them kneeling on the ground, pleading earnestly. The magistrate would not budge and commanded them to get into the cart or face punishment for defying his decree. Old Zhang, no longer able to resist, watched his daughter leave in the cart while the magistrate walked behind. Zhao Shi collapsed to the ground in tears, but it was old Zhang who consoled her. At this time Hai Rui also came to offer his condolences and said, "Do not weep, for with such beauty and talent she will surely accompany the king. Even if you are of noble birth, wealth will never run out. Besides, since she has been summoned by decree, even if you beg her to stay, it would be futile." Old Zhang listened, and slowly stopped crying, only managing to calmly await news. It is said, looking at the swift banners, listening to good news, Yuan was forcibly escorted by the county magistrate's assistants into a carriage and brought to the inner office. Fortunately, the wife of the county magistrate comforted her. Yuan reflected on her unfortunate fate as a beautiful woman and no longer wept. The county magistrate rejoiced and immediately had a luxurious chariot and a horse drawn with silk garments prepared. They worked for half a month. Everything was in order, and by then, Yuan had learned the proper etiquette to meet the emperor. The county magistrate came to see Wang Kai, the inner monitor, and detailedly informed him of Yuan's background, requesting that Wang Kai relay it to the emperor. Wang Kai agreed and reported it immediately. The emperor was overjoyed and ordered Wang Kai to transport Yuan in a palace chariot to the inner court. When he saw her, he was delighted. She was as beautiful as a flower among jade, surpassing even Shise and Tazin. He ordered a feast, held at Sihua court, and shared it with Yuan. The next day, he appointed her as a noble concubine. At this moment, Zhang Lao, an elderly person, suddenly received a high rank and many things were bestowed upon him, leaving him speechless. He then instructed the inner monitor to present a fortune in gold to the county magistrate, promoted Zhang Lao to a first-grade official, granted the family a first-grade consort, and gave them many other gifts, all of which were extremely generous. That night, the emperor shared the bed with Yuan, expressing his great happiness. He could only look up in awe. He then went to thank the county magistrate. Zhang Faishan the magistrate knew he was from a noble family, so he hurriedly opened the door to welcome him with great humility. Zhang Lao said, "My daughter would not be here today without your honor's great kindness. How can I ever repay this grace?" The county magistrate replied, "I dare not think so. This is the blessing of Her Highness, and it has nothing to do with me. But as a member of the noble family, there are certain customs. Since you are now considered an aristocrat, you should cherish this status and abandon your old line of work." Zhang Lao said, "Your honor has given the order. I shall obey. However, there is still an elderly sea captain who has been staying in my store for over 2 years. Now that we are changing our business, won't we be abandoning him?" The county magistrate replied, "He is a guest after all. There's no need to worry about it." Zhang Lao said, "That's not what I mean. Although this sea captain is a guest, he has done us a great favor. Now that we are wealthy, how can we abandon him?" The county magistrate said, "Since you are a benefactor and I cannot bear to part with you, then let you stay in this shop. The adults and madam can come to my office to reside. After constructing the official residence, we can move there." Old Zhang agreed, left to return to his store, and informed Hai Rui of the matter. Hai said, "This is as it should be. But the treasure house has too many items, and I fear that in the meantime I won't be able to take care of them all, and if something is lost, my heart will not let me rest. Moreover, the exam period is approaching. After the imperial examination we can speak again. It's just that I have long wanted to move to another store, so this is a good opportunity. Let's hand it back to old master right away." "Isn't this, then, deliberately pushing away the benefactor?" Zhang exclaimed. "This is quite contrary to what is beautiful. Now, let the benefactor endure for a little longer. After the imperial examination, he can leave. If I move today, everyone will say I am unfaithful." After repeated entreaties, Hai Rui had no choice but to stay. Shortly after, the exam period arrived. Hai Rui prepared for the imperial examination, which need not be mentioned further. Furthermore, it was the annual imperial examination, with several wise ministers selected by Emperor Jiajing as grand presidents. Who were these people? The grand president of the censorate, Yan Song, the grand president of the Ministry of Rituals, Guo Ming, the deputy presidents, Tang Guamo, the left official of the Imperial Council, Hu Ruagong, the official in charge, Minister of War Wang Lan, the supervising official, palace official Qingyu, the examining officials, cabinet scholar Liu Bing, the inner chamber examiners, Hanlin scholar in attendance Zhu Zhuyun, Hanlin examiner Wu Xiang, Ministry of Justice official Liu Jin, Ministry of Works director Li Yiji, Ministry of Finance director Gu Cheng, Deputy Minister of Ceremonials Bai Yi, Liangzu, Prince's tutor Zhao Sheng, Hanlin scholar in attendance Lu Qijie, scholar in attendance Hu Ruo, temporal priest land and sacrifice officer Lu Heiji, the outer general inspector, first class Duke Zhang Jie, the commander-in-chief of the guard, Liu Chunstoch. The remaining officials in charge need not be described further. On March 6th, when each official entered the hall, Yan Song, as the Grand President, naturally presented a different appearance. None of the other officials were heartily loyal to him. Yan Song did not get along well with others, so everyone harbored different thoughts, which was temporarily set aside. By the 8th day, the candidates from each province had all entered the examination hall, and Hai Rui also arrived at the imperial court. After the registration was complete, they returned to their respective halls. On the 9th day, at midnight, the questions were distributed. The first question was on the path of higher education 1 chapter, the second on a gentleman's pursuit of roots 1 section, and the third on adequate food and adequate arms 1 chapter. There was also a poetry question, Spring Rain Like Honey, a 5-word 8-syllable poem. Upon receiving the questions, each candidate pondered deeply. Hai Rui, however, did not think much. He wrote down his answers with a single stroke. The first to hand in his paper was someone named Hai. In the second round, which involved 5 classical essays, Hai Rui's work flowed smoothly. In the third round of questioning, he addressed the merits and demerits of the Times accurately. Hai Rui reflected that while he might be lucky to pass this year, it could not be confirmed. He waited patiently in the examination hall for the results to be posted. As for Hai Rui's paper, Zhu Zhuoyuan had initially recommended it, and all 3 examiners expressed admiration, convinced that there was no other worthy candidate. They agreed to rank Hai Rui first. Only Yan Song harbored grudges and jealousy, thinking they didn't approve of me, as I was the legitimate president in charge, yet I wasn't to his liking. So, he deliberately added grease to my application form. On the day of revelation, all 4 presidents were present in the Grand Hall, discussing the 5 top choices. 3 of them agreed that this scroll could pass the exam. Yan Song shook his head and said, No. Everyone asked why. Yan Song replied, Don't you see? The grease on the scroll means it can't be an exception. Guo Ming said, This is something that happened within our group. It's irrelevant to the candidates. If someone had deliberately marred it, the examiners would have evidence, and the teacher wouldn't recommend him. We can't let this person's talent be wasted. Yan Song simply commented, The text is still very ordinary, and so they didn't choose me. He purposefully spread my scroll open and replaced it with another. It was as if destiny determines fame, but I've lost a good person. How things will pan out later, we'll see in the next chapter. See Public Cases Volume 15. Zhang Bifei sells her shoes to visit friends in distress, however. Yan Song, harboring jealousy, wanted to prove his authority. He intentionally withdrew the recommended Yuanzun's scroll and replaced it with another one to adjust the rankings, thus releasing the list. As a result, Hai Rui's name failed to appear on the top 10. Unmoved and unconcerned, he could only sigh deeply. Haiyan advised, Master, you need not be so upset. This year's examination did not yield high results, but there will be another one next year. Hai Rui replied, The gain or loss of fame and glory is not something to bear a grudge over. But how can I return home now without any money? Haiyan suggested. In the past, when old Zhang was poor, you often extended your help from your own purse. Now that he has become wealthy, why don't you borrow around 100 silver from him for travel expenses? You can repay him once you pass the next examination. Hai Rui retorted, How do you know that old Zhang is not a scholar? Because my daughter suddenly became rich and honored, I had to borrow money from him. If I lend money to him now, then the friendship we've built over the years will be lost in the flow of water. Besides, I have previously said that I would move after the examination. Now that fame has faded into obscurity, what face could I show to meet with you again? After moving, let's reconsider our plans. You 2 can go look for a lodging outside, move out, and then discuss things further. Haiyan dared not speak much, and left without mentioning finding a lodging. Furthermore, Zhang Lauer, because of his daughter's sudden wealth, now has many officials visiting him. One day this official invites him, another day that minister invites him to drink, so he never has any free time. This Chu or Gu clan also doesn't visit the palace as often as they used to with their daughter, and no one from the store comes by anymore. After Haiyan found a lodging, he reported back. Hai Ru saw that Zhang Lauer didn't come to the store, so he wrote a letter, considering it a farewell note. The letter said, "Meeting by chance in passing waters, ended up as enemies. 3 years of friendship. I always thought our bond was strong. Thank you for your constant concern, and I am extremely grateful. Even more joyful is that heaven's favor has suddenly been bestowed upon me." Pepperoom, a reference to the Empress next in line. Grand honors, celebrations of distinguished services, a delight to my old friends. My path in life is fraught with obstacles, my official career hard to advance. Not sold after 2 attempts, only left with the sigh of faded into obscurity. According to the current situation, I am leaving temporarily for now with our host. Due to my husband's urgent affairs, I was unable to meet him in person. All items in the store have been carefully checked and packed, and the neighbors have been asked to confirm and seal the doors while waiting for my return to inspect them. All the kindness shown will be repaid at a later date. I will personally visit and bid farewell on another day. This is a formal notification, and I look forward to your kind response. Later, Hai Rui wrote a letter, clearly listing all the items in his room, and instructed Hai Xiang to invite the neighbors to come and check them. The neighbors thoroughly inspected each item and then left after bidding Hai Rui farewell. He moved to a guest house on East 4th Street and is planning his return. By the time Zhang Lao returned, Hai Rui had already been gone for 2 days. The neighbors informed Zhang Lao of Hai Rui's loyalty and integrity, leaving him deeply impressed. Upon entering the room, he found a note expressing regret for not visiting someone earlier that day to share a drink, which prevented him from bidding farewell to Hai Rui properly. He felt great remorse. For now, I won't elaborate. Furthermore, since Yuan Chun was honored with the position of Pepperoom Department in the Imperial Palace, she always remembered the grace of Hai Rui and never forgot to repay him. One day, upon seeing the list of new graduates, she did not find Hai Rui's name, and sighed. His talent and integrity were such that he would not have been out of place as a graduate, let alone a top-ranking scholar. Why was his name omitted from the list? I fear that upon seeing his name missing, he will abandon all hope. My parents were saved by him when they were in trouble. How can I not repay this debt? But if he sees his name absent from the list and decides to leave, it would be futile, even before the Emperor's face. Suddenly remembering that the enemy, presumably someone with a negative influence, was coming to the palace, Yuan Chun asked, "Mother, what is Hai Rui doing these days in the shop?" "He left when he saw his name missing from the list," replied her mother. "Before he left, my father was not present in the shop, so he invited some neighbors and thoroughly listed all the items in his room before leaving them and moving away, without saying where to. When your father returned to the store, we finally learned the details. We also saw some parting letters, which only mentioned that he would be leaving soon and that we would see each other again. I think this man is truly an honest gentleman, clear in his coming and going, and worthy of respect," Yuan Chun said. "He is not only honest, but also a chivalrous man. If it weren't for him protecting our family, I fear we would be in dire straits now. The only pity is that he did not pass the imperial examination. I now have my heart set on wearing a scholar's cap with him, though I'm not sure if he's still in Beijing." "Guo Chao," Mrs. said, "based on what I know, this man will not have left." Yuan Chun asked, "How does Mother know this?" "Guo Chao," Mrs. explained, "when Haiyan people speak, they stick to one point at a time. In his book he once wrote about keeping a promise and going in person to say goodbye. If he were to return, he would certainly come to our home to bid us farewell. Since we haven't seen him, it's clear that he hasn't left. However, Beijing is such a vast place with east, west, north, and south, I don't know which shop he's staying in. Moreover, he is the most reclusive, and during the time he stayed in our store, you saw him, unwilling to go out without good reason. Even with his 2 family members, he didn't permit them to go out, making it difficult to find someone like him. This is because you have this intention, while he lacks such an opportunity," Yuan Chun said. "As long as one is diligent in their search, there is no reason for a missing quest. I remember when I was in the store, I made a pair of embroidered shoes to give to him. He accepted only one, keeping it for future memories. At this moment, I have also prepared that one, now among my belongings. Tomorrow, I will call an inner guard to bring the embroidered shoe and sell it in front of each door. It's just one, and no one else is likely to buy it. If someone calls out to buy it, they must be from Haiyan. This is the most extraordinary part. When I meet a Haiyan person, I will have other things to say, asking them to wait here. I will then go before the emperor on his behalf and slightly fulfill our mutual repayment of kindness. Chusa said, "Have you not heard the saying of the ancients? A debt unpaid is not gentlemanly, a grudge unavenged is not manly." These two sayings we should both go and do. Yuan Chun nodded in approval. The next day, Yuan Chun called for an inner monitor named Feng Bao and gave him instructions. When I was a girl, I sewed a pair of shoes. Later, one got lost and I had no heart to make any more. Now this one is still here. I want you to take this shoe, sneak out of the palace gate, and go to the streets where you sell it. If someone buys it, you sell it to them, but don't reveal my name. Just come back and tell me. There will be a reward. So he handed over a shoe to Feng Bao. Feng Bao took the shoe, thanked him, and left the palace quietly. On his way out, he kept saying, "Selling shoes." People saw only one shoe and started selling it, each laughing under their breath and calling him stupid. Feng Bao walked for 2 days, but did not meet anyone interested in buying the shoe. Until the 3rd day, after breakfast in the palace, he left from the east 4th gate, and it was all quite normal. He said that Hai Rui had moved out of Zhang Lao's store. He thought about a solution all day. The problem was that he didn't have any money. How could he go back to Yudong? He wanted to borrow money from friends and relatives from his hometown, but he knew his social circle was very small, with only Li Chunyang in the Hanlin Academy. As for Xu Yuebang, during his tenure at the Bureau of Military Affairs, his life was also frugal. The others had no significant connection with him. How could he ask for help? He also thought about his wife at home, and he presumed that by now she must have heard of his failure in the imperial examination. Knowing that I failed, how could I not be worried? He pondered and realized how difficult it was. With no other choice, he decided to visit Li Chunyang. Just as he stepped out of the door, he happened to meet Feng Bao, who was holding an embroidered shoe and shouting, "Selling shoes!" He kept on saying it without stopping. Hai Rui saw this and was stunned, suddenly exclaiming, "This shoe! I feel like I've seen it before." "Ah, yes, it's right. It was given to me by Sang Lao's daughter." At this moment, only one was received, and now it is in the box. How did this one end up in someone's hands? There must be some reason. I'll call them over and discuss it further. He then hurried forward and shouted, "Buy shoes! Buy shoes!" He called several times. Feng Bao finally heard him and turned his head around, asking, "Master, do you want to buy shoes?" "Hi," Rui replied, "exactly. Please come to the small store to negotiate the price." Feng Bao secretly rejoiced, following Hai Rui to a room in the store where they sat down. Feng Bao asked, "Master, are you really going to buy them?" Hai Rui said, "Indeed, I am. But tell me, is this one shoe or a pair?" Feng Bao, taken aback by the question, replied, "A pair. How could there be any logic in selling just one?" Hai Rui argued, "That's not suitable at all." Feng Bao pressed, "Why isn't it suitable?" Hai Rui explained, "I have another one that is exactly the same as this one, which is why I want to buy it. If it's a pair, I'm afraid you're the only one left. Isn't that bending to your will?" Feng Bao asked, "Did his honor also have a pair? Please, let me see if they match. What does his honor think?" Hai Rui replied, "Why not?" He then instructed Hai and Tu open the box and take out the shoes. Feng Bao took them, combining his own pair, and they were perfectly matched, which surprised him greatly. He exclaimed, "His honor, this one is indeed a perfect match for me. It seems they are all from the same maker. Why just one?" "I have to ask," Hai Rui said. "This shoe has a rather interesting story behind it. Let me tell you." He then explained everything in detail. After listening, Feng Bao understood the reason and asked, "His honor, what is your noble surname and name?" Hai Rui provided his name. Feng Bao replied, "So, you are old Lord Hai. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Are you living here permanently or just staying temporarily?" Hai Rui said, "I originally planned to leave immediately, but due to a lack of travel funds, I have been delayed until now. After much pondering, I felt restless and decided to take a walk towards Li Hanlin's place. Just as I stepped outside, I saw these shoes, which triggered memories from my past. May I ask, sir, where did these shoes come from?" "It's a long story," said Feng Bao. "Let me tell you something. You try to guess." Please do share," Hai Rui replied, "and I'll see if I can guess correctly." Feng Bao recited, "I reside in the capital's first home, where someone admires your palace flowers. 3,000 young girls bow to my commands, and 6 courts beautiful women are at my disposal. During the day, I'm greeted by the scent of peony and dream occasionally. At night, the sound of drums press against my window curtain. The Lord of the East is overjoyed to see these delicate blooms early on, so he lets rain fall gently throughout the night. After he finished, Hai Rui said, "I've guessed it. Aren't you from the palace, from the West Court's Imperial Guard?" "You're right," Feng Bao confirmed. "That's why our studies are so remarkably. You guessed it in one shot. I wanted to tell you that our family's not ordinary. We're part of the Imperial Guard in the West Court. Yesterday, I was instructed by the Princess Jiang to bring these shoes for sale. She said that if someone wants to buy them, ask for their name and immediately report back. It turns out that Her Majesty has received great kindness from my lord, which is why we came to pay our respects. My lord resides here, waiting for our message, so there's no issue." I then bid her farewell and returned to the palace. Upon meeting Princess Jiang, I knelt down and said, "Your Highness, your servant has come to see my lord." Princess Jiang asked, "What have you come to see?" Feng Bao Dao replied, "Allow your servant to explain in detail." He then recounted how he met Hai Rui, called him to buy the shoes, and reported back. The princess listened and said, that's right, good job. Have you confirmed his address?" Feng Bao Dao answered, "I have already found it, which is why I returned with this news." Princess Jiang said, "Tomorrow, bring me one of his shoes to take a look and I will have something to say about it." Feng Bao Dao agreed. The next morning, upon waking, they hurriedly left without even having breakfast and directly arrived at Dongxi Bailo. They entered Hai Rui's room where they met each other. Feng Bao reported to Hai Rui about the request to see Zhang Gifei's embroidered shoes. Hai Rui replied, "I obey your command." He stood up, took out the shoes, and handed them over to Feng Bao, who returned to the palace with them. Feng Bao was overjoyed, said his goodbyes, and left. As they say, when mountains seem to end and water runs dry, a bright patch of green emerges, another village in bloom. One wonders how Zhang Gifei will deal with the shoes after Feng Bao brought them back to the palace. Let's see what happens next in the Hai Gong case. 16th chapter. Hai just reached the end of his road, received an order. However, upon retrieving the shoes, Feng Bao hurried back to the palace and met Zhang Gifei, presenting her with the shoes. After examining them, she found them to be genuine. She then instructed Feng Bao, "You may convey my message to him, calling him Hai Inren, and ask him to stay put for now. Within 10 days, there will surely be good news to report to him." Feng Bao, having received the order, returned to Hai Rui's shop and announced, "Hai Inren, Madam has seen the shoes and recognized them as her own. Call me to tell my benefactor that I will be at peace for now. Within a decade, there will surely be good news to share." Hai Rui replied, "A lowly official like me, with no merits, dares not hope that your ladyship would take the trouble? Please have grandfather convey my greetings, and say that I, Hai Rui, am deeply grateful for your ladyship's kind thoughts. I dare not disturb your heart again. If you would be so kind as to intercede on my behalf, it would be a great honor." Feng Bao said, "Our ladyship is someone who knows how to repay kindness. Your honor need not worry. We will bid farewell." As Hai Rui left the shop, Feng Bao gave him some final advice before returning to the palace. At this time, Yuan Shun already knew where Hai Rui was, and she wanted to tell Emperor Jiajing and ask for a position or a half-official role as a way of repaying her deep debt. However, Hai Rui had no family ties with her, so how could he dare to make such a request? After much pondering, he suddenly exclaimed, "I have it! This is the plan." Soon after, the emperor arrived at the West Court, and Yuan Shun greeted him. After the crowd had dispersed, the emperor granted Hai Rui an honorable pardon and ordered him to sit down. The servants prepared 3-lake dragon tea with fragrant incense. After the emperor finished drinking, he turned to Yuan Kun and said, "Today's heat has me sweating profusely. Let us seek respite at the lotus flower fragrant pavilion while watching the maids collect lotus flowers." Yuan Shun replied, "Your Majesty, I obey your command and shall accompany you." The inner servants lined up in pairs, accompanied by the sound of drums and pipes, leading the way. The emperor and Yuan Shun walked hand in hand to the lotus flower fragrant pavilion. The pavilion was constructed with white stone and had intricate lattices on all 4 sides overlooking the lotus pond. The lotus flowers were a mix of red and white, with dozens of pairs of swans playing around them. There were also several painted boats reserved for the palace girls to collect lotus flowers. At this time, the emperor and Zhang Fei sat in the pavilion while fresh wind blew through, leaving them invigorated. Maids brought out fruits, snow carrots, and fine wines and arranged them in the pavilion for the emperor and Zhang Fei to share. The emperor sat in the center as Zhang Fei kowtowed and offered a toast. The emperor drank several cups of wine and ordered an official girl to sing and play a song. However, Zhang Fei's brows were furrowed, causing the emperor to smile and ask, "You used to meet me with laughter and joy, but why do your brows frown today? Is there something lacking?" Yuan Shun hurriedly bowed her head, saying, "I am deserving of death. As a lowly woman from the streets, with the grace of your majesty, I was appointed as a concubine, an honor beyond my expectations. Having received such deep grace, I constantly fear that it is not enough to repay your kindness. I truly have feelings for him, dare to report to your divine face, and humbly beg for forgiveness." The emperor smiled and ordered the official maidens to lift her up, saying, "Sit down, and if there is anything to report, I will certainly help you." Yuan Shun knelt again and reported, "I am merely a lowly person. In my past, in my parents' tofu shop, we suffered from hunger and cold. Last year my entire family fell ill, and my parents were on the verge of death. Fortunately, there was the Guangdong Jinshan juror Hai Rui, who was staying at my shop. Seeing that my family had no one to rely on, he showed great generosity, repeatedly donating from his travel bag to provide medicine for my family, which saved us. Now that I am serving your majesty, both my parents are honored, but Hai Rui is stranded in Beijing and cannot return home. Upon hearing this, my heart feels truly unable to bear it. I regret being so weak and unable to repay him, which is why I have been feeling restless. Without fear of your majesty's realization, I would die 1,000 deaths rather than refuse." The emperor, after listening, laughed loudly and said, "I thought you were worried about something, but it turns out this is the reason. It's a small matter. There's no need to be concerned. If he is indeed a scholar, why wouldn't he take the exam? Why would he accept failure?" Yuan Shun responded. He had entered the Imperial examination hall, but alas, his name was left off the list. The assistant reported that Hai Rui, on his first trip to the capital, had missed the deadline. The emperor said, "This man has not been fortunate in terms of fame and fortune. His destiny has been rough. I will repay your loyalty for him." Yuan Shun quickly expressed gratitude and cheered, "Long live His Majesty." The emperor immediately took paper and pen and wrote, "Hai Rui's talents were not recognized. His fame and fortune did not come easily. This is the way of your fate." He then decreed that Hai Rui be granted the degree of Jinshi, the highest imperial examination degree. The Ministry of Rituals was notified, and he was appointed as an official in charge of Confucian academies. Upon finishing, he handed it to Yuan Shun for review and asked, "What do you think?" Yuan Shun again expressed his gratitude and cheered. The emperor ordered the imperial decree be delivered to the Ministry of Rituals. They then shared a few cups of wine before dispersing and returning to the palace. While Hai Rui was in the store, he thought of Feng Bao to get shoes, not knowing what scene there would be. In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly heard a commotion from outside, so Hai Rui urgently ordered Hai An to go out and check. Hai An went out and saw several officials with reports, among whom one held up a report scroll and said, "Which is the new graduate official, Old Master Hai? Come out quickly, we will pay our respects." Everyone in the store thought he was mad. It was not even the imperial examination period, and there could be no such early announcement of a graduate. Everyone started laughing. Hai An said, "My father's surname is Hai, and since he passed the imperial examination, we can bring the report scroll to show." The man then unfolded his hand, revealing a scroll that read, "Good news for Grand Elder Hai Shinrui. You have been granted an additional degree of graduate with special command." Hai An was surprised after reading it. He brought the scroll inside and informed Hai Rui. Hai Rui was overjoyed and immediately wanted to go to the palace to thank the emperor. He sent off the messenger and was about to turn back when someone else came to report, saying it was from the Ministry of Rites. Hai Rui accepted the appointment, which was to serve as a teacher at the Confucian Academy in Chunan County, Zhejiang. Hai Rui's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately sent someone to convey the news. The next day, dressed in his official attire, he went to the imperial court to offer his gratitude, accompanied by officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies who came to bid him farewell. The ministry officials knew that Hai Rui was a special case, and treated him with extra care, which need not be explained. The next day, they sent his official documents to his residence. At this point, Hai Rui had received his documents, but lacked the financial means to take up his post. Remembering that Li Chunyang was his closest friend, He came to see him at night and asked to borrow money to travel to his posting. Li Chunyang laughed and said, "This humble brother really has no choice. Since I arrived in Beijing 6 years ago, I have relied on my family to send me 2 payments of silver to cover my expenses here. My current situation is quite dire. However, given our close bond, I cannot refuse to help. 10 taels of silver will be enough for me to fulfill my duty." He added, "May this not be seen as an imposition from a friend." Hai Rui replied, "I understand that you are also in difficulty, but the urgency of the matter left me no choice but to break the night travel ban." Li Chunyang said, "Don't mention it, it would make me feel ashamed." So, they took out 10 tian of silver and handed it to Hai Rui personally, saying, "Take this with humility." Hai Rui kowtowed in gratitude and said, "For your generosity, this kindness should be recorded in 5 places." After some idle chatter, he finally left. Upon returning home, he saw Feng Bao sitting in the shop with a yellow silk parcel in his hands. As soon as he saw Hai Rui, he greeted him joyfully and said, "Congratulations on your appointment, sir. My wife sent me to convey her felicitations, and she has also given you some gifts." He then presented the parcel to Hai Rui with both hands. Hai Rui accepted it, feeling its weight, and said, "How could I, Hai Rui, have earned such favor from your grace? I am grateful for your indulgence." He expressed his gratitude by gazing into the heavens. Feng Bao continued, "Your grace's wife said that she wants you to take care on your journey. Be assured in your new post, if anything comes up, she will take care of it." After saying this, he stood up and left. Hai Rui instructed him, "Please convey my thanks to your grace. I am unable to repay her personally, but I offer my morning and evening prayers, hoping for your grace's early birth of a son." Feng Bao agreed and returned home. Shortly after, a messenger announced that Master Zhang had arrived. Hare hurried to greet him, but it turned out that it was old Zhang coming to convey his congratulations and accompany Chenji. They chatted casually before parting. When Hare opened the box of Zhang Fei's treasures, he found over 300 silver ingots. He also examined old Zhang's box, which contained 100 silver yuan. At this point, Hare had 400 silver dollars, plus an additional 300 remaining after accounting for expenses in Zhejiang. Overjoyed, he quickly returned 10 silver dollars borrowed from Li Hanlin, sealed and packaged. He also wrapped another 100 silver dollars separately. He wrote a note expressing, "Stranded in a foreign land, my situation is dire. My brother has burdened me with cold sao, but I had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, heaven granted me ease. Zhang Yifei of the Western Palace bestowed upon me 300 gold coins. I also received 100 silver dollars from Hai Gong, father of Zhang Yifei." At this critical moment, the waters of West River suddenly revived and saved the fish in danger. After deducting expenses, there are still 300 silver dollars left. Thus, he thought it only fitting to share a drop of West River water to revive the exhausted fish. Apart from returning the original silver to Zhao, there were additional 100 pieces, lessening the expression of respect for the guests, hoping it wouldn't be rejected. He especially awaited good news, unprepared. Hai Rui bowed and wrote, packaging the original silver and 100 more in a bundle with the letter sent to Hein. He also wrote another home letter, with 100 silver pieces, ordering Hai Xiang to deliver them to Thiak, returning them to Guangdong Province City, forwarding them to Qionglu. After confirming the arrangements, he immediately packed his luggage and left Beijing with his 3 servants. As for Yan Song, since his recall, he had been trying hard to make connections, each time in front of the emperor flattering him. Today he secretly accused a minister of corruption. Tomorrow he loudly criticized a general's laziness. The emperor did not refuse any of his suggestions, unaware that he had removed dozens of officials. The emperor favored him greatly, promoting him to Ministry of Justice deputy minister in just a few months. Yan Song's power and influence grew, his arrogance intensified, resenting Zhang Lauer for still living and becoming a high-ranking official, a member of the imperial family, always plotting to harm him. Little did he know that heaven does not follow human will. After Hai Rui left, Zhang Lauer fell ill and died in just a few days. The emperor, remembering his status as a relative, granted him silver for funeral expenses, honored him with the title of Grand Tutor, and gave him the posthumous name of Zhenhu. Yan Song became even more enraged. At this time Yan Song's authority was at its peak, and many officials attached themselves to his power. The military governor Zhang Zhiber, because of Song, was granted the title of Duke. Song had a son named Shifan, who was not yet a year old when Zhang Zhiber sought to marry his daughter. who was a year older than Shifan. The two arranged their marriage and conspired to commit illicit acts, selling positions and titles, all sorts of corruption. The emperor heard something but did not investigate further. Song then built a mansion that covered 10 acres, with gardens and pavilions inside equal in splendor to those in the palace. It was said, "The heavenly abode of gods, the home of a chancellor on earth." Song also trained 10 beautiful women in singing and dancing, each wearing a 5-colored cloud robe. When they performed at banquets, they looked like colorful clouds, dazzling and captivating, known as the Nixiang dance. Their singing and acting were excellent, so he presented them to the Emperor Jiejing as entertainment. The emperor favored them even more, bestowing upon Song the title of Grand Tutor and promoting him to Minister of Industry, serving as a co-president of the Grand Council. Zhang Ziber had been in Beijing for a long time and wanted an external assignment to enjoy life outside, so he went to beg Yan Song. Song replied, "External assignments are only for commanders or inspectors. You are a first-grade military official with 2 vacancies that do not conform to the regulations. Unless there is a special imperial commission, it would not be appropriate." Zhang Zibor said, "Recently I've heard that many provinces have been misusing government funds, and there are many shortages in the treasury. Why don't you, Your Honor, present a petition to the imperial decree, sending someone to investigate? This way, we can ease our worries a bit. If there isn't surplus, wouldn't I dare not share it with Your Honor, north or south?" Yan Song nodded and agreed, writing a detailed report and submitting it that same day, stating that the provinces have suffered significant shortages and only a special minister can conduct the investigation. If civil officials were sent, they might protect each other. Military officers on inspection tours have both public and private interests. The inspector of the Army's general staff, for example, is a man of loyalty, integrity, and clarity, suitable for this position. The emperor approved the petition. Indeed, one imperial decree can cause hundreds of harms to grow daily. So, will Zhang Zibor receive an external assignment? We'll see in the next chapter. Without mentioning Yan Song's tyranny, let's say that Zhang Zibor, having received the imperial decree, packed up and set off the very next day, returning from a tour of inspection in Hebei and Shandong. He was quite imposing along the way, with his banner reading Imperial Inspection in 4 characters. Accompanied by over 100 riders from the Department of Military Affairs, he carried the sword of justice, striking terror into every official and county magistrate he passed. Extra supplies arrived as if they were carrying out a royal decree. Zhang Jibo, with great anticipation, aimed to seize all wealth throughout the realm, and thus took the initiative. Upon entering the capital, he immediately assumed authority and hung up a notice. The Grand Commissioner, under the direct supervision of the Emperor, investigates and rectifies corrupt officials in all provinces. Having received such heavy grace, avenging it is still difficult. The Commissioner will uphold justice to the utmost, eat grass and drink water if necessary, to fulfill his duties. All provincial granaries and grains should be thoroughly inspected. Any shortages must be reported immediately. In addition, severe punishment will be meted out to thieves, corrupt officials, or those who bribe officials. Anyone found guilty after detection or reported will be dealt with fairly, without any leniency. Everyone must take care of themselves. Do not let your guard down. Upon the release of this notice, every state and county along the route was filled with fear and trembling. The message was passed on for everyone to prepare. Who knows that this legislation by Jizi is severe, but the implementation is lenient. He merely lets family members grease palms to smooth things over as they pass through each county, demanding a silver payment of 10,000 from each official they meet. If they follow these instructions, they are spared questioning. Otherwise, he deliberately finds faults and frames them. So local officials, not wanting trouble, offer him bribes. One day, he was on patrol in the Licheng County area in Shandong Province. The county magistrate, named Shui Li Jin, was from Shenzhen, Shaanxi, and had passed the imperial examination, earning his post as county magistrate. He was known for his integrity and uprightness. Since taking office, he had not accepted a single bribe or taken advantage of his position. All the people in the county knew of his virtue and reputation as an honest official. On this day, he received an official document forwarded from higher up, announcing that the Grand Duke Jiang had been commissioned to oversee provincial grain reserves and officials. There was also a private letter expressing concern about certain faulty practices. Shui, being a poor official with no wealth to offer, could not curry favor in this way. Moreover, he believed that since taking office, his conduct had been impeccable, and his records were in order, so there should be no issues. He merely needed to ensure the comfort of the officials visiting from out of town. A day earlier, the people of Zhang's household came to take their stand at the head, leading 20 men to the county, shouting out the name of the county magistrate. This, the county magistrate, already heard clearly from the hall, and he was furious, so he had to come out to meet them. The family sat upright on the hall without moving, asking, "Are you the county magistrate?" Shui the official answered, "I am." The family laughed, saying, "What a bold county magistrate. If you knew that your honor was ordered by the public to investigate, why weren't you better prepared? Even after my arrival, you are still acting so grand. Do you know how powerful Grand Public Sword is?" Shui heard and said, "My county is desolate, with nothing much to prepare. The horses and food have been ready for a while, waiting for your honor to pass by." The family then said, "How can it be so disorganized? Didn't the officials ahead know to inform you in advance?" Shu intentionally replied, "Although there may be official documents reaching me first, it's just to notify them to prepare fast horses to welcome you." The family burst into anger, cursing, "You ungrateful creature, deliberately pretending to be deaf and dumb. In a short while, the grand public will make you understand." Having said this, they left. The county magistrate sensed something amiss, but refused to flatter, leaving it at that. Soon after, Zhang Ziber led a group of people to arrive, and Hai Gong was only sent out to greet them. Zhang instructed them to rest their horses in the city, and the magistrate took the lead. Upon reaching the office, Zhang sat down, while Hai Gong entered to pay his respects, standing on the side. Zhang asked, "Are your county warehouses adequately stocked?" The magistrate bowed and replied, "The warehouses are well stocked with no shortages." Zhang inquired further, "Are there any cases of injustice that have been pending for a long time in the county?" The magistrate answered, "Since I took office, all cases, big or small, have been promptly reported and questioned. There are no unresolved cases hanging over." The words Zhang used were merely intended to intimidate the magistrate, but to everyone's surprise, Hai Gong did not flatter him. Instead, he answered fluently. Jair felt some displeasure in his heart and, frowning, said, "Since your county's records show no delays and its grain supplies are adequate, I have been commissioned by His Majesty to inquire and investigate. Although you can be confident, I too must take a look before reporting back. Please prepare an inventory for me, so that I may check it." The county official, afraid to disobey, bowed and said, "I will obey your orders. Upon my return to the office, I will have a clerk compile the list and submit it to you." Jair replied, "There's no need to go back and consult, do it here." He ordered someone to bring paper and ink, placing them before him, and demanded that they write down the information without delay. Shuji at public had no choice but to write it all out in front of the court. First, he listed the grain stored in each warehouse, followed by cases from various departments. Jair looked over the list, which read, "The county magistrate of Liking, Su Likin, submits this inventory of grain under his jurisdiction. The total is as follows. Tea in first granary, 1569 shi and 3.67 gong of rice. The second granary. In the third Shuan granary, there are 1725.6 bushels of rice stored. In the fourth Huan granary, there are 1073.02 bushels of rice stored. In the fifth Yu granary, there are 925.17 bushels of rice stored. In the sixth Sao granary, there are 1,012.03 bushels of rice stored. In the seventh Hong granary, there are 800.07 bushels of rice stored. In the eighth Huang granary, there are 912.303 bushels of rice stored. Among the grain warehouses, the Dong granary stores 2,825.37 bushels of grains. The Nan granary stores 1,000 bushels of grains. The Ji granary stores 1005.02 bushels of grains. The Bi granary stores 915.7 bushels of grains. The four granaries at the end store 313 bushels of old grain each. In terms of stored food supplies, Diting silver, excluding reimbursements, there are 38,753.672 and 3/7 Liang real silver stored. As for cases in each department, there are 13 unresolved cases and 18 resolved cases in the Criminal Affairs Bureau. The theft in the barracks has not yet been solved, with 28 cases outstanding and 13 resolved. There are 5 unresolved and 11 resolved cases of abduction from the office. Regarding marriage cases in the household, 16 are still open, while 16 have been concluded. There are 17 closed and 21 open land and property cases. Both the grain storehouses have no unresolved cases. After reviewing the records, Jibo collected them and said to Shui Yenji, "Your Honor, spend the night at the county hall. We can check everything together tomorrow." Shui Yenji agreed, and that evening he had food and wine brought in, but Zibo refused to eat and simply went back outside. The family members made various demands. If anything was lacking, they would insult him. Shui Yenji knew they were seeking an opportunity to cause trouble, but he pretended not to hear them and let them talk while ignoring them. At the stroke of midnight, a person claiming to be a close relative of Zibo suddenly entered and began chatting with the county magistrate. He introduced himself as Tang Xingde, due to his discussion with the county magistrate about the granary's inventory. The magistrate said, "Our county originally had some shortages, which were inherited from the previous administration. When I took office, I already reported it to the superior officials and we settled it then. Now that we have rectified the records, there is not a single deficit." Tang Xingde smiled and said, "Your Honor did not have even a single deficit, as clear as the upper levels accounts. Why would you mix them up? Perhaps His Highness won't approve." In the past, when commissioners went on tours, they followed specific rules. They had reserve funds at each province and county to prevent excessive demands or faults. Now, Your Honor does not follow these old practices, which may cause trouble tomorrow. What is Your Honor's intention? If the magistrate was willing, Tang Xingde offered to introduce him to someone. The magistrate laughed and said, "The household has some misunderstandings. I am but a humble scholar who has spent 10 years studying in seclusion, with my mat worn through and my inkstick sharpened until it is blunt. One morning, luck came to me, and I passed both imperial examinations and became an official far away. With nothing but a fan and a crane, I have no other possessions. With an old wife and young children, and yet unable to bring them home to share in the meager harvest, his situation is dire indeed, waiting for words of comfort while the steward understands fully. Where could there be silver to pay a bride price? If the public official does not agree to make exceptions, tomorrow he will nitpick every detail, and we can only accept our fate." Tang Xingde saw him firmly refuse to comply and sighed deeply before leaving. He returned to see Jibo and explained everything. Jibo laughed and said, "Retreat, I will handle it myself." The next morning at dawn, Jibo ordered his followers to form up and have them come to the county office pair by pair, with the county magistrate following behind. Jibo went on to the dais, sat down, and first reviewed the list of officials and servants. He then called in the clerks from the 3 departments responsible for grain storage and instructed them to lead the way to the granaries, where he inspected the stored rice and grain. The clerks, accompanied by the grain laborers, checked the granaries and counted the grains, which indeed matched the records. They examined 8 granaries in all, finding no discrepancies. They also checked the stones of grain, and everything was accurate with no shortages. Jibo said, "According to the current inventory, there is no shortage of rice and grain, but I wonder if there were any shortfalls in the past." The county magistrate, hurriedly bowing, replied, "There have been shortfalls, totaling 18,001 dan, a traditional Chinese unit of weight. However, when I took office, I had already reported these to the superior authorities." Jibo nodded. He then went to check the silver in the treasury, which also matched the current inventory. Jibo asked, "For a county's treasury, is this all the necessary silver? Was there any shortfall under the previous magistrates?" The magistrate explained, "Since the current county magistrate took office from the previous one in Zhengde 3rd year, there have been shortfalls totaling over 38,000 liang, a traditional Chinese unit of weight, and there are case files to support this. When I received the handover, these were the only shortfalls, with no further losses." Jibo remained silent, and then had each clerk bring all the unresolved cases up to the hall for scrutiny. After a moment, each clerk presented the case files one by one, reporting their details. He could not help but feel anger in his heart, pointing at the county magistrate and saying, "You claim that since you took office, there's been no waste. How come both warehouses show a deficit?" Jibo counted the sums, and found that there was a shortage of more than one item. "And the quantities stored are excessive? Is it not you who has been stealing? Where else can we look? Yet you engage in such ability. What use do I have for you? You corrupt the country and enrich your family. Laws cannot be easily lenient. If we do not uphold the law, how can we maintain proper governance and warn future generations?" He ordered, "Take me to the side." The officials on either side agreed without hesitation, seizing the moment to remove Mr. Shui's black cap, binding him tightly with ropes. Jibo requested the imperial sword, ordering the middle officer to behead him and report back. The officials on either side had already surrounded the county magistrate. At this time, although there were officials of both military and civil ranks from the same city present, he could only take care of himself. Who would dare step forward and say a word of protection? All they heard was Mr. Shu cursing the thieves, using personal interests to disguise public duties, unjustly killing civilians, and facing the consequences. The onlookers among the citizens wept and harbored deep resentment towards Jibo, almost desiring to eat him alive. At this moment, after Jibo had killed County Magistrate Shu, he ordered Land Administrator Lu Hengtai to temporarily take over the county affairs. Yet, the accusation was made public in the bustling streets, a ploy to startle the snake from its grass. The next day, Zhang Jiber mounted his horse and set off towards Jiangdantat. Hearing of this news, local officials ahead of him held their breath in fear, worried that bribes might not be sufficient, and so they drained the people's fat to fill their insatiable greed. Indeed, when power and wickedness reign, harm befalls all the people. How Zhang Jiber ended up later is for another tale. The See Public Case 18th episode, Defying Authority and Beating the Flag, however, let's return to Zhang Jiber's unjust display of authority, leading to the murder of Shu County Magistrate, a matter temporarily set aside. Meanwhile, after receiving his diploma, Hai Rui led Hai and Hai Gong on land and water, arriving at the provincial gates in no time. First, he paid homage at the governor's office, where after verification, he assumed his post and headed towards Kunning County. Students and peers from the school came to greet him one by one, and Hai Rui took up his duties. There were few affairs at the school, so he invited those students to study and adhere to Confucian teachings. Thus, the students all admired him, saying he was a sincere tutor. One day, Hai Rui suddenly remembered, I have already obtained a post here and am serving as an official, but I have left my wife with her mother-in-law. He felt uneasy in his heart, so he wrote a letter, took 52 silver coins, and gave them to Hai Yin to return to Guangdong, welcoming his family. Hai Xiang received the silver note, bid farewell to Hai Rui, boarded a ship, and headed towards Guangdong. He also spoke of Mrs. Zhang. Since her husband left for Beijing, she has been living at her parents' house. Unbeknownst to them, she was already 6 months pregnant and gave birth to a girl after 10 months. Mrs. Zhang was overjoyed and took personal charge of all the arrangements. After the baby was born, they named her Jin Gu. At that time, Mrs. Zhang raised her daughter while eagerly waiting for news from her husband. By the following May, there was still no news. When she read the examination records from Nangong, she learned that Hai Rui's name had been eliminated. Soon after, a letter arrived stating that he was staying in Beijing for the next exam. Mrs. Zhang could only calmly wait. In the course of this year, up until July, I received news from Beijing regarding my husband, and it was only then that I learned he had not been chosen for the imperial examination. I did not know why we were suddenly granted the honor of becoming scholars, with a special appointment to the Confucian Academy in Shunan County, and an additional 100 silver dollars for settling there. At this time, Mrs. Zhang and her daughter-in-law rejoiced, their faces beaming with smiles. Mrs. Zhang said, "My son-in-law is someone who will never fall short of others, and today he has indeed proven himself. But now that he has taken up his post, I am sure he will not take long to come and fetch you." A few months later, suddenly a messenger named Hai Gong returned with a letter from Herei, saying he had been sent to bring the family. He also had a letter for Madame Zhang as a greeting. Mrs. Zhang was overjoyed and immediately opened the letter. It said in part, "We have not seen each other for several years, and it's been 4 seasons since I last heard from you. Fortunately, through grace and favor, I have managed to obtain an official position. Now, I am being posted to the Confucian Academy in Shunan County, which is a relatively remote post, but I feel honored by this special consideration from the court. Having arrived here, I am fortunate to be able to rest a little. As the ancients said, one who achieves wealth and honor should not forget his poor friends, so how could I abandon my humble wife? I have sent Hai Yang home to welcome you, and if possible, please accompany him to your new post so that we can all work together. On the day the book arrives, even if it is tied up, there will be another report to pay respects at grandmother's place. No need to worry about it. This letter. Mrs. Zhang, a wise lady, is preparing for her makeup. The calligraphy of Peak Master has also been read in the letter." Hai Gong said, "When I arrived, old gentleman gave me 50 silver coins as travel expenses for Madame Tai, so this item doesn't need much consideration. But I don't know when Madame Tai will leave. I'll have someone good go and hire a boat." Mrs. Zhang replied, Choose a lucky day to start the journey is fine. Hai Gong agreed and immediately hired a boat, waiting for the auspicious day to set sail without moving it. Meanwhile, since Hai Rui took up his post at the school, he has been devoted to teaching, and also reported to his superiors, except for a few minor flaws in the curriculum. The superior officer praised his integrity and said, Hai's academic ability is outstanding, suitable for governing people. He recommended him for a new post, asking for a transfer to a state or county to be used as needed. The emperor approved it, sending it back to the province. The governor immediately opened and read it. All I saw was the red seal approval. By imperial command, it is recommended that Shu Ruiji, who has distinguished talents and merits, be appointed to a county position. If his achievements are as reported, he should immediately receive an evaluation and be considered for appointment to a higher post. If his governance is competent, he should be formally assigned the position. The local governor, upon seeing this approval, promptly issued orders to the prefectural officials, directing them to note Zhu Ruiji's assignment to the county position and await further instructions. Not long after, the county magistrate of Chunan was removed from his post due to accusations of corruption. The governor then appointed Hai Rui as the interim county magistrate. At this time, Hai Rui bore the trust of the people and worked with renewed dedication. He took on any initiative to promote prosperity or remove harm without hesitation. Without considering personal animosity, he focused solely on serving the people and country, maintaining a clear and transparent administration that won him the love of his subjects as if they were their parents. Within a month of his appointment, criminal activities ceased, the people sang and worked happily, and even highways saw no cases of theft or loss. Hai Rui, without complaining of fatigue, led his 2 servants disguised each night on inspection tours, capturing many bandits and administering justice like a god. The letter carriers, fearing his keen observation, dared not conceal anything from him. The common people call him Hai Dad, just as a baby calls its father, and they depend on him like this. Not long after, Hai Gong brought his family to the assigned post, where he reunited with his wife and saw their 4-year-old daughter again. Hai Rui's joy was beyond words. 2 months later, it was spread that the court had sent Duke Zhang to investigate the records of grain and goods in each province, to rectify corrupt officials, and his banner bore the words obeying heaven's inspection. He received a sacred sword from the court, which was both powerful and intimidating, as he proceeded to check everything on his way. It was reported that in Licheng County, Shandong Province, the county magistrate, Shui, killed him without any provocation. Every place they passed provided swift horses, causing much trouble. If there was even a slight delay or disrespect, issues would arise immediately. Hai Rui heard this and sighed. Why has the emperor sent such a person here? He is only causing trouble for the people. Besides, I have limited resources here, so let him go. A few days later, neighboring counties received official letters conveying similar messages and private whispers, saying that Duke Zhang intended to take strict action against anyone who failed to comply. Hai Rui laughed and said, How absurd. I haven't prepared anything, so let him come and see what he can do. They then sent someone to reconnoiter ahead. Within 3 days, a Zhang family boat arrived, and they found the county town of Junin completely deserted, not even a single person outside. How strange that the Zhang family came with anger in their hearts, yet upon reaching the county, it remained so desolate. The family was indeed from Tang Xingdang. At this, Tang Xingdang's anger did not subside, and he went to the second hall, sat down on a chair, and loudly asked, How is it that the public affairs are not properly handled? Where has the county magistrate gone? Haiyan and Haiyong could no longer contain themselves and asked in unison, Where has His Majesty's entourage come from? Please explain. Xingdang coldly smiled and asked, What business do you have here? Haiyan replied, We are following Hai Taiji's orders. Xingdang laughed. It seems that as county officials, you should know the formalities of court life. We, the Imperial Commissioner, have come with a mandate to inspect and supervise. The neighboring counties would have been informed by now. Why this cold treatment? Do you dare to scorn us? Haiyan wrote, Our county is extremely poor and impoverished. The salaries we currently receive are insufficient for the office, let alone any extra funds for official business. I only ask for a slight convenience. After hearing this, Tang Xingpanda became fiercely angry and left in displeasure. On his departure, he said with hatred, You will see soon enough. He then left unhappily. Meanwhile, Hai Rui was in the inner hall, hearing the commotion outside. Angered, he secretly snuck behind the screen to listen. Just as he was listening to Haiyan and Xingpanda's conversation, His anger rose from his heart, and malice formed in his mind. He heard Xing Panda leave with resentment, so he immediately summoned Hai An and Hai Xiang into the inner chamber, giving orders. The servant of Governor Zhang who came here earlier had a dispute with you. He will surely continue this conflict, stirring up trouble, and may come to our county, causing havoc. You two go outside discreetly and find out how many ships and vehicles the public office has in total. Come back with an accurate report as soon as possible. Hai An and Hai Xiang took the orders and left hurriedly, being careful in their inquiries. After traveling 20+ li, they happened upon Zhang Jiber's fleet blocking the sky. Hai An and the others deliberately boarded a fishing boat and followed only the official vessel. It turned out that Zhang Jiber's fleet consisted of 30+ vessels, large and small, each heavily loaded. Hai An and Hai Xiong, having seen this, hurried back to report. Hai Rui, upon hearing it, reflected that he was a special envoy from Beijing with no family, and only needed 1 or 2 ships, so why were there so many? He suspected they were carrying stolen goods. He decided to let them be for now, observing their intentions before making any decisions. Just as they were discussing this, a messenger reported that the Grand Public official's flag-bearer, Hu Ying, had arrived. He said, "The imperial decree has arrived, sir. Please step outside to greet him." Hai Rui replied, "The Grand Public is here on an inspection tour of the region. Our county should naturally welcome him, but it's no more than escorting them out of the territory. Why does a lowly official like him have to come and pick us up?" "Who set this up?" The official reported, "As we have passed through various states and counties, they have all welcomed us in this manner. The gentleman cannot refuse. The Grand Public is not to be trifled with. Now that the flags are before the office, we are waiting for your arrival." Hai Rui suddenly became enraged, and ordered the 3 shifts of officials to line up. This news spread, and the 3 shifts of servants, along with the scribes from each department, all gathered in the hall, forming 2 rows. After the commotion subsided, Hai Rui entered the warm chamber, and as the scribes paid their respects one by one, he said, "Today, the county has specifically come to support our office and compete with the people. You must not hesitate. You must follow the county's orders. If you disobey, your position will be at risk." The officials on both sides obeyed. Hai Rui ordered the doors opened, and had the flag-bearers enter his presence. The attendants acknowledged his command, opening both main doors wide and shouting, "The county lord! Present your names and come in." The official, accustomed to being fawned over, thought that the county magistrate himself was coming out to greet him, so he stood at the gate with an air of pride. Upon first hearing these words, I thought he was summoning an official from another place. Not even a moment had passed when 2 court officials walked up and said, "Official, how can you be deaf? Why don't you hear me calling? Your Honor is right here in the hall, summoning you to come in and speak." The flag-bearer, upon hearing this, felt his 3 spirits leap with rage, smoke rising from his 7 orifices, and he burst into fury, saying, "You dog of a servant, who are you talking to here?" The court official replied, "I'm inviting you to come in. My grandfather is sitting in the hall and is waiting for you." The flag-bearer coldly smiled and said, "What a big county magistrate. I'll go see what he's up to." So, with a great deal of anger, he strode in. Hai Rui, seeing him holding a decree arrow, stood up, bowed twice towards the arrow, and then moved to one side to wait. He then resumed his seat. The flag-bearer, upon seeing the magistrate calmly resume his seat, became even more enraged, saying, "Please tell me, noble gentleman, what is your last name?" Hai Li smiled and said, "Since you are a subordinate, why didn't you register and pay your respects to the county? But now you're asking about my name? My name is already recorded in the Imperial Edict. You should know it without me telling you. As for what brings you here," Hai Li continued, "please inform me." The flag-bearer replied, "I have come as per the public order to arrange for horses, boats, porters, and sailors." "Is this what the public said or what you said?" Hai Li asked. "The order is in my hands," the flag-bearer answered. "So be it," Hai Li responded. "After the major famine in our county, half of our people have died. With the current farming season, there are no spare laborers for conscription. Please excuse me if I say that your request is unnecessary." The flag-bearer retorted, "How can you say, 'excuse me'? Don't you think you've become tired of this county official? You're just being bold and making random demands, talking nonsense. I can't be bothered with details, but I need 100 porters immediately, and 50 large boats as well." "That's an order from the Duke," said Hai Rui. "The Duke only has 1 ship, so why do we need 100 porters and 50 boats?" asked the flag-bearer. Just prepare for it. There's no need to worry about such things, retorted Hai Ru. Since this county was bestowed upon me with holy favor, every single coin I've used has come from the treasury. Now you're asking for these many ships. Where will the future expenses come from? This is something I cannot obey, said Hai Ru. If the Duke's ship needs someone to pull the ropes, I'll immediately supervise all the servants and fulfill this task. The flag-bearer refused to concede, cursing, nonsense. Where did such a large bureaucracy come from? Who dares to defy the Duke's edict? If you dare step down and come with me to see the Duke, then I'll consider you a brave man. He laughed heartily. Hai Ru, after listening, became furious and said, How dare such a brazen and lawless official appear on my court and act so boldly? On both sides, let's take down the flag and hit it 40 times. The officials on either side nodded in agreement and together pulled down the flag. It was said, Fortune is made by oneself, but one's dignity is lost. After all, could Hai Ru possibly hit that flag? Let's see in the next episode. High Public Case 19th episode. The corrupt prince awe and respect the wise. However, the flag's impudent words angered Hai Ru, who ordered the officials to drag it to the ground, giving it 40 large beatings with a whip, then spoke. The officials on both sides immediately stepped forward, without hesitation, and threw the flag onto the steps, holding its head and feet, shouting loudly, Whip! Hit 10 strokes. The flag gritted its teeth, refusing to plead for mercy. Hai Ru watched this and scolded the officials for being afraid and not using enough force. He got up from his seat, took the whip, and struck it with all his might, not counting the number of strokes, around 50, and hit the flag so hard that it screamed, its skin split, and blood spurted out. Good hitting! Good hitting! He exclaimed. Hai Ru's anger had not subsided, and he ordered someone to bring a chain, with which he locked himself to the flagpole and dismissed everyone, instructing them to meet Jibo together. However, it was said that Jibo's ship had already docked, and all the county officials, city guards, and law enforcement agencies came to welcome him. When Jibo stepped ashore, he didn't see the county magistrate and asked the officials, Where is the county magistrate? And where should I stay? The law enforcement officers kowtowed and explained, Because of some official business, the magistrate may be late in arriving. Before they finished speaking, the flagpole and the county magistrate appeared locked together, approaching them. Jibo was confused, and ordered the county officials to step forward and ask questions. The county magistrate approached and bowed, saying, Why did you lock my flagpole? Please explain. Hai Ru replied, Because your mission required preparations including porters and boats, which disrupted my court. That's why I punished your mission and locked myself up to see the public representative for an apology. Hearing this, Jibo was furious and said, It turns out it's like this. Let's discuss it in the county. Order the locks of both individuals to be opened, then proceed to the county office, take your seat, and question the local official. Hai Ru suddenly entered, bowed, and stood on the side. Zhang Jiber said, This noble man is not acting on his own, but is fulfilling the imperial mandate to investigate cases related to government documents and warehouses throughout the country. Wherever he goes, he should be provided with horses and men. Therefore, this noble man intends to go there first, so he sends a command post to inform those in advance so that they can prepare. Why has your county severely punished this official? Is it not an insult to this noble man? Hai Ru said, according to the natural order of things, superior officials should be greeted and sent off by local officials when they travel. However, when your official arrived at the office, he demanded 100 porters and 50 large boats. It's the peak season for farmers tilling the fields, and all the people in this county are either farming or working to feed themselves. How could there suddenly be 100 men available? Moreover, a small county like yours cannot have many ships at any given time. That is why I slightly delayed it, thinking it was urgent. But your official then abused his power, publicly insulted on the court, and showed contempt for the officials. Therefore, I had to punish him to serve as a warning for the future, humbly requesting your forgiveness. Jibo Dao said, Your lordship came by boat, and each county should only escort you out of their territory before you change boats. Is it not appropriate to look for a ship? That vessel is quite large. Due to the recent drought in shallow waters, people have to pull ropes to get it through, so obviously a ferryman is needed. As for 50 ships, I myself have things to load on them, hence the clarification of numbers to prevent trouble. If your county did not prepare in advance and even beat my officials, it is clearly insulting your lordship. Does your lordship not have the authority to execute the county magistrate? Hai Ru replied calmly, "Although your lordship's steel sword is sharp, you should not kill an innocent person. Since I took office, I have always served the public and abided by the law, never mistreating the people or currying favor with the upper levels. Now that your lordship has received imperial edicts to investigate corruption and check granaries, the emperor's intention is to serve the people. However, your lordship's actions here are just causing trouble for them. I do not presume to judge, but I have something to say. I beg for a moment to speak my mind." Jibo Dao said, "Go ahead and say whatever you have to say." Hai Rui said, "As for the court sending you to govern and provide relief to the people, inquire into their suffering, investigate officials, it is intended to do good. You, as a minister, hold a high position, and therefore should understand the emperor's intentions. How can you take the initiative with light cavalry, demanding various things? As you pass through each state and county, you order them to pay silver for the price of farmers and coolies, food money, and again, demand wine, vehicles, and horses, threatening to use the emperor's command to force them if they don't comply. The states and counties have already exhausted their resources, and the people are also at their wits' end. Yet there is never a time when the people's tax revenue is not taken for your office, and once the funding is uneven, it will inevitably lead to extensive looting. The blood of the people, satiating your greed, how can this be the way for a minister? I secretly think that you should not take these taxes." Jibo, listening to this, blushed with shame and suddenly became angry, his voice booming. "Who are you to point out my shortcomings?" He ordered his attendants to escort Hai Rui away. Hai Rui urgently stopped him and said, "This is a matter of life and death, but there is still something to be said." Jibo asked, "What else is there to say?" Hai Rui replied, "I, as a lowly official, have offended your majesty. I deserve to die. And what about the fact that you, your honor, took bribes of 1,000,000? How should we address that?" Jibo said. "Where did you get such information?" Hai Rui replied, 30 or so heavily loaded ships. What was inside them? Jibo answered, 30 ships. They were carrying porcelain and flower pots among other items, obtained along the way, following a special edict from the emperor. How can these be considered corrupt goods? Hai Rui said, "The emperor's inner court requires various objects. Each province typically offers their contributions. There is no need for concern, but by having border officials buy these items, it sows suspicion among the people." Jibo was speechless after Hai Rui's words, unable to respond. He raged, "This is a matter of my own. Don't interfere." "Hai!" Rui retorted. "You say you want no interference from me, but I must hold the emperor accountable. Since your honor left Beijing, in every state and province, you have taken 2 or 3 million, at the very least over 10,000 yuan, in total, over 1,000 states and provinces, with corrupt gains exceeding 1,000,000, not to mention other crimes. This matter may invite public scrutiny if your honor returns to court. Now that Hai Ru has questioned your actions, it is unlikely you will escape punishment. But even in death, I must report to the emperor, so that he knows that Hai Rui also contributed to the state and will not be forgotten even after his death." He then took out an abacus from his sleeve and calculated for the crowd. "Since your honor has been on this journey, you have approximately accumulated ill-gotten gains of 3 million. Jibo was filled with shame and anger, fearing that Hai Rui would take it seriously. Even if he killed him, it wouldn't be clean. He laughed and said, "You madman, I think you are simply crazy." He ordered his attendants to drive Hai Rui out. Hai Rui laughed and said, "This is my court, your honor. Where can you drive me? Please calm down. Hai Rui was just joking with you." Jibo, seizing the opportunity, said, "If it's just a joke, next time don't do this, or people might think it's real. Your lowly official should stay in his office." Hai Rui replied, "As you wish, but my office is quite small. I'm afraid it won't be suitable for accommodating those who follow me. What should I do?" Jibo said, "Make no difference. I will be inside with a few close followers. The rest can stay outside and not disturb your county." Hai Rui agreed, and invited Jibo inside to stay in the flower hall. Hai Rui was not present, conducting an interrogation. Shortly after, the family brought 4 kinds of meat dishes, 2 bowls of vegetarian dishes, a bowl of clear soup, and a jar of wine, saying, "I hope your honor will show mercy." Jibo looked at it and suddenly burst out laughing silently. "Your grandfather, with official matters to attend to, should be left alone. He ate only half a bowl of rice and did not touch the wine." Those who accompanied him were also served these dishes. Each person felt deeply discontented, but seeing their master silent, they could only endure. Jibo was angry that Hai Rui had publicly rebuked him in front of everyone, so he called his followers and ordered them, Go observe what Hai Rui is doing right now and report back to me immediately. The followers obeyed, discreetly arriving outside, where they saw Hai Rui sitting in the grand hall, interrogating several prisoners. Upon seeing this, they returned quickly to report it to Zibo, who secretly observed from the back of the hall. He saw Hai Rui questioning and taking notes efficiently. Within moments, he had concluded all the cases on the table, leaving everyone impressed. Zibo returned to the flower hall and reflected that this person indeed had remarkable talent, but it was a pity he could not showcase it. He then thought about what to do if this person seriously opposed him. It seemed that he had won over the hearts of the people here with his integrity and honesty, so there must be no flaws in him. As for how I would rebuke him, simply put, I couldn't think of anything. To go on with mindless musings was not an option either. Speaking of which, after Hai Rui finished his official duties, he left his private office, called Haiyan and ordered, "Tomorrow, you can lead 3 teams of officials, a total of 20 people, to wait at the docks. When he sets off tomorrow, I will personally tie the cables with you all." Haiyan replied, "It is indeed our duty to serve as officials and tie cables. But why does my lord, as a leader of the people, turn around and do such a lowly task? Even among these officials there should be no one without proper assignments. Why doesn't my lord summon local security chiefs from various areas and order them to dispatch several dozen laborers?" Hai Rui said, "What are you talking about? In the present season of autumn harvest, when the rice crops are about to be gathered, if we take them away from the farmers, how can we defend ourselves? If there is theft, wouldn't it be a waste of their hard work for several months? This cannot be done. Just follow my instructions and don't speak much." Haiyan agreed, immediately summoned the officials to the outer courtyard, and conveyed Hai Rui's words to them. The officers listened and laughed, saying, "We have been serving in this county for over 10 years, and we've never seen a peasant perform such work. Not only is it unheard of, but it also undermines the authority of the administration. Please ask Uncle to relay that there is no precedent, and request the Lord to call upon commoners instead." Haiyan replied, "Even if I say so, my lord refuses, claiming he's worried about losing agricultural work. You all just serve as best you can. Tomorrow my lord will come to assist us." The officers, hearing that even the lord is helping with the work, said nothing and agreed. The next day, before dawn, Jibo got up, and Hai Rui came to visit, requesting an inventory of the warehouse. Jibo said, "The county's warehouse is certainly sufficient. There's no need for an inspection." "My lord is about to mount his horse," said Hai Rui. "Please, have some coarse rice, too," said Jibo. "I was disturbed last night, and could not sleep." He immediately ordered the horse to be brought out. Hai Rui did not insist on staying, and he bade Jibo farewell at the county office and accompanied him to the pier. Jibo boarded a boat while the Zhang family were causing a commotion there, saying that no oarsmen were available. Hai Rui got into the water along with the county magistrate and other officials, holding onto the rope. The villagers saw this and shouted in unison, "This is absurd. Our county magistrate is our parent. How can we ask him to work as an oarsman? We don't need you." Everyone leaped into the water, saying, "Father, please come ashore. We will send someone else to pull the rope." Hai Rui replied, "Go ahead, but do not impede the public works." The villagers all said in unison, "Whatever our father says is right. How can he be troubled with this?" And they all grabbed hold of the rope's end. Jair saw this. He quickly had someone send Hai Rui aboard and bowed in gratitude, saying, "Your Excellency's love for the people is truly a blessing for the country. This official will report to His Majesty upon returning to Beijing, and I shall request a promotion and pay raise." Having finished speaking, he ordered the ship to set sail, even without having the citizens tow it. Everyone in the city was filled with admiration. Without discussing Hai Rui's return to the office, let us say that Zhang Jie had continued his inspection along the way, returning to Beijing the same day to report and first submitting the illicit items to Yan's residence. At that time, Yan Song had already been appointed as the prime minister, holding immense power. Immediately, Yan Song summoned the messenger and questioned Zaire about his actions. The latter's family member replied, "My father-in-law has followed the middle chamber's instructions throughout his journey, and here is a list." Yan Song ordered the list to be brought for him to view, which revealed Henan Province, a total of 530,000 silvers and 112 boxes of artifacts and playthings. Shandong Province, a total of 420,000 silvers and 39 boxes of artifacts and playthings. Zhejiang Province, a total of 360,000 silvers and 7 boxes of artifacts and playthings. Jiangxi, A total of 58 gold bars, 40,000 silver dollars, and 76 boxes of earthly objects and playthings were received from the governor. Jiangsu. A total of 60,000 silver dollars was sent by Liang Taichung, along with 100 boxes of silk and cloth. Guangdong. 120 gold bars were presented by Guan Zhiping, along with 180 clocks, 2 pairs of jade rhino beads, 500 boxes of foreign goods, and a total of 70,000 silver dollars. The remaining provinces also contributed 60,000 silver dollars, with varying amounts of earthly objects. Yan Chong, having examined the list, was overjoyed. He immediately instructed his assistant, Yan'er, to catalog and store the items, pending further instructions from Zhang Zhiber, after he had reported to the emperor. It is said, oppressing the people and corrupt officials fill their greedy bellies. To learn of subsequent events, continue reading the next chapter. The See Public Case, 20th chapter. The Holy Emperor receives the report and promotes Yan Chong. Furthermore, the next day at dawn, when Zhang Jibo joined the imperial court, after the mountain tribe paid their respects and performed a dance, the emperor granted him clemency and offered his utmost comfort. He inquired, "Upon your visit to each province, what have you observed regarding the land and people?" Jibo responded, "Each province has an adequate supply of rice and grain, and the people are living in relative harmony." The emperor then asked, "Among officials, those at the provincial and county levels are of paramount importance. They bear the responsibility for governing the people. A capable county magistrate can ensure the peace or distress of the local population. As you have visited each province, have you seen any particularly honest and upright officials, or, conversely, any corrupt ones?" Jibo pondered. They are presumably referring to Hai Rui is so stubbornly entrenched in his position, but I brought others into the capital to gradually scheme against him, eliminating potential future problems. There's nothing wrong with that. He then seized an opportunity to say, "As I was charged by your majesty to supervise each province, upon my passage through various counties, I meticulously investigated them all. In Licheng County, Shandong Province, C.A. Lai Jin is corrupt and despised by the people. As soon as I entered Shandong, I heard of his misdeeds. Upon reaching Licheng, I thoroughly inquired into the matter. The county officials confessed their guilt. After confirming the evidence, I immediately requested the imperial executioner's sword to be brought forth, and he was beheaded. The people expressed their relief. When we reached Zhejiang, there was a magistrate named Hai Rui, from Hainan in Guangdong, who was transferred from the Confucian Academy to be magistrate. During his tenure, he was upright and loved his people as a son loves his father. When I arrived in Chunan, it happened to be a time of drought, and all passing ships needed to be towed by cables. On my arrival, it was also the busy farming season. Hai Rui exempted the people from this burden, personally leading the servants and slaves, and even himself towing the cables on behalf of the people. I personally comforted him. I saw such a vast land. If only there were one upright and honest person like Hai Rui, that would be enough. If he were placed in close proximity to the emperor's circle, there would certainly be something to behold." The emperor, upon hearing this, was delighted and immediately rose to review the vacancies in the Ministry of Personnel. The only vacancy was in the Ministry of Justice, Yunnan Bureau. The emperor noted Hai Rui's name on the list and ordered the Ministry of Personnel to inform them. Zhang Jie thanked him and went out, arriving at Yan's residence. He met with Yan Song and they comforted each other. After 3 rounds of tea, Yan Song laughed and said, "This relative has come out to take up this post. Who knows how much effort it took to achieve such a result? He can certainly get the job done." Zhang Jie replied, "Since I left Beijing, I have been on an inspection tour along the way, and no one dared not be afraid in their hearts. Only when they reached Chunan and Zhejiang did the county magistrate prove exceptionally powerful, resisting them fiercely. It was unclear how he had acquired such authority, but he knew of all the gifts received along the way and demanded an accounting from them, almost causing them to look bad. Eventually, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and engage in conversation. "Why, this wretched county magistrate," said Yan Song, "a worthy man should petition for the sword of justice to be drawn upon him." "I too think so," replied Jibo, "but as Hai Rui is beloved by the people of the county like a parent, they revere him deeply. If he were killed abruptly, it would only incite rebellion. Thus, we can only reluctantly tolerate him for now and seek another way to remove him." Just then, while paying their respects to the emperor, he had reported on Hai Rui. The emperor, fond of his talent and integrity, immediately promoted him to the position of deputy director of Yunnan. The Ministry of Personnel was already informed, and Hai Rui would soon arrive in Beijing. At that time they would lay a trap for him and kill him, making it a complete success. Yan Song listened with great delight, immediately ordering his family to prepare wine. 1. To share a toast with Jibo, and 2. To celebrate their victory and provide comfort. The two men sat and discussed many of the shortcomings of each province, asking each other questions and drinking until noon before parting. Yan Song invited Jibo to his rear garden where they sat down and divided the stolen goods into 2 parts. Jibo said, "I will temporarily store these in the grand warehouse, and I will come back for them gradually. Otherwise, people might start talking." Yan nodded and Jibo left with reverence. From then on, Hai Rui, having sent Jibo off, returned to his office and showed even greater benevolence towards the people, who were happy to serve him. Not more than a few months later, an imperial decree of grace arrived, promoting officials within the department. Hai Rui, upon hearing news from the palace, immediately prepared for his journey to take up his new post in Beijing. At this time, the villagers heard about it and came to keep him from leaving. Hai Rui said, "I cannot let you go, but I must obey the imperial command. Since ancient times, when a king's order has been given, one does not wait for his arrival. This is what they mean. I hope that you all abide by the law, serve your government loyally, teach your children well, and encourage each other to be good, sharing in the joy of this peaceful prosperity. That way, I have great hopes for you." Having said this, he could not help but tear up, and the villagers followed suit, crying together. Hai Rui sent the seal to the newly appointed official, and immediately set off with his wife, traveling to Beijing over several days, facing various hardships along the way. Upon reaching the capital, he temporarily stayed in a guest house. The next day, he presented himself at the Ministry of Ritual Duat. The ministry took the manuscript and ordered him to take up his post. At this time, Hai Rui had no place to live as the official residence was in poor condition due to age and neglect. He had to borrow from Li Hanlin, who had been promoted to a higher position after dispersing his guest house, just to build a makeshift home for his wife and children. After assuming his post, he went to the government office to pay his respects. The most urgent matter was visiting the Prime Minister, but Hai Rui was not allowed to see him for 5 consecutive days. Why? However, because Yaner Kong controlled the gate, every official who came to pay their respects for the first time had to pay a bribe of 300 silver taels, otherwise they wouldn't be allowed to see the ruler, no matter how many days or half-months they waited. The Prime Minister was suspicious of this arrangement, as it wasn't meant to be a game, so both internal and external officials often found themselves being manipulated by Yan Er. The next day, Hai Rui came again to pay his respects. Yan sat stubbornly in the gatekeeper's room, leaving Hai Rui no choice but to approach cautiously, hand over his documents, and smile apologetically. "Sir, please convey my request to see the Prime Minister, which has been pending for several days. I would greatly appreciate it if you could arrange a meeting." Yanner threw the documents on the ground and retorted, "Such a junior official. Did your family raise you? Why are you bothering me? You seem to know nothing, and understand even less. Get out of here." His words left Hai Rui red-faced and disheartened, so he left, sitting dejectedly on a bench outside the gate, seething with anger. Haiyan, seeing his master in this mood, asked, "Sir, why are you so angry? What if, upon seeing Lord Yan, there is something going astray?" Hai Rui sighed and said, "Seeing Lord Yan may cause some annoyance, but it's merely tolerating Yanner's nonsense, which is not worth the trouble. He accuses me of being ignorant. Don't you think that's despicable?" Hai-Yan replied, "Your Honor, there is something you should know. I recently inquired about a matter and wish to share it with you. Yanner is a close relative of the Prime Minister, controlling the gates. For any officials, both internal and external, who pay their first courtesy to the Prime Minister, they must offer a bribe of 300 silver for an audience, not to mention the gifts sent to the Prime Minister. This could range from 18,000 to at least 1,000 silver, and if they fail to pay, they cannot see the Prime Minister. It's absurd." The officials reported it to the Ministry of Ceremonies, who removed him from office and issued a censure. "Such corruption is severe. Your Honor is unaware of these practices, which is why you haven't been able to see him for several mornings." Hai Rui listened and sighed. Under the cartwheels, lawlessness prevails like this. The Emperor's appointment of such small people is truly unfortunate. He then left with Hai-Yan. Mrs. Zhang asked, "What did His Excellency say to the Prime Minister?" Hai Rui simply shook his head and remained silent, sighing. Seeing her husband's reaction, Mrs. Zhang wondered why, thinking it might be due to some shortcoming, so she privately inquired with Hai-Yan. "Hai, and explained it all, and Mrs. Zhang finally understood. A little later, during dinner, Hai Rui only took a few bites before putting his chopsticks down. "Don't worry, my dear," said Mrs. Zhang. "It's a situation where the higher-ups pressure the lower ones, and worrying won't help. We should plan to go inside and report, otherwise this position might not be suitable for me." Hai Rui was surprised and asked, "How did you know all this?" "I asked Hai An for the details," replied Mrs. Zhang. "You're just a poor official," said Hai Rui. "How could I have these silver coins? The money for fixing those 3 straw rooms came from Li Chenxi. It's difficult to borrow from anyone in Beijing as everyone is cautious. I wanted to give up this top hat and make do without it, so I decided to borrow the money from him." The lady said, "Hubby, don't beat the egg against the stone. It will bring about your own ruin. You have spent 10 years studying hard at home, wearing out an iron inkstone, just to get this position. Why are you risking your future today? If those who know better say that you don't show favoritism to the powerful, and some of the ignorant discuss behind your back that it's because you were corrupt in office, leading to your dismissal and return home, is it not true? It's best to bide your time." Hai Rui said, "What my wife says is indeed out of love for me, but what can we do now?" The lady said, "I've been saving up for years in seclusion. I currently have 200 white silvers, which I've brought with me to prepare for any needs you might have. Now I wish to present them as gifts to your excellency. Can it be arranged for the amount to be complete?" "Hai," Rui said, "there's still a shortage of 100. Plus, there are additional expenses for paying homage. These aren't included in the gift." The lady said, "If I can only get an audience with your excellency, how could such a small token be an issue? Besides, he will surely forgive you upon seeing your current situation. If we still need 100, I have golden jewelry that should cover it. You can take all of it. This should help us out in the meantime." Hai Rui said, "Without these ornaments, where will the lady get something to adorn her hair?" The lady replied, "I never wear them, so you can take them." She called for Jingu to fetch them. At that time, Jingu was 8 years old and quite perceptive, saying, "Mother's good things, why give them away to others?" The lady said, "You don't understand. Without these, your father might be able to keep this veil, but if he doesn't have a position, I'm afraid even rice will be hard to come by. Get them quickly." Jingu said, "Official position ensures food, isn't it? Why wouldn't my father eat when he wasn't an official?" The lady was angry and said, "Little children always want to get scolded." Hai Rui sighed, knowing how much this item means to him. I can understand his persistence. He then told Jingu, "My son, go fetch them. My father has a plan, and I'll make sure we bring them back to you." Jingu said, "Father has promised not to break his word." Hai Rui replied, "What's promised is bound to be kept." Jingu immediately went in, and after a short while came out holding a small box and said, "Take this." Hai Rui took it, feeling its weight, and when he opened the lid, he saw inside a pair of pearl flowers, a pair of golden pins, a pair of golden earrings, a flat hairpin, another pair of eastern pearls, all arranged as butterfly-shaped border flowers. Hai Rui said, "These things may be worth some money. If Madame would take out the 200 silver coins, she could leave immediately." Madame went inside and took out 2 bags of silver, giving them to Hai Rui. Hai Rui called Hai An over to carry them and bade farewell to Madame, heading towards Theog's mansion. At that time, Yanner was sitting at the door. When Hai Rui saw him, he approached with a smile and asked, "Sir Yan, have you eaten yet?" Yanner simply ignored him. Hai Rui asked again, "Sir Yan, has Theog left for home after court?" Yanner replied, "Even if he has, so what?" Hai Rui said, "I have a small tea service. I will send it to Sir Yan and ask him to have a cup of tea. Please let him know." Hai An held 2 bags of silver in his hand and walked up to Yanner with a smiling face, offering them. Yanner took them, asking, "How much?" Hai Rui replied, 200 silver ingots. Hearing this, Yanner quickly threw the silver on the ground, laughing, "You are indeed mischievous. Everyone knows the rules here. 300 ingots, not a single less." He then turned to leave. Hai Rui hurried forward and said, "Master Yan, please don't be angry. There's something else to discuss." Yanner replied, "Discuss it after you've calmed down." Hai Rui said, "I will discuss it right now with Master Yan." Taking the small box from Hai An's hand, he handed it to Yanner and said, "In a moment I'll have what I need, but I'm missing something, so these gold trinkets should cover it. Please let me know if they're enough." Yanner opened the box and saw some golden jewelry with pearl flowers. He wasn't particularly interested in them. He was delighted to find that the pearls were round and beautiful, and said, Since that's the case, I'll just take them as is. So, it is settled. Following that, he said, "What about the visitation ritual to the Taishi?" Hai Rui replied, "Of course, I will pay my respects in person." Yanner added, "The Taishi is resting at the Wanhua Tower. Wait here, and when he wakes up, I'll take a look and let you know. As for the ritual, it's not an issue." Hai Rui said, "That's understandable. You don't need to worry about it. It is said, let them scheme as they please, there will always be a conductor." After all, when Hai Rui met Yan Chong, they had little conversation, and we'll see more in the next chapter. Hai Gong Case 21st Chapter. Hai Rui exhausts his official position with humiliation. Meanwhile, after returning home from court, Yan Chong took a leisurely breakfast, feeling his body was tired, and went to sleep at Wanhua Tower for half an hour. Unbeknownst to him, he slept until almost the 5th watch before waking up. Yanner stood by his side, freshened up, and family members served him with a potion of 8 precious ingredients. While enjoying the drink, he inquired, "What's going on today?" Yanner seized the opportunity to report, "The newly appointed Justice of the Ministry of Justice, Hai Rui, has come for an audience." He presented the credentials. Yan Song suddenly recalled Zhang Zhiber's words and burst into anger. When did he take office? Why did he only come to report now? Yanner replied, "He arrived in Beijing on the 5th of this month and took office on the 6th. It has been half a month since then. However, he spent over 10 days waiting outside because the Grand Tutor had official business, and the servant dared not announce him." Yan Song said, "Hai Rui used to have a reputation as an honest official in Chunan. Don't be influenced by his greetings." Yanner acknowledged and went to the gate room where he met Hai Rui and told him, "Oh Lord Hai, what good fortune you have today. The Grand Tutor happened to wake up and has called for your audience. When you see him, just say that you'll report in 3 days, because of his official business and the servant dared not announce it." Hai Rui agreed, followed Yanner to the back hall, made several turns, passed through many garden pavilions, and finally arrived at the 3-shadow pavilion, where Yan Song was sitting dangerously on a chair with over 10 beautiful young boys standing by his side. Even if Hai Rui came forward to pay his respects, he performed the ceremonial court visit. Yan Song asked, "I have long heard of your integrity and uprightness, and you have a good reputation for benevolence. Therefore, the Emperor has specially transferred you to the department, hoping to benefit from your abilities in governing. You should encourage them." Hai Rui replied, "Your humble servant is just a poor scholar who has failed many examinations. Through the Emperor's special grace, I have been granted an additional degree of the cadre, and appointed to teach at the school in Chunan. On receiving my appointment, I am still not settled in, fearing that I lack talent and am ashamed of failing to fulfill my duties. Again, thanks to the support from the local officials who believe my abilities can govern a county, I have been transferred to be the magistrate of Chunan. Upon taking office, all I can do is drink water and nourish myself, striving with utmost diligence and care to serve the Emperor's will. How fortunate it has been to receive such kindness from high ranks, deeply grateful for your special guidance. I feel ashamed that my abilities are so weak and that I have let you down. Please continue to teach me." Yan Song said, "This is the Emperor's intention, and what does it matter to me? Go back now." Hai Hui bowed again and said, "This humble official has a private matter to report. Without presuming to intrude, I dare to inform the Grand Tutor and Prime Minister. Would it be acceptable to share this?" Yan Song replied, "Go ahead, say whatever is on your mind." Hai Hui first offered his apologies, then continued, "The Grand Tutor is highly esteemed throughout the land. Now, assisting your honor in overseeing general affairs, reconciling the yin and yang, and bringing harmony to all under heaven, everyone looks up to him as if he were a long sought-after good doctor, with the common people showing signs of fad. Improvement. Yesterday, upon arriving in the capital to assume my post, I went straight to the Grand Tutor's residence to pay my respects. However, I was shocked to find that Yanner, a relative of the Grand Tutor, calling himself Mr. Yanner, demands 300 silver coins as a door gift from every official, both internal and external, making their first visit. If they refuse, he will not allow them to enter. He also claims that the Grand Tutor has set rules, requiring those who come to pay homage to present thousands of gold coins in return for his favor, or he finds excuses to reject them. With such tactics, no one can resist his extortion. Such behavior could tarnish his reputation. Generally, the Prime Minister and Grand Tutor are unaware of these occurrences, allowing such petty people to create trouble. How could the Grand Tutor tolerate this? He then appealed for the Prime Minister's careful consideration. Yan Song, after hearing Hai Rui expose his flaws, was seething with anger and wanted to react, but he knew better, so he feigned happiness and said, "Mr. Wei says I'm being manipulated by this little person. But I wonder, when you came, did Mr. Yan try to extort anything from you?" Hai Rui replied, "If there's no proof, how dare I speak out?" Yan Song asked, "Then, how much did he take from you?" Hai Rui answered, "Not much, but I had to sell off my family's possessions and still owe him 102. He didn't seem satisfied, refused to pass on the message, and used frightening words to intimidate me. I know that wearing a black hat isn't essential, but after 10 years of studying hard and cold conditions, my wife and children have endured great hardship, so there are some things I can't let go of. My wife, having lost her husband's position, had no choice but to give me all the jewelry she kept in the room and bring it to you as collateral, which still left me feeling humiliated before we could communicate. Today, getting a warm response from you isn't something small." Yan Song, after listening, noticed his face turning red with patches of blue, and said, "How can this be? This slave really wants to frame me. Mr. Hai Rui, please wait a moment while I investigate. If it's true, he will be punished according to the law, without any leniency." Hai Rui suggested, since habits have become ingrained, the Grand Tutor should use kind words to encourage him. Yan Song became even angrier and summoned Yanner inside, scolding, "You are supposed to serve in my household. You eat and wear what we provide, that's all. How dare you deceive me outside and cause trouble? Do you know your crime?" Yanner, seeing Hai Rui by his side and understanding that Yan Song was angry because of this matter, could only kneel down and say, "Since Master has taken me in, I have always followed the law and stayed within my boundaries without any misdeeds. Please give me a clear indication. Even death would be welcome." Hai Rui, unable to hold back his response, interjected, "Don't deceive the Grand Tutor. What did you receive earlier?" Yanner retorted harshly, "What have you seen? Accusing me in front of my master without any basis?" Yan Sung shouted, "Stop talking, I ask you. Is it true that you privately received the door bag?" Yanner replied, "No." Hai Rui scowled and said, "It was clearly 200 silver coins plus an additional box of golden artifacts, personally handed to you by me. How can it be that you deny receiving them?" Yanner, confronted by Hai Rui, could not deny it and said, "As family members, we rely on the owner's favors. Below us, we depend on your father's bestowals. The items I received just now are still in the gatekeeper's room. How can I slander the owner in his presence? If he is unwilling to part with them, then please take them back. Why fabricate these words?" Hai Rui said, "It's true. If it pleases the Taishi, I will return them. Otherwise I fear the Taishi's enforcement will be like a mountain, and he will not show any leniency towards you." Yan Sung, upon hearing the truth, was furious and shouted, "Disgraceful servant, how dare you privately accept others' favors? Bring them back in front of the main gentleman." Yanner dared not speak further, and hurried to the gatekeeper, holding out the 200 silver coins in a small box, kneeling and saying, "These are the gifts that Leger Lord gave me. Now I return them in person, which is how I show my gratitude for Leger Lord's favor." Yan S&G laughed. "You're a household slave. How can you afford to accept such things? This was Leger Lord's way of playing with you. Why did you take it seriously? Return them to Leger Lord at once." Yanner quickly bundled up the silver and jewelry and handed them back to Hai Rui. Hai Rui accepted them and bowed his thanks to Yan S&G. "Thanks to the Prime Minister's exceptional gift, my duties are now clear." Yan S&G, knowing that Hai Rui is speaking directly to him, feigned joy. "Don't be offended, I'll deal with this slave soon enough." He immediately ordered his family to prepare wine and have a talk with Hai Rui. Hai Rui excused himself, saying, "I am but a minor official in your service. How could you forget your roots? That's all I have to say." Yan S&G replied, "Have some porridge then, eat a bowl." But Hai Rui simply excused himself and refused to comply. Yan Song said, "If things do not align, I beg sir to show understanding. How could I forget a generous return?" Hai Rui nodded and left while expressing his gratitude. "For now, let it be." Let's say Yan Song sent Hai Rui away, and then scolded Yanner, "How can you be so foolish? I previously told you not to accept his gifts, but you did. Now he has made a fool of you right there. It's quite uninteresting. Ever since I took office, I have only ever been in a position of power over others, and have never spoken with any inferiority. But for you, I endured a burst of anger. "This is not right," Yana replied. "Father, please calm your rage and temper your power. Since I've followed Father, I've had 8 years of success. Every action I take I consult with Father. Ever since Father took office, I have strictly adhered to every example and regulation, except for this Hai Rui's a mess. He dared to slander Father during a moment. Why not immediately report him to prevent future incidents? If he suddenly shuts the gate and argues about right and wrong, all the hard work and effort of several years will be lost. Don't you see what happened to Zhang Gonggu? This can serve as a warning for future generations." Yan Dao said. Zhang Gonggu was ordered to investigate the wisdom and folly of officials in all provinces and counties, the warehouse inventory. But how did he hear about Hai Ru's affairs? "I am truly ignorant. Please ask my lord for clear instructions." Yan Song laughed and said, "It's a pity that you are still a member of a prime minister's family." Zhang Gonggu was ordered to supervise all provinces and counties, an act of personally representing the emperor in his royal tours, who would dare to slightly resist. So every time he passed through a province or county, he would order local officials to supply silver, with everyone following suit. However, when he arrived in Zhejiang, Hai Ru had just been appointed as the magistrate of Chunan County. Not only did he refuse to provide supplies, but he was arrogant. And when Gonggu visited the county, he didn't even show proper respect. When Zhang Gonggu lost his temper and reprimanded him for his unfilial behavior, he stood tall and refused to yield, ultimately challenging Zhang Gonggu's authority and even face-to-face scolded him for his mistakes, wanting to settle accounts with it, Zhang Gonggu. Later, seeing the situation becoming unfavorable, Zhang Gonggu feared that he would be humiliated on the spot, so he had no choice but to hold back his anger. Later, many kind words were exchanged before they began to talk. Even though Grand Lord Zhang was like that, what more me? Since my estate is so close to the Forbidden City, he, although of humble rank, is still a bureaucrat. If I were to request a minister or vice-minister, it could be reported, so I also let him do it. In the future you should avoid annoying him. I have a plan in mind and will execute it step by step." Yanner agreed and left. From then on, Yan Song held a grudge against Hai Rui, devising various schemes to frame and harm him, which is another story. Back at the office, Hai Rui's wife rushed up and asked, "What happened?" Hai Rui replied, "Luckily, I didn't lose face." He called for Hai An and returned the small box to the young lady. Jingu took it with joy beyond measure. Mrs. Zhang said, "At least we got to see Grand Minister Yan. This silk hat will ensure stability." She temporarily refrained from expressing her true feelings. They also spoke of Lady Zhang. Since she had received the emperor's favor and stayed in the palace for 3 years, giving birth to a prince, the emperor was delighted and considered making her empress. However, before she could speak, the queen had already passed away. At that time, all subjects throughout the land mourned her. Upon reaching Shaoxiang, the emperor ascended the throne and gathered courtiers, military officials, and merchants to discuss the appointment of Zhang Xi as empress. At that time, Yan Song stood beside him and said, "Your Majesty, the appointment of an empress is a matter of great importance for the nation. Surely there must be a daughter who meets your Majesty's intentions." The Grand Consort Zhang, however, comes from a humble background. Her father was a common merchant. Now that your Majesty has raised her to the rank of Grand Consort, her good fortune surpasses all expectations. If your Majesty wishes to proclaim her as the main empress, not only would she be considered unworthy due to her lowly origins, but it could also lead to whispered discussions among the people. Please consider this carefully. If your Majesty still wishes to pursue this course of action, you should look for a daughter in every official's household who possesses the 4 qualities and make her the empress, thus ensuring that all is just and proper. The emperor listened to the advice and was not pleased, saying, "I myself rose from humble beginnings to sit on the throne. It was through humility that I became prominent. As for today's matter, even though she may be a daughter of a commoner, if she speaks with grace and displays virtues, there's nothing amiss with her. Since I have been in power, she has conducted herself with propriety and decorum, especially as she has borne me a son. Why do you protest my decision to make her the main empress?" Thereupon, the emperor made Zhang Xi empress and proclaimed his son Zhu Momom as crown prince. He then moved them to live in the Zhenhuang court, bestowing the title of Rangguo Fuqin, honorable lady of the royal country, on her mother, Huishi. He issued an imperial decree to announce this to the entire realm. Yan Song, however, was displeased. You must know why he felt this way. It turns out that Yan Song had a niece named Hao Jinglian, just 17 years old, with a beauty that could captivate anyone, and a face that bloomed like a flower. She was adept in poetry, songs, and calligraphy, and paralleled in her abilities. Her father, Hao Shu, once served in the bureaucracy and brought his family to the capital. At the time of Yan Song's appointment, they connected through relatives. Soon after, Hao Shu fell ill and passed away, followed by his sister. Hao Jinglian, at 14 years old, had no one to rely on. Yan Song took her into his home, raising her as his own daughter. Over 3 years, his daughter grew up to be even more exceptionally beautiful. Yan Song cared for her day and night, treating her like a precious jewel. At that time, he enrolled her in the palace's music department, teaching her dances and songs with the hope of presenting her to the emperor to strengthen his own position. Unfortunately, the empress was still alive. Zhangxi's influence hadn't waned, leaving no opportunity for Yan Song. The queen having now departed this life, the emperor desired to advance the consort Zhang to the rank of empress, which led to a remonstrance on the part of Yan Song. But who knows that the emperor would not listen, and was resolute upon her elevation. Yan Song, therefore, returned home discontented, hating himself for having missed so good an opportunity, and he thought how could he help feeling angry, as Confucius says, when affairs do not turn out as we wish, we must adjust our minds to them. The more a man is unfazed by reversals, the more chances there are of his succeeding. To know whether Yan Song will really succeed in introducing his niece into the palace, read on in the next chapter. Meantime, Yan Song, after long endeavoring to introduce his niece to the emperor, finding his design unaccomplished, returned home in anger. Upon reaching his house, he was not a little cast down, and reflecting upon all that he had gone through, he said to himself, I have been at this for a long time, and bled my heart's blood to please her with dance and song. Now all is lost. What am I to do? After 1,000 plans and 100 schemes, no good result seemed possible. He suddenly thought of Zhao Wenhua, the deputy minister of war, who was learned, capable, and had recently become his friend, and he determined to send for him to discuss the matter, hoping that some device might be hit upon. He then instructed his family to bring a letter addressed to an elder cousin, requesting that Zhao Wenhua visit their home for a chat. The family took the letter and directly went to the department office, where they met Zhao Wenhua, giving him the note to convey their greetings. After examining the letter, Zhao Wenhua quickly dressed, followed the messenger, and hurried to the residence. At that time, Yan Song had already arranged for a banquet to be prepared at the Wanhua Lu, and he was waiting in the flower pavilion. When Zhao Wenhua arrived at the flower pavilion, he saw Yan Song, rushed forward, and bowed to greet him. Yan Song pulled him along, taking him to the Wanhua Lu, where they sat down as host and guest, and a servant brought them dragon-shaped tea sets and fragrant incense. Zhao Wenhua bowed and said, I have been busy with affairs for 10 days and did not visit your home to pay my respects. It is a great offense. I don't know what instructions the old master has given you. Yan Song replied, Out of boredom, I specifically invited Mr. Zhao to chat with me. How can I be polite? Said Zhao Wenhua. From ancient times, those who truly know each other are few in this world. Today, I am fortunate to share the same dawn as you, which stirs my old memories. So, on a quiet day, I respectfully invite you for a casual chat. Let's raise our cups. Indeed, a guest from far away, said Nim. They then drank together on the rooftop, each encouraging and honoring the other, enjoying themselves immensely. Name told me yesterday that the emperor wanted to appoint another empress, and I intended to offer my daughter as a sacrifice. However, today, Zhang Gifei has already been promoted. It's truly a matter of regret as it only differs by a moment, said Name. I heard yesterday that the Grand Tutor advised against this. How then did the emperor become so stubborn? Asked Wenhua. Name chose Zhang Gifei because she has a son, he explained. Zhang Gifei's background is humble, and the emperor doesn't seem to realize it. How can she guide the nation in the future? It's truly incomprehensible, said Wenhua. Name wants to send my daughter into the palace, but now that Zhang Gifei has already been formally announced as the new empress, and the emperor loves his son, he naturally values his mother. If she refuses, what can we do? Now that the emperor is also indulging in alcohol and women, we should use cunning to win him over. There's no reason for him to refuse, then. Name suggested. Wenhua said, Today, His Majesty and Grand Tutor are a forgetful lord and minister. If the emperor comes for an early audience tomorrow and asks to pass by my residence to admire flowers, he will surely not refuse. If he visits, I will prepare music and dancing girls, with beautifully dressed young ladies serving tea and food, which will surely please him. When the wine is half drunk, I will play a tune, and he will definitely agree." Song was overjoyed, quickly thanking him, "Master, this is indeed a brilliant plan." He drank with him heartily and took his leave. The next day at court, the emperor asked Sung about rice prices in the city. Sung replied, "This spring has seen ample rain and suitable weather, which is truly wind and rain in harmony. All areas have abundant grain, fulfilling the saying of one stalk with 9 ears, marking a genuine year of abundance." The emperor, pleased, said, "If so, I have nothing to worry about." Sung exclaimed, "Long live the emperor," and said, "Your Majesty worries about the people like this, so heaven has specially granted us an abundant harvest, which is fortunate for all mortals. In this time of peace, may I humbly request that His Imperial Highness pass by my residence to admire flowers? It would be a joy to witness the harmony between ruler and subject, and I wonder if it aligns with your Majesty's wishes." The emperor rejoiced and said, "I have long heard of the excellent beauty within your lordship's garden, and I have often desired to visit it. Now that your lordship has taken the initiative to invite me, I will certainly come tomorrow, but I fear I might burden you." Zhang hurriedly bowed and thanked him, saying, "Your Majesty's presence alone illuminates all things. I am merely offering a humble toast with water and wine." The emperor agreed. Zhang excused himself and left, returning home, and immediately inviting Wen Hua to his residence to arrange it. Wen Hua accepted the task and promptly summoned Zhang's family to gather items, which were set out in an arrangement of flowers and brocades both on land and water, in a matter of moments. He planned to have his niece, Jingshu, adorn herself, and for all the female servants to prepare in advance. The next morning, Zhang dressed in his court attire and waited. Midday saw an official from the Yellow Gate rush in, declaring that the emperor had set out, passing through the Zhenjiang Gate, and was on his way there. Zhang immediately had someone light incense along the road to greet him respectfully. Shortly after, he saw the yellow umbrella disappear into the distance, and far off, he caught a glimpse of the imperial chariot. Zhang stood up, holding the jade guai in his hand, and knelt on the ground. The attendant, with his bearing and demeanor, passed through countless pairs of doors. Then came 16 female musicians, playing vibrant bamboo pipes and flute music. A pair of incense burners followed, after which came the palanquin. The mountain peak shouted, "Long live His Majesty," and the emperor was granted a reprieve. The mountain peak supported the emperor as he walked, leading him all the way to the inner hall before setting down the palanquin. The emperor sat in the center, and the mountain peak shouted and danced again. The emperor asked, "How many years have you lived in this house?" The mountain peak replied, "Due to His Majesty's gracious favor, I have been holding the scales of justice here for 3 years, and I didn't realize it was already 3 years. The emperor smiled and said, "Time flies like an arrow, days and months pass swiftly. You have served me for nearly 10 years. The mountain peak thanked him, saying, "With my humble self, I have received the great honor of being noticed by your Majesty, promoted without due cause, but all I have is a single heart, to serve your Majesty." Soon after, the feast was prepared. The mountain peak had a small jade chariot brought out for the emperor, with 2 beautiful women holding it as they walked. They arrived at the flower tower, which appeared both elegant and extraordinary, a world apart from others. It seemed like a fairyland, a crystal platform set among cloud 7 within the palace. Such a setting was unparalleled. The emperor's joy was evident, praising, "This is the abode of gods. How could I possibly stay here forever? I thank you profusely." After admiring the view, I immediately ascended the tower. The tower rose several jang high, with windows on all 4 sides, all made of glass. Inside, the red beams and carved pillars were exquisite, without need for further description. I requested the emperor to sit on the central jade dragon pedestal. Gazing up, the vastness was boundless, with distant blue mountains and green flowing waters. It was as if one wanted to appreciate 1,000 li of scenery, one had to climb another level. The emperor contemplated for a long time, feeling his heart expand and spirit become serene. I then personally poured the drinks. There were about 10 girls, all dressed in embroidered silk garments, with powdered faces and oiled hair, resembling clusters of flowers. Leading them was a woman who stood out for her exceptional beauty, among the others like a crane in a flock of chickens, holding a jade orb in her hand, kneeling to present it before the seat. The emperor fixed his gaze on her for a long time, feeling his spirit stir, and smiled. "You truly are from the realm of gods." He kept glancing at her. I took the opportunity to say, This woman is blessed to have seen the emperor's face, a great fortune in this moment." The emperor laughed. "She is no less than a true goddess. I want to make her my third daughter-in-law, but I wonder if the prime minister will agree?" Song said, "This woman, Lady Ren, is pitiful. She is 17 years old and has not yet made a name for herself. However, her graceful figure is not fit to be near the sacred body of the emperor." The emperor laughed and said, "Sir, Song understands this well, hence his decision. It has caused the governor of Su to have his heart ache several times. Don't hold back, Prime Minister." Song immediately joined Lady Ren in calling for 1,000 years of life and offering gratitude on the spot. The emperor was overjoyed, immediately granting Lady Ren her freedom and sending people to carry her into the palace in a small cart. He had a hearty drink with Song before returning to the palace. Song accompanied him until they reached the palace gate, where he finally returned, full of joy. They continued drinking with Zhao Wenhua until the moon rose above the eastern wall, at which point they parted ways. The next day, news reached them that on the previous evening, the emperor had been entertained in the Siaihoayuan garden by a beautiful woman from the Yan family. Upon hearing this joyful news, Song thanked Wenhua for his brilliant strategy with 1,000 gold pieces. From then on, their relationship grew stronger, and they regarded each other with special favor. Not long after, Wenhua was promoted to Minister of Justice, temporarily without a formal announcement. Not long after, Lady Yan became the Gifei of the Upper Sun Court and was well loved in the palace, with her words heeded by all. She then sought to become the empress. At that time, Empress Zhang had fallen from grace, and the emperor, believing Lady Yan's morning and evening slander, decided to depose Empress Zhang and install Lady Yan as empress. Most officials, hearing this, attempted to block the decision by submitting memoranda, but the emperor only kept some, and did not act on them. In the 8th lunar month of the 5th year, while the emperor was in the Warm Winds Hall, he proclaimed that as the empress was a local woman from the city of Xiao who had not received imperial favor, she was to be deposed and reduced to commoner status, and Lady Yan was to be installed as empress. The officials dared not offer further resistance, and Empress Zhang was thus deposed. Lady Yan immediately made another plea. "The empress bears deep resentment towards your majesty, and it would be better if your majesty restored her to the throne, thereby averting future trouble." The emperor asked, "Where does this come from?" Lady Yan replied, "Empress Zhang resents your majesty for deposing her and reducing her to commoner status. Her heart is filled with resentment, and she speaks unkindly. With her son growing up, she will seek revenge, so it would be best to avoid her." The emperor was furious, and immediately imprisoned Empress Zhang's mother and son in the cold palace, forbidden from ever seeing them again. Poor Empress Zhang had committed no wrongdoings. She fell victim to a concubine's treachery, imprisoned in the cold palace, never to see the light of day again. At the time, the prince was already 3 years old, crying day and night, which greatly worried his mother. Everyone in the palace secretly sighed. Hai Rui heard of this and immediately presented a report, advising the emperor to restore Zhang Queen, saying, "The prince has long been the heir apparent in the Green Palace, known by all. Now, if he is suddenly removed, I fear it will be difficult to gain the trust of the people. Only your majesty can decide." The emperor, upon reading the report, was displeased, remembering Hai Rui's previous integrity, and considering his words to be honest, so he wrote on the margin, "I have read the report in full. Although your loyalty is commendable, the matter has changed. How can it be undone? I will keep this in mind and not disappoint you." Hai Rui saw the emperor's comments and sighed. Calumnies mislead the ruler. Even if there are loyal words, they go unheard. Unbeknownst to Hai Rui, he had already served for 3 years without promotion. Because Yan Song remembered his having presented a report in the past, he harbored resentment towards Hai Rui, and therefore did not promote him. Hai Rui paid no heed, hoping only that the emperor would soon realize the truth about Yan Song. The emperor, being misled by Yan, naturally came to trust him more. At this time, Yan held an extremely powerful position, enjoying the emperor's favor beyond measure. He was honored as the national father. Jun had unbridled power, handling all major and minor affairs of the court. Every promotion or demotion was reported to Jun first, before being submitted. Jun also formed his own faction, with Zhao Wenhua as the Minister of Justice. At that time, Zhang Zhiber was already the Governor-General of Shaanxi and Gansu, and Jun wanted to make him a bodyguard, so he requested that Zhiber be recalled to serve as the Beijing military commander. This position was the Beijing administrator, responsible for managing the troops at the 9 gates. When Ziba received the imperial decree, he immediately set off for Beijing. First, he paid his respects at Yan's residence and presented the tribute list. The list included a large carpet from Jinzhou, 100 baskets of oranges from Huangzhou, a branch of precious stones, 2 branches of pearls, an emerald belt, 5 gold vessels, a pair of western clocks, thousands of meters of silk cloth, a curtain of meters of silk cloth, crystal, 2 high 9-foot tall and 5-inch thick glass mirrors with a purple frame, a yard of feice, rewash fabric, and a jade horse standing 5 feet tall, with wheels that allowed it to move on its own, spinning as if alive. Yan Zun looked over the tribute list and was most pleased with the large carpet, laughed and said, "I have long desired a large carpet to spread on the floor in winter and Moon's chamber to keep it warm. The only problem has been lacking such a grand material, which has always grieved me. But now seeing this carpet, I doubt its width is not much different from that of a bee." Jibo said, "Let us try placing it on the floor of the tower and see how it fits." Soon it was spread out, and indeed, it neither stretched too far nor fell short, fitting perfectly like a custom-made one. He exclaimed in delight, "Could it be that my in-law measured it personally and had someone weave it?" Jibo confirmed this. Exong laughed and thanked him, saying, "My in-law truly understands my heart." He then ordered a feast, drank with his companions, and parted in high spirits. It is said, if one's heart desires something, even if it takes time to achieve, they will eventually find a way. Later, how Jibo fared, we shall see in the next chapter. Regarding the reference to Hai Gong case, here is a brief translation. However, let's return to the story of Zhang Jibo. The following morning, after paying his respects to the emperor and receiving permission, he was summoned to the imperial presence. The emperor inquired about the situation in Shaanxi and Gansu provinces in recent days. Jibo said, "The province of Shaanxi owes its peace to the stability ensured by Ning'an." However, for a brief moment, Liangzhou fell into the hands of the Shanshan tribe, who harbored hostile intentions. The border between Gansu and Tibet is adjacent to Hu lands, and the Hu people also sought to penetrate. After I took office, I immediately increased patrols and strictly commanded the sentinels, making it impossible for any conflicts to arise. This is the grace of your majesty, a fortunate circumstance for our nation. The emperor, pleased, said, "You can be said to be capable of managing and governing well. Now that you are here in the capital, I wonder if those who guard will measure up to your standards." Jibo replied, "On the day I received my mandate, I carefully selected individuals within each camp and town. There is Hu Fang, the middle camp's commander, who is robust and young, with a good understanding of how to maintain order. Moreover, I ensure that soldiers are treated well. They would gladly die for their lord. I will have them temporarily take up positions until your majesty selects someone with both talent and virtue to assume the post." The emperor said, "This assignment is weighty, and it cannot be handled by someone unfamiliar with governing. Who do you think is suitable for this position?" Jibo answered, "There are certainly individuals of exceptional talent and virtue. However, they are either in major towns or assisting the capital, so it would be difficult to move them. My lord, your minister Yan Yuan, the younger brother of the state preceptor, is a man of great strength and knowledge, versed in governance, and possesses the talents of a kingly helper and the strategies of Sun Wu. He currently serves as a master of the carriage department. This man is suitable for this post. Your majesty should summon him and ask him about his methods of governing. There will surely be something to admire. If not, I am willing to bear the guilt of betraying my lord." The emperor said, "For the sake of our nation's prosperity, you have recommended wise men and loyal subjects, fulfilling the duties of a minister. This is most commendable. What offense could there be?" He then instructed an official from the imperial chamber to carry a decree to the home of Yan Yuan, summoning him to appear before the emperor the next morning at court. The official delivered the message, and the emperor immediately told Zhang Jibo, "The auspicious time has arrived. You may come forward to accept your post." He also granted Zhang a jade scepter and a bag with flying fish motifs. Zhang bowed and thanked him before leaving for the state preceptor's residence. Just as he arrived, Yan Yuan was having lunch in his study. After Zhang presented himself, Yan invited him to share a meal. "I have come especially to report good news," said Zhang. "What is this joyous news?" Jibo immediately reported the answer to the emperor, and now, having sent his younger brother Yuan to his elder brother, he has dispatched an official from the Yellow Gate with a seal to announce that he is to attend the imperial court early, tomorrow, to convey the message of faith. Song, upon hearing this, felt rather displeased, saying, "I, honored by your parents' good words, but my younger brother, having come from Jiangxi, does not understand many things, and I am unable to assign him a single post without restrictions. Now, suddenly entrusted with such a great responsibility, I fear I may not be equal to the task, truly adding a snake to the well. How can this be?" Before Jibo could respond, a messenger reported that the official from the Yellow Gate had arrived with a seal, asking his father to come out quickly to receive the imperial decree. Song immediately put on his court attire and went out to the middle hall, kneeling to receive the sacred edict. The official from the Yellow Gate recited the decree. According to the report of Zibo, that the cousin of the Prime Minister, Yan Yuan, has extraordinary talent in the strategies of Sun Wu. I am greatly pleased. I hereby instruct the official from the Yellow Gate to present this letter and request you to bring your brother here early tomorrow to convey a special commission from me without delay. After Song expressed his gratitude and thanked the official, he turned to him and said, "Congratulations, Minister. Your brother has been specially summoned. There must be an important vacancy for which he will be appointed, something to rejoice over." Song Ugsi said, "This honor is due to your Majesty's blessings." The Yellow Gate official bid farewell and returned to the court, omitting to report back to the emperor. Again, Yan Song sent an angel back to the palace, who came to discuss with Jibo. "Tomorrow, my younger brother will enter the court, but I fear His Majesty may inquire about his strategies for guarding the border. How can my brother answer him? What should we do?" Jibo replied, "My lord need not worry. Have someone ask his younger brother to come here, and I will teach him. He will certainly not fail." They then sent someone to the official residence to fetch a map of the region, and both men were instructed to carry out their tasks separately. A short while later, Yan Yuan arrived. After they greeted each other, Jibo congratulated him. Yan Yuan asked, "What is there to celebrate? Please let me know." Jibo replied, "Your honor has been appointed as the general of the army. How could I not know? Let me tell you all about it." Yan Yuan listened for a while, then said, "I am deeply honored by my father's kind words, but I fear I may disappoint his recommendation. What should I do?" Jibo answered, "There is no need to worry. Please have a seat for a moment. Everything will become clear." Before he could finish speaking, a family member brought the map. Jibai unfurled a map on the hanging wall, which depicted the mountainous terrain and strategic passes of Shaanxi and Gansu provinces, as well as their dangerous paths, all clearly annotated. He pointed out the most important areas and regions prone to conflict, making it clear and concise. "Sir, if you arrive there tomorrow, you must first prepare where to fortify and then address what follows," Jibai explained in detail, providing multiple instructions that Yan Yuan diligently memorized. Jibai then discussed how to ensure the defense of the borders, elaborating further. Yan Yuan paid close attention and took notes. Song Shi exclaimed, "Without my father's guidance, this is truly a case of cleverness turning into foolishness." He turned to Yan Yuan and said, "Memorize these points. Well, so you don't forget them at the last minute." Yan Yuan bowed his head in gratitude. Song Shi ordered someone to bring wine for a toast. Jibai bid farewell, saying, "I am currently carrying out his holy edict. I will take up my post tomorrow. I have some affairs to attend to, and I fear I may not be able to accompany both of you on your journey to the capital tomorrow. Please do not hold it against me." He then left. Zhang was afraid that Yuan couldn't remember, so he wouldn't let him go home that night. He repeatedly pointed to the text and ordered him to recite the footnotes until past midnight. Just as it was about to turn 5 in the morning, both brothers dressed quickly and had their family carry a red basket directly to court. The golden rooster rang 3 times, and the dawn began to break. Suddenly, the Jingtang bell rang 3 times, and all the inner servants sounded the whips to quiet the halls. Each official took their place in line. Zhang and Yuan knelt below the steps. A moment later, the incense filled the air, accompanied by music, and 2 rows of court ladies and many eunuchs flanked the emperor as he ascended the throne on the 9-dragon embroidered cushion. After the acclamations from the officials were over, the emperor ordered the curtain to be drawn back, calling for Zhenchong and Yuan. The 2 men shouted, "Long live the emperor!" and approached him, bowing their heads on the golden steps. The emperor granted them a pardon, and they stood up next to the dragon bookcase. The emperor turned to Zhenchong and asked, "Is this your cousin?" Zhenchong replied, "No, he is my brother, Yuan." The emperor then inquired of Yuan, "What position do you hold now?" Yuan humbled himself and answered, "I currently serve as a driver official." The emperor laughed and said, I have heard of your excellent abilities, Lord Ji. Today, I will put you to the test. I want to appoint you as the commander-in-chief of all troops in Shaanxi and Gansu. Do you think you can hold this position? Please give me your honest opinion. Source bowed his head and said, I am but a mundane and ignorant man with no knowledge to speak of. I am deeply honored that Lieutenant General Zhang has spoken so highly of me. Unworthy as I am, all I can do is to offer my utmost loyalty and service to your Majesty's profound kindness. Regarding the matters of defense and administration, he continued, these cannot be predetermined. We must act according to circumstances, advance when the time is right, and retreat when necessary. Defense and suppression are two sides of the same coin, and truly understanding this is beyond my capabilities. The Emperor, having heard Source's words, was overjoyed, exclaiming, What a brilliant mind! You have grasped the essence of strategy. I intend to entrust you with the entire province of Liangze. Do not let me down. Source replied with humility, I am utterly lacking in talent and knowledge, and I fear I will be unable to meet your high expectations and fail in my duties. The Emperor said, Your abilities are known to me. He then appointed Source as the commander-in-chief of all military affairs in Gan and Liangze, bestowed upon him a sacred sword, and ordered him to set off immediately. Source bowed his head in gratitude and left the court, leaving the two men delighted. In a short while, many officials came to congratulate him. At this time, Yan Yuan was just like someone on the road to Shanyin, unable to keep up with the greetings. The next day, Zhao Wenhua immediately offered 1,000 gold pieces for his birthday, and sent other gifts such as a jade belt, noting, Wenhua can be said to be good at following trends and exploiting opportunities. A man who craves sensation and follows after stinks, how could he not be ashamed? I am very sad about it. Someone says, That's not true, you are too old-fashioned, hence this comment. Is today's officialdom an enjoyment of wealth, not the Zhao Wenhua of yesterday? Only those who know him regret his situation, and I also think that you don't measure up to Wenhua. Just smile. Once Yan Yuan received the imperial mandate, he prepared for his appointment the very next day. The ministry immediately sent a messenger with the official documents and the imperial edict to his residence. Yan Yuan chose a lucky day for his departure, and on his journey, he was supplied and greeted in every way. The officials from the counties he passed through all had furrowed brows, and were holding their breath, as if they were calculating the former cleanup of Hai Gong, a historical figure known for his corruption. Let's leave that aside for now. Time flies like an arrow. Days and months pass swiftly. Hai Rui served in the ministry for over 4 years, working tirelessly. Both times he reported his achievements, Yan Song rejected them, refusing to allow him to record his outstanding performance, and each time he wanted to find reasons to trap him. Just because Hai Rui handled matters carefully and had no slip-ups, Zhang Shaogang found himself unable to take action. At the time, Zhang Zhiber was in Beijing, so he feared that if Hai Rui met the emperor, his true nature would be exposed. Therefore, he constantly urged Zhang Shaogang to remain patient, never transferring Hai's official position or allowing him to see the emperor. Because of this, Hai Rui spent another year or two in the ministry. One day, it was spread that Zhang Shaogang and his brother Yan Ganling, Governor-General Yan Yuan, had private correspondence. Zhang Shentai, who was 15 years old, spent all his time drinking and carousing outside, bullying others with his power. The previous day, he had been drinking in Thiok Green Eyebrow Courtyard and, after a single word didn't go his way, became sexually aggressive, ultimately killing the courtyard's mother. When the county magistrate arrived to examine the scene and interrogate neighbors, it was discovered that Shentai was responsible. Incredibly, the county magistrate dared not investigate the perpetrator further, but instead arrested the victim's mother, ordering her to handle the burial according to protocol. Such impunity led to various unlawful acts. Hai Rui, upon hearing this, sighed. If things continue like this, common people will suffer and find no peace. However, due to his lowly position, he had no chance to meet the emperor, leaving him deeply troubled. During a brief respite in ministerial duties, he visited Li Junyang, the editor-in-chief's office, for idle chatter. Li Heinlin Li Junyang's title came to the inner hall, and they discussed matters together. When the matter of the court is mentioned, Hai Rui boldly says, if the emperor trusts Yan Song, then the nation will be in peril. Just as he speaks, someone announces that Li Shouting is here to pay his respects. Li Chunyang says, Hi, brother. Please wait a moment while I accompany our guest and we can continue our conversation later. Hai Rui smiles and says, Since there is a guest present, feel free to go. Li Chunyang bows and goes outside to greet the guest. Meanwhile, Hai Rui sits alone, feeling bored, and starts to flip through Chunyang's books. After looking at several of them, he finds a small fold-out note tucked inside one book. He opens it up and discovers it contains 12 points listing Yan Song's evil deeds. The first point reads, "In the spring of the second year, while serving as the director of justice, Yan Song spied on Zhang Yiji's daughter and found her beautiful. Using his power, he forced her to marry him. Her parents refused, so Yan Song accused the county magistrate of conducting an improper investigation and threw Zhang Yiji in jail. He then took his daughter as a concubine, cutting off all contact between her parents. Zhang Yiji died mysteriously in jail, and his wife soon succumbed to her sorrow. Yan Song feared that his daughter might seek revenge on him, so he strangled her at night to silence her." Second clause, Song promoted Xiangbu Minister of Justice and required that for every case involving the theft reported to him, a certain amount of silver be taken as a deposit, otherwise the case would be dismissed. Third clause, during his tenure as Minister of Justice, Song investigated a murder case in Jiangnan involving 3 people. The chief culprit had money, so he bribed Song with 3,000 silver to drop the case. Song refused and reinvestigated the case, causing the victim to hold a grudge until his death. This happened in September of the 5th year. Fourth clause, Song was promoted to Prime Minister and granted the title of Taishi Grand Tutor. He became increasingly arrogant, showing no respect for the emperor or his parents. He interfered in appointments and filled positions throughout the country with people who served him. In May of the 6th year, he arrested Tai Bao Liu, ran for not serving him, and later had him killed in prison. Fifth clause, the Fujian king Min Wang did not offer any tributes to the emperor or bribe Sung, so Sung slandered him before the emperor, claiming that the Fujian king intended to show disloyalty if he was not granted an audience. Fujian is bordered by barbarians, and they feared the king would become a problem. They advised the emperor to remove him early to avoid future trouble. The emperor therefore sentenced the Fujian king to death. Sung then ordered local officials to confiscate the family's property and bring it back to him. Sixth clause, Chang Jiang peers into the emperor's intentions whenever he takes pleasure in someone, he secretly recommends them. The emperor believes only what Chang says, not discerning good from evil, and thus the court is torn apart. Seventh clause, Chang has ambitions to secure a position of power, wanting to become a relative of the imperial concubines, raising his niece as his own daughter. He specifically asks the emperor to come to his residence to play with her, poisoning him against Empress Zhang and others in the palace, leading to their downfall and banishment. Eighth clause, Chang forms an alliance with Zhang Jie, the commander of the Steppes army. They become friends and related by marriage, repeatedly recommending each other, culminating in a grant of nobility and control over a major state. Now, he is recalled by the emperor, given the keys to all 9 gates. His intentions are beyond question. Ninth clause, Chang cultivates a good relationship with Xiao Wenhua, chief official, spending time together day and night, wanting to use him for his own gain. He rapidly promotes Wenhua to a position of high authority. The appointments are made from the heart, showing no respect for the emperor. 10th clause, imposingly increases taxes and levies, feeding his greed. 11th clause, encourages his family members, Yanner, to act brazenly, being harsh and greedy, lending money at usurious rates. 12th clause, his mansion is designed in a style resembling the imperial palace, even more exquisite, an act of defiance. Haile, upon seeing the 12 signs of Yan Song's corruption, quickly tucked them away in his sleeve and left. Back at his residence he unfolded them again, growing angrier, and tapping his fist in frustration. Such a traitor to the country, if not reported, would not be acting as a subject loyal to his lord, or showing a heart dedicated to his nation. He then immediately drafted a report, documenting these 12 signs of corruption within. The report states, the Minister of Justice's Yunnan Deputy Director Hai Li, with deep reverence and fear, humbly reports that the Prime Minister Yan Song, while enjoying great wealth, has deeply betrayed the country's grace. Since your Majesty's great favor, I have been promoted several times, from recommendation as a civil servant to advanced positions as a minister, and then further honored with the title of Grand Tutor, upholding justice. Zhang Xiao, since passing the imperial examination and beginning service, has been in office for barely 10 years. Thanks to flattery and slander, he has risen to the highest position of power, an unprecedented fortune. He should therefore be completely loyal to his country, repaying your grace and kindness. However, since receiving your favor, Zhang Shao has become increasingly cruel, greedy, and ruthless. Even his court is like a bustling market, with rampant selling of offices and titles. He uses bribes and ignores royal decrees, building up factions to intimidate others. His inner circle consists of base men who he treats as loyal subjects, while honorable people regard him as an enemy. He has the power to kill ministers at will, and release officials from their posts. For example, his cousin Yan Yuan, on arriving in the capital from Henan, was given a position without any qualifications. He also brought his daughter-in-law and son-in-law, Zhang Jia, who is currently governor of one of the 9 gates, recommending them for high positions despite their lack of merit, putting them in charge of important matters so that he could control them easily. All military and civil authority now rests entirely in Zhang Shao's hands. Truly, he seeks to endanger the state and destroy any possibility of wise governance. As a recipient of the nation's profound grace, even if I were to have my wits and courage completely consumed by loyalty, it would be impossible to fully repay such great kindness in 1,000 lifetimes. Seeing this country traitor Yan Song exerting arbitrary power and behaving with impunity, I find it difficult to remain silent. Without presuming to be bold, I cautiously present a record of his misdeeds, listed below, in the hope that your Majesty will take notice. I request that he be dismissed from office and brought before the 3 legal agencies for consideration. Then the country will be fortunate, and so will its subjects. I humbly submit these facts and await your command. The list of Yan Song's misdeeds totals 12 points. May your Majesty be pleased to peruse it. The following night at dawn, Hai Rui donned his court attire and made his way to the imperial court to pay homage to the emperor. A colleague who happened to see him asked, "Master Hai, you have never before paid homage to the court. Why do you do so today? Is there some great matter?" Hai Rui replied, "The court is the place where subjects present their views on the interests of the state. If there is a matter, then one must come to pay homage and report it. Why do you ask further questions? Just let me be on my way." The colleague thought Hai Rui's response too abrupt and lost interest, so he stopped asking questions. Soon after, the imperial bell rang loudly, signaling the emperor's ascent to the throne. The officials in attendance paid their respects, and the army performed a dance of acclamation. Hai Rui came forward and bowed low on the golden steps, saying, "I, Hai Rui, Minister of Justice, dare to present my bold words to your Majesty. I am most fortunate that you deign to look at them." The emperor suddenly saw Hai Rui standing before him, holding a petition while kneeling, so he ordered an inner servant to fetch it for his inspection. After studying it for a long time, the emperor made a pensive expression and said, "Retire, your Majesty will handle it." He then tucked the petition into his dragon sleeve and returned to the palace. All the officials watched this scene in confusion and left the chamber. When someone came to inquire, Hai Rui smiled and said, "It's confidential. You'll see soon enough." Everyone was bewildered, so they all left. Hai Rui parted from them and went home, exulting. "If His Majesty agrees to this petition, it will be beneficial for the people. Even if I die, it will have been worth it." Upon returning to his private office, he laughed again. Mrs. Zhang asked him why he was so happy, thinking he might be expecting a promotion. Hai Rui replied, "The promotion is trivial. What makes me happy is that I've already reported Yan Song." Mrs. Zhang, upon hearing this, was shocked and her face turned pale. "Why has my husband gone mad?" Hai Rui asked. "Why do you say I'm mad when I am just doing my duty?" Mrs. Zhang said, "If he is not mad, how can he be oblivious to his situation? Now Yan Song's power is leaning on the emperor, and his influence is burning hands. How dare you impeach him? Is that not hitting a stone with an egg and inviting death?" "Hai," Rui said, "although Yan Song has great power, he himself committed crimes and deserves punishment." "Why be afraid of him?" Mrs. Zhang said. "Even if he did commit offenses and corruption, the law has clear provisions. However, she is currently the empress, and I doubt my husband could stand up to her. Let's just wait and see." Hai Rui said, "Mrs., please relax. As a poor scholar, I have received great grace. Now, seeing this national traitor not being impeached, how can I answer the emperor's boundless mercy? Even if I were to die for impeachment, it wouldn't be a loss. Mrs., don't say anything." Unmentioned is Hai Rui's wife's dialogue. Let's continue with the emperor Jia Jing hiding Hai Rui's petition and returning to the palace, where he says to Empress Yan, "Your father's misgovernance led to him being impeached by court officials. What do you think?" The empress immediately prostrates herself on the ground and cries out in protest. My father, due to his harsh treatment, did not gain the people's support, which is why this happened. Please consider this, Your Majesty, and I am beyond grateful with my father." The emperor said, "Although it may not be possible to prove in public, there are 12 points within, each with its basis. If I deliberately protect them, it would be too biased. Now, I will have the officials review and confirm matters impartially, and show the investigators our intentions. If the case is resolved through this, it is fine." He then took his pen and wrote at the end of the document, "Regarding Hai Rui's petition, if proven true, it should be dealt with severely. Have the 3 laws judges investigate together and determine it impartially. If there is any laxity, double the punishment to deter others in the future. Have Yan Song and Hai Rui sent for immediate interrogation, and report back within 3 days. The investigators must not show favoritism." He signed it and sent it off. 2 imperial guards were immediately dispatched to both locations, where they took charge, and Yang later bowed to thank his father without further comment. As for the 3 laws judges, they were the Minister of Rituals, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Rights who, upon receiving the order, had the arresting officer bring the individuals forward, who knew that the red ticket hadn't been issued yet, when the inner servants had already escorted the 2. Guo Suzi immediately ordered the Rights and Punishments Department warden to guard them, with a notice for tomorrow's hearing. The 2 were handed over to the wardens of the Rights and Punishments Department, separated accordingly, and there was no need to say more. Moreover, after strict interrogation, it was learned that the 3 law counselors were so-and-so, and she secretly instructed a young inner servant to silently present 3 gifts to each of them with instructions for convenience. The 3, however, dared not accept, merely responding to the messenger, "We will obey your commands." Guo Shuzi, being on good terms with Yan Song during her daily life, naturally wanted to protect him, and with the mother's order, she had even more reason to defend him. She went to see Chen Tingju and said, "I observe this case. It seems that Hai Rui is resenting Yan Taishao not transferring his office, thus leading to this incident. Now, in accordance with your command, I should also consider the Emperor's will for this matter." Chen Tingyu replied, "Hai Rui's 12 complaints seem to have some evidence. How can we show favoritism? The Empress has already issued an order, waiting for the right time, and acting according to the situation." Guo Shusi agreed. The 2 then came to see Ben Mao, to inform him of this intention. Ben Mo agreed reluctantly, but his heart was not at ease, so he consented. After a short while, they ascended to the hall. 3 people sat down and instructed their assistants to invite Yan Song to question first. By that time, Yan wore a small black hat and came onto the hall. The 3 people briefly stood up and bowed, then had someone bring a large cushion, placing it on the ground for Yan to sit on. Shuzi asked, "I've heard that there's a rift between Taishao and Hai Rui. Is that true?" Yan Song answered, "Hai Rui and I have never communicated. How could there be any grudge? This matter arose because Hai Rui resented me not promoting him, so he made an accusation in an attempt to vent his anger. May the 3 adults investigate this?" Shuzi said. "Taishao's words reveal his true intentions, and please feel free to speak." Yan Song thanked her and withdrew. Shuzi then called Hai Rui onto the hall. Hai Rui also wore a small black hat and bowed respectfully. Shuzi did not allow him to sit and asked, "You accused Taishao of 12 charges. Do you have any concrete evidence?" Hai Rui replied, "Yan Song wields absolute power, acts without regard for the emperor, sells offices, builds factions, takes bribes, and everyone in the empire knows this. What else could be more certain?" Shuizi said, "You dare to speak without permission. If any minister is guilty, the court officials will report it to me. You are just a low-ranking official, yet you dare to make false accusations against a royal family member. Do you know the consequences?" Hai Rui smiled and said, "A traitor or a rebellious minister is someone that everyone can kill. Why would anyone be surprised if a minor official dares to speak up? Hai Rui has received the country's great favor, and I swear to die in its service. Now, corrupt officials are harming the nation. It is time for me to report them to the king. Even if I lose my head or give my life, I have no regrets." Shuizi asked, "If you have concrete evidence, can you point to the people involved?" Hai Rui replied, "I cannot name them all, but whether in the imperial city or outside, everyone knows about these 12 charges." "Angry," Shuizi said, "since you cannot provide specific evidence, isn't this considered a false accusation? Look at this. Someone must have encouraged you. Otherwise, where did these 12 charges come from?" Hai Rui answered, "Everyone knows about them. Where else could they be from? Shuizi said, "If you say such things, who will admit their guilt?" He ordered the servant to slap Hai Rui on the palm of his hand. Benmo rushed in and stopped him, saying, "Wait, Hai Rui, as the main official, you got this information from where? It's best to speak frankly. Otherwise, you'll just end up getting beaten up, and eventually it will be clear that this was not done by a wise man." Hai Rui, after hearing Ben Mao's words, thought to himself, "He's right. I was careless and didn't properly discern the truth, which is why it reached the emperor. Now, being questioned by Guo Jerry, I have nothing to say. Why not reveal Li Hanlin, who could provide concrete evidence?" He said, "These 12 points came from the historical archives. Is that not clear enough?" Shuzi replied, "The facts recorded in the historical archives are all stored in the Jintang cabinet." "How could you have obtained them?" "This is sheer nonsense," Hai Rui said. "I got this information from editing Li Puryang's books. If you don't believe me, call Li Puryang here, and you'll see for yourself that it's completely undeniable." Shuzi smiled and said, "So, you and Li Puryang fabricated this? Take him away." Those present agreed, and they surrounded Hai Rui. Ben Mao addressed the two. Hai Rui's words must have a reason behind them. "Call Li Puryang to question him, and you'll find out the truth. Even if the court official summons Pure Yang, let me tell you what happened. Pure Yang had no idea about this. He was playing a game with a guest when a family member reported, 'Something's wrong. I don't know how the sea official revealed my lord's secrets to the emperor.' Today, by imperial decree, they have summoned Shisan 3 laws and Hai to answer for it, and suddenly this high official involves my lord in the matter. Now that the 3 laws officials have sent a court official to invite my lord, please come up to greet him." Li Hanlin, upon hearing this, didn't know where to begin, so he dropped his chess piece and hurried out to meet them. The court official, upon seeing Pure Yang, explained their purpose. Li Pure Yang asked, "Mr. Hai, why do you involve me in this? Could you please tell me the details?" The court official replied, "It seems your honor was unaware of this earlier. High official submitted a report against GIA strictly to the emperor yesterday, detailing 12 points. The emperor immediately ordered the 3 laws officials to investigate on the spot, and they brought Taishi a historical figure before them in court. Let's go there and discuss our next steps." Li Pure Yang agreed. "Please excuse me for a moment while I see my wife." The court official assented. Pure Yang entered and saw his wife, and he told her about the matter. His wife, Mo, was greatly alarmed and wept, saying, "Can it be that your family will return alive after this departure?" The original annotation. Mo's words indicate that she expects her husband not to survive, hence her question, which is a harsh statement. Pure Yang said, "Wife, do not grieve or worry. This journey means he cannot come back alive, and there is nothing to regret. But as I have only one son in this life, who has not yet reached maturity, my entire bloodline rests with him. You should take good care of him, and not disappoint me." Mrs. Mo said, "The bond between husband and wife, and between father and son, needs no further explanation. Father, just be at ease. Destiny brings people together, so there is nothing to worry about." At that moment, Lai's son saw this scene and said, "Father, you do not need to display such sentimental behavior towards your children. Life and death are determined by fate, so why hesitate?" Pure Yang, after hearing these words, was overjoyed and said, "Excellent! Excellent! With you saying this, I can rest in peace even as I die." He then left with the court official to the 3 laws hall. As the saying goes, a loyal subject can produce a loyal son, and a mighty general has no weak soldiers under his command. Uncertain is whether Li Chunyang will return alive from this journey. Let's see in the next chapter. The See Public Case 25th chapter. Pen on the history. While beheading, however, upon hearing his son Li Shaonin's fiery words, Li Chunyang suddenly rose to action and walked towards the 3 law administration with the judicial commissioner. The judicial commissioner entered and reported. Guo Suji then instructed that he should be brought back for questioning in court tomorrow. On the next day at the midday audience, all witnesses were present. The 3 law administration officials sat on their thrones, and Li Chunyang was led onto the platform first. When Li Chunyang saw Shuzi sitting there, he sighed. "I am surely going to die." It seems that when they were both in the academy, Shuzi and Li Chunyang had a poor relationship. Pure Yang detested his character, so they clashed constantly. Seeing him now, Shizushi's eyes lit up, looking like an official himself, and he used his authority freely. He took a red ink brush to mark Li Chunyang's name while the clerk beside him announced it loudly. Li Chunyang felt resentful but did not respond. Guo Shusi marked 3 times, only to see Li Chunyang not respond, and thus he raged, "You bookworm, how dare you be so bold? On the court, do you still dare act so defiantly?" Chunyang smiled and said, "I dare not be self-confident, but from the day of the imperial decree during the grand examination for conferring titles, after His Majesty's personal handwriting had marked me, no one has called my name since. I did not expect you to call me, so it's quite surprising." Shusi grew angrier and asked, "Do you claim to be a historian and yet not submit to the law?" Chunyang replied, "Along the borders of the empire, are there not all kingly subjects? Those who have done well receive rewards, and those who have erred face punishment. How could I dare not abide by the law? But my name and reputation are not something you can call upon." Ben Mo, witnessing this, was deeply disturbed and calmly said, "Mr. Lai's words may hold some truth. Since you have been instructed to do so, there is no choice but to proceed. However, this matter has a cause. Why overemphasize it? Let's drop the subject for now," Yin asked. "Minister of Justice Hai Rui, you brazenly presented 12 charges against Grand Tutor Yan, and His Majesty commanded that they be examined in the law hall. You have already intensively interrogated him about everything. Yet Minister Hai could not recall the specific incidents, leading to repeated investigations, where it was claimed that the 12 charges were found among Yan's personal books. Is this truly the case?" Yang, upon hearing this, felt as if he had woken from a dream, realizing Hai Rui had taken his sealed documents without permission. He said, "The 12 charges against Yan are indeed clear and undeniable evidence of his real faults, but I do not know if they were stolen by Hai Rui." Ben Mao retorted, "As a historian, Yan should have kept all records regarding civil and military officials, imperial servants, and every detail within the palace in sealed gold cabinets. How could he have been so careless as to let them be stolen by Minister Hai? Negligence is to blame, and it will be difficult to avoid responsibility." Yang replied, "The 12 charges against Yan are well documented and without doubt. I regret that they were not stored in the gold cabinet at the time, fearing they might have been stolen by Hai Rui. Negligence is indeed a grave error. But considering Yan's position as a noble minister who committed crimes and corruption, should he bear any guilt? Ben Mao, the Grand Tutor commits a crime. Naturally, all are guilty with him. Without real evidence, how can it be used as a case? The historical recorder is also too reckless." "Nay." Yang had not yet replied when Shusi burst into anger, slapping his hands together and shouting, "You are an official historian, but you do not investigate the facts. You often use your pen to slander and frame people. Their guilt is deserved. Do you know that?" Yang said, "If there is no inconsistency in my statements, then the court does not need a historical archive." Shusi shouted, "The court established the historical archive with honest and righteous officials, originally intended to record the merits or demerits of palace officials. How can you be the only one inside who plays with words, hurting the spirit of justice? If you do not tell the truth, I fear you will regret it too late." Yang said, "If the matter is certain, there should be no change in my position." Shusi, furious, intended to have him executed. Ben Mao interjected, "The officials at the palace gate, like the horses and jewels, have never suffered humiliation. If it is true, it should be reported to the emperor, who will uphold justice. It is not right for you to let your anger of the moment insult one's career path, causing future resentment." Shusi's anger subsided slightly, but still ordered him taken away by the palace guards and sent out of the hall. Retreating to his private chambers, he consulted with the 2 men, saying, "Luckily the true identity of Chunyang cannot be established, so this case seems avoidable. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?" Chen Tingyu was still undecided, but Liu Benmao refused, stating, "If we overturn the case regarding the history office, then none of the 10 standard chronicles can be trusted." He declined to collaborate on the draft joint statement. Gu Suchi, seeing Liu Benmao's refusal, privately used Chen Tingyu's name to submit a response to the draft. The reply stated, "I, Gu Susi and Chen Tingyu, etc., respectfully report on fulfilling Your Majesty's decree. We, upon receiving the Imperial command to investigate the case involving Ministry of Justice Deputy Director Hai Rui's accusation against Grand Tutor Yan Song, immediately gathered to conduct a fair inquiry. According to Deputy Director Hai Rui's confession, he had no interaction with Grand Tutor Yan and held no grudges against him. However, Since Yan Song took office as Grand Tutor, Hai Rui had been hoping for a promotion or transfer. After waiting for several years without success, he began to harbor resentment. Thus, he conspired with Imperial Academy editor Li Chunyang, fabricating lies and plotting to slander him. We have interrogated him repeatedly, and he has remained steadfast in his denials. Spin transmitted Li Chunyang to the quality. It is said that he is from the same hometown as Hai Rui, and even of the same year, so there was much interaction between them. After Chunyang's dispersion from the academy, he was appointed as an editor, but his heart was not content, so he sought from Grand Tutor Yan a special promotion to fill the vacant post of attendant for reading. However, Grand Tutor Yan rebuked him with correct words. Chunyang, fearing guilt, thought first to harm Hai Rui, in order to silence the Prime Minister's mouth. Thus, he specifically invited the Minister of Justice, Hai Rui, to his home, and therefore used 12 reasons as an excuse for a sudden search, arrogantly submitting it, hoping to conceal his intentions while venting his private grudge. After repeated investigations, he adamantly confessed without hesitation, appearing to have no grounds for escape. The officials, upon verifying the case records, found that a lower-level official who harbored private enmity against his superior, fabricated slanderous words, intending to harm someone, merited capital punishment as the principal offender. Lenient, he would be removed from office and punished with chains. The officials dare not act arbitrarily, so they carefully presented the details of this case, based on facts, and humbly requested His Majesty's guidance to follow. They await your Majesty's command. After reviewing this report, the Emperor noticed that Liu Benmao's name was missing, and he became suspicious, ordering an inner servant to secretly recall Liu Benmao to the palace for detailed questioning. The imperial messenger, having received the secret decree, arrived at Liu Benmao's private residence to summon him. Just then, Liu Benmao was reflecting on the matter of Jiu and Chen's joint appeal from the previous day, thinking that Hai and Li, who were originally acting in the interests of the country, had now been falsely accused by Jiu, and seeing that their fate hung in the balance, I couldn't just stand idly by. Moreover, as I was also carrying out a decree, if I didn't join the appeal, I should respond differently. So he composed a document under the window, finished copying it, and intended to present it to the Emperor early the next morning. Suddenly, a messenger reported that an envoy had arrived. Liu Benmao hurriedly donned his clothes and went out to greet him, inviting him into the study and having him sit down facing forward. After drinking tea, Liu said, "The divine light has shone upon us. What is the holy edict? Please inform me." The imperial messenger replied, "His Majesty, after reviewing the appeal submitted by Minister of Justice Guo Shusu and others, was perplexed. He also noticed that there were no names of higher officials on the petition, so he specifically sent me to summon you to the palace to interrogate you." "Please proceed immediately," the messenger added. Liu Benmao accompanied the imperial messenger to the palace and saw the emperor in the Qingyun pavilion. The emperor was examining the appeal submitted by Jiu and Chen. Liu knelt down and bowed, addressing the emperor as Your Majesty. The emperor, having settled the matter in his mind, also granted a brocaded stool. After Benmao thanked him and withdrew, the emperor asked, "As for the case of Hai Rui and Yan Song Yuk, you are also involved. Now that justice is not served and you did not sign or co-author a petition, why is that? Is there something else going on? You should speak for me, lest you be wrongly accused, to show that my judgment is just." Benmao replied, "I have been ordered to investigate Hai Rui's case as presented in Yan Song's petition. I have discovered the truth. However, because of the arbitrary decisions made by Guo Shuzi and Chen Tingyu, I dared not sign it, fearing it would harm Your Majesty's law. Now, I have further investigated Yan and Hai's true situations, and here's a detailed report." He then took out a folded document from his sleeve and presented it to the emperor. The emperor unrolled it and read, "To His Imperial Majesty, Liu Benmao, a humble official of the Temple of Time, Suk dares to submit, in investigating Hai Rui's case, I have found that there was no animosity between him and Yan Song originally. While Rui's character is honestly righteous, he detested Yan's behavior. He had always intended to petition against Yan Song. However, as a low-ranking official, he regretted not being able to present his case before Your Majesty. Therefore, though he had the intention to do so, there was no opportunity. He has been restrained for a long time," Benmao added. Rui visited the home of Li Chunyang, an official editor, and they were discussing mundane matters when a guest arrived. Chunyang greeted the guest and left Rui alone in the study. Bored, Rui examined the books on Chunyang's desk and found 12 entries documenting his poor conduct. This angered Rui further, giving him an opportunity to make a formal complaint. Without saying goodbye, he composed the petition at night and presented it to the emperor. His loyalty to the country and love for his nation were thus demonstrated. After the guest left, Chunyang was unaware of this. When Rui revealed the details of Chunyang's notes in the presence of the officials, they verified every word without a mistake. This is the true account between Hai and Li. However, as an official in the historical palace, Chunyang should have been more careful. It was inappropriate to keep state secrets at home on his desk, which constitutes negligence, and he must be punished accordingly for leaking state secrets. The official responsible, Hai Rui, has no guilt, so there is no need for discussion. I wonder if this aligns with the wishes of your majesty. I humbly await your decision. The emperor, after reading it, hesitated and asked again, "How did you obtain such certain evidence, sir?" Ben Maodo said, "After the investigation, I privately visited the Tingwei and inquired about the truth, which led me to believe it was certain." The emperor listened thoughtfully without speaking for a long time before saying, "You may withdraw. I will handle this myself." Ben Maodo bowed and left, remaining silent. He then said that the Jiaijing emperor had read 2 memorial documents, each with its own perspective, closer to what Ben Maodo had presented in terms of reasonableness. Yet, with these 12 points, it was no wonder that Hai Rui had submitted a joint accusation. All the ministers refused to sign, fearing the power of Su, a reference to Sushui, or Su the Powerful, and remained silent. Fortunately, there was one assistant who argued on my behalf. Otherwise, I would have been misled by Su even further. Just as I was about to take action against him and remove him from his post, Yan, presumably a family name, arrived, prostrated herself at the foot of the steps, and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" The emperor granted her clemency and asked, "Why are you here?" "My father did not have the support of many people," she wept, and was falsely accused by Hai Rui. "Yesterday I heard that many court officials were siding with him. Please, your majesty, take note." The emperor said, "Your father used to be a close friend of mine, but now he is related to you as a national cousin. Although he has committed treason, I will forgive him. But the 12 points presented by Hai Rui, obtained from the historical office, are difficult to reverse. What should we do?" Yan Shi said, "The affairs of the historical office should not be disclosed outside, as is clearly evident here. For example, when your majesty enacts laws, can historians arbitrarily disclose them? Li Chunyang's ignoring of secrets is undeniable. I hope your majesty first executes Chunyang to warn future officials, then this matter will be settled." He spoke with tears in his eyes. The emperor was puzzled and immediately wrote an imperial decree. According to the report from the 3 legal departments, Hai Rui had no grievances against the minister, but he disagreed with Li Chunyang's private creation of false statements, which were hidden among books, hence Hai Rui was allowed to see them. Hai Rui then carefully considered it, motivated by his loyalty to the emperor, and submitted the 12 points to show his utmost devotion. The details are not for you to inquire further. Yan Song resumed his original position. Hai Rui should not make presumptuous presentations as a minister, but considering that it was in the line of duty, and not a private intention, leniency is warranted, so he is assigned as a director. He is fined half a year's salary as a warning. Li Chunyang, for ignoring his duties, is accused of framing a minister, and ordered to be executed immediately to close the case. Respectfully submitted. However, when Hai Rui was released from the court official's office, he heard that Li Chunyang had been killed, so he hurried to the execution site and wept over the body. He then ordered someone to guard it while he rushed to the imperial palace. By this time, it was already dark, and Hai Rui couldn't wait until morning, so he stealthily went to the dragon and phoenix drum, picked up a mallet, and beat the drum wildly. Bang! Bang resounded, stirring the guards, who immediately stood up and captured Hai Rui, asking him why he did it. Hai Li said, "I have a reason to speak only after seeing His Majesty." The guards, sensing his ambiguity, took him away. Soon, the ceremonial guard came out and asked, who dared to beat the drum. The guard replied, "The chief of the Ministry of Justice, Hai Li, has already been taken away, awaiting imperial decree." The inner monitor, upon hearing this, ordered, "Take this barbarian Hai Li and wait for further instructions." The guard agreed. The inner monitor then went to the inner palace and reported to the emperor. The emperor immediately left the hall. It was already dark, and all the lanterns in the hall were lit. He summoned Hai Li to see him. The inner servants, like wolves or tigers, escorted Hai Li outside and brought him into the hall. Hai Li hurriedly bowed his head, and only called out, "Long live His Majesty." The emperor asked, "You are a minor official. Why do you slander the chief minister? You deserve your punishment. But I spare you, because it was without malice. Now, do you still have any grievances?" Hai Li bowed his head and replied, "My lord, I reported Yang Shu to uphold loyalty. Even though I was granted mercy, Li Hanlin was suddenly beheaded, which is why I dare not seek a second chance at life. I have come to the palace, prostrating myself before your majesty, and humbly beg for your immediate command to end my life, fulfilling the justice of friendship and making clear my own intentions." The emperor replied, "Li Biangshu leaked state secrets. He deserves to be punished by law." "Why would you sacrifice yourself for him?" Hai Rui said. "Your majesty, holding high the Ark of Heaven, all common people receive your benevolence. Between ruler and subject, father and son, brother and brother, husband and wife, and friends, there are 5 relationships that should be honored. Spouses have each other's loyalty, and friends have their shared virtue." Now Li Chunyang, as a Bianxiu, holding the pen in the Historical Records Office, transcribing 12 points from Yan Song, was simply doing his duty. It would not occur to him to steal something he wasn't supposed to. Yet your majesty has granted him such a severe punishment with a single stroke of a blade, and Chunyang's guilt is indeed worthy of being beaten. So, how could I, who caused this harm, dare to survive alone? I humbly beg that your majesty also grant me the same fate, and then I shall have no regrets." The emperor, after hearing Hai Rui's words, let out a long sigh. You can truly be said to have not disappointed anyone. But Li Chunyang is already dead, and he cannot return to life. You are my loyal subject. Would I lightly cast you aside? It is decreed. Li Prorong is granted the official attire and buried with 5-item ceremonies, and posthumously promoted to Hanlin Bachelor. Due to Hai Rui's loyalty and righteousness, he is given a jade-like will as an honor. Hai Rui thanked the grace, took the order, and left the hall. The Ministry of Rituals had already prepared a robe of 5 items, which was handed over to Hai Rui. Hai Rui hurried to the execution site. At that time, Mrs. Li and her son were wailing by the corpse. Hai Rui shouted, "Dear aunt, wise nephew, stop mourning. There is an imperial decree coming." Upon hearing someone calling, Mrs. Li stopped crying and saw Hai Rui arriving. Hai Rui bowed and said, "Dear aunt, please accept the imperial decree." Mrs. Li and her son knelt down. Hai Rui held the official attire and said, "By the command of His Majesty, Li Prorang is appointed to a 5-item position in Hanlin Academy, granted with official attire for burial, and his family pays respect." Mrs. Li and her son exclaimed, "Long live the emperor," and accepted the official attire. All officials came to pay their respects at that time. Hai Rui was dressed in mourning clothes, kneeling beside, looking as if he had lost both parents, and told everyone about his mistakes. In a short while, the coffin was ready, and the burial proceeded. The coffin was then left in the Si Bao Temple outside the city. Hai Rui accompanied the funeral procession all the way. Mrs. Hai and their son felt uneasy seeing their husband's and father's coffin off. They advised Hai Rui, "Old Lord Hai, there is no need to worry. Please return to your office to settle matters. My mother and I will take care of the burial. As for your daughter, we could arrange her marriage with his son as a way to honor Li brother and also ensure she has a home." Mrs. Zhang responded, "Your suggestion is kind. With this family left without support, it would be best to let them stay at our place first while their son studies. We can discuss the marriage later. If we mention it too early, he might be hesitant to move in out of fear of what others say." Hai Rui was delighted and visited Li Lady's mansion the next day, expressing his intention to live with her and her family. Lady Li said, "Thank you for your kind intention, uncle, but my son and I are of no use in the capital, and we will soon be forced to leave. The problem is that we have no money now, making it difficult to travel." Hai Rui said, "Dear sister-in-law, please stay at my home temporarily while I make some arrangements. I will then send you and your son home safely. Please don't hesitate." Lady Li had no choice but to move in with Prince Hai and his family. Mrs. Zhang was very kind and treated her like a sister, which went without saying. When Hai Rui had some free time, he would carefully teach the prince, who had received a scholarship, classical texts and historical records, explaining the meanings diligently. The prince, Li, was intelligent and quickly understood whatever he read. As a result, Hai Rui loved his intelligence even more than his own children. They lived like this for a year, and then came the grand ceremony of the New Year. Hai Rui hired an Iceman to discuss his son's marriage with Lady Li. She replied, "My son and I have been driven from our home, with no roof over our heads or place to stand. We drift about like a floating reed. Through the kindness of old Master Hai, my mother and I were not driven to starve in a strange land, so there is nothing but gratitude that I can express. How could I dare to aspire to the hand of the miss with 1,000 gold pieces as my bride? Please be kind enough to convey this to her." The matchmaker replied with Mrs. Li's words, and Hai Rui himself came to see Mrs. Li, saying, "To give my daughter in marriage to your son is indeed what I should do to honor my ancestors." "Dear sister-in-law, please don't refuse," said Hai Rui. Mrs. Li, seeing Hai Rui's persistence, had no choice but to agree. There was no dowry, so they settled for a single jade comb as the bride price. Hai Rui accepted it, and from then on they addressed each other respectfully, becoming even closer at that time. Although Mrs. Li repeatedly wanted to return home, she couldn't due to Hai Rui's firm refusal. Firstly, he wanted his son-in-law to focus on studying, and secondly, as the expenses weren't prepared in advance, another year passed by unnoticed. It was the Emperor's 40th birthday, with the citizens of Kyoto decorating their homes with lights and colors, celebrating alongside the Emperor. All officials, great and small, presented their congratulatory offerings. Hai Rui, being a poor official, and with several more mouths to feed in recent times, pitied him. Since he took office, he had only one red robe, which he wore through both winter and summer without changing it. With such toil, where are the silver reserves to prepare the tribute? Only empty-handed attendance at the feast. That day, the Emperor rejoiced, and granted banquets to all his ministers, including Hai Rui. All of a sudden, Yan Zongqi, with a jade cup in hand, knelt before the Emperor and bowed his head, offering prayers, wishing your Majesty's blessings be like the East Sea, and your lifespan equal that of Nanshan Mountain. May the Imperial chart last forever, and the Imperial path thrive for ages. I have composed a poem to offer my respectful greetings on your sacred life, one verse of which is, wishing you long life and prosperity. He then presented the poem. After reading it, the Emperor smiled and said, "Prime Minister has overpraised me. I fear I do not deserve it. Today's feast can be truly called a peaceful gathering, with joy among subjects and rulers. Nothing could surpass it. How could there be no poem to record this grandeur?" All the ministers cheered for the Emperor. There was then the Ministry of Justice Deputy Minister Tang Ying, and the Left Spring Palace, Right Steward Liu Baobang, each reciting a poem that was nothing but praise. After reviewing them all, the Emperor turned to Hai Rui and asked, "Everyone has composed a verse. Why don't you say something?" Hai Rui bowed his head and replied, "I'm slow-witted. I'm still thinking." The Emperor commanded a swift piece, and Hai Rui, upon taking his post, ground the inkstick thoroughly, filling his brush and presented it uniformly. The Emperor read the poem, repeating it 4 times, then lingeringly mused for a while, letting out a long sigh without speaking. The ministers were none the wiser, but Hai Rui's face beamed with joy. The Emperor then summoned Hai Rui to his seat, saying, "Your words have left me feeling ashamed. Yet as matters stand, what can I do?" Hai Rui bowed his head and answered, "Majesty's benevolence extends to all. Why not open your lips and let them rejoice, even the mother and child?" The Emperor was delighted and said, "As you suggest." "No." Hai Rui bowed again to express his gratitude, shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" and returned to his place. The Emperor addressed the officials. "I, at 30 years old, ascended the throne a decade ago, which I didn't even notice. Reflecting on my actions as a youth, most were misguided, and I deeply regret them now. Gathering here with you all today, enjoying poetry and wine, can be said to be a moment of greatness in history, but there is one thing missing." All the ministers agreed. "With your Majesty's benevolent rule over all, 4 seas united as one, it is the most joyful of worlds, yet what is lacking? Please inform your Majesty." The Emperor sighed. As the ancients said, having a son makes everything complete. Without office, one's body is light. Yet now, with all the riches of the 4 seas, your subjects have given their utmost loyalty and devotion to support the royal family. One could truly say we are happy. The only thing missing is that I have no son. If there were a prince today, seated before us celebrating, wouldn't it be a celebration of perfection?" The ministers did not answer, when Hai Rui hurried forward and prostrated himself before the throne, saying, "Your Majesty has a son. How can you say you have none?" "My lord," the emperor replied with an air of deliberate ignorance, "where do I have a son? How dare you say so?" Queen Zhang gave birth to a prince and announced it to the world 7 years ago. "Your Majesty, how could you forget?" "Hai Rui," exclaimed, as if surprised. "If it were not for your lordship's words, I would never have remembered. Today, we should at least allow the prince to witness this grand occasion." Hai Rui continued, "It is only fitting that the prince celebrate. Why don't your Majesty summon him and introduce him to all of us? It will be a great honor for the prince to receive wishes for a long life from everyone present. It would also fulfill some of what it means to be a son and not disappoint your Majesty's hope in governing with kindness." Just as the emperor was about to issue an edict, a figure suddenly emerged from the class, holding an elephant fan, prostrated in the golden hall, and shouted, "Long live the emperor! My lord Yan Song has a proposal to make, humbly requesting your Majesty's approval. Then your subjects would be most grateful." The emperor smiled and said, "Go ahead and say it." This is because treacherous officials fear the emperor's grace, so they use slanderous words to block the spread of news about what Yan Song has to say, and we shall hear more in the next chapter. Hai Gong Case, 2nd 17. The wise queen congratulates Chang'an on her merit, however. Yan Song, in the hall, heard Hai Rui's conversation with the emperor, fearing that a special grace might be bestowed, pardoning the prince and restoring him to the position of heir apparent, which would bring an end to his daughter's favor. He immediately prostrated himself on the golden steps and played the part of a faithful subject by saying, "Previously, the crown prince and Zhang Ez were found guilty and removed from their positions several years ago. All the subjects know this. Your Majesty should not listen to Hai Rui's advice, which has led to accusations of inconsistency. This must be a scheme orchestrated by Hai Rui in collusion with Chang'an, taking advantage of the situation to weave a web of deceit. I beg your Majesty to execute him swiftly, for the good of the empire." The emperor responded with a smile, "Do you have any children, Yan Song?" "I have only one son," Yan Song replied. The emperor said, "I want you to take my son's place and be imprisoned for several years." "Will you agree?" Zhang, the minister, replied, "My child is innocent and should not be locked up here." The emperor laughed and said, "You know what? He's innocent, so he can't enter this palace. How could I possibly lock up my son unjustly? Stop talking, withdraw." Zhang left, feeling ashamed. The emperor immediately ordered an official to carry a scroll granting clemency to the empress and the crown prince, releasing them from the cold palace. He prepared another feast in the beautiful spring pavilion for them to celebrate together. All the ministers accompanied him back to the palace and then dispersedly went their separate ways. Zhang hurried home and devised new plans, but need not be detailed here. He spoke again about how the empress and crown prince had been banished to the cold palace for 4 years, with only each other for company, except for occasional consoling words from Feng Baoshu. If not for him, they might not have survived. On this particular day, while the empress was still in the cold palace, she thought about the emperor's long life. It had been 40 years since his ascension to the throne, and said to the crown prince, "Today is your father's 40-year reign anniversary, and all the subjects of the realm are coming to celebrate. If I and you hadn't been deposed, how joyful would it have been?" The crown prince, after listening, with a tear in his eye, said, "How despicable is the treacherous consort who has prevented my father and me from meeting. When I see the blue sky again, how could I agree to divorce her?" He then broke down in tears. Feng Bao, by his side, consoled him. "My lady and your highness, do not cry. The court will surely pass judgment. It is best to keep a calm heart and be patient." Just as he was speaking, there was a knock at the door. Feng Bao went to inquire, and found Hu Bin from the ceremonial office, holding a seal, saying, "Your Majesty has decreed a special pardon for the Empress and your Highness. They are to report immediately to Jikon Pavilion and pay their respects. Please hurry." Empress Zhang and the Crown Prince looked up at the threshold in thanks. Soon, a small attendant brought in an imperial crown and robes. Empress Zhang and the Crown Prince changed into them, following Hu Bin. The Emperor was already waiting in Jikon Pavilion. On seeing Zhang with the Crown Prince, he could not help but be pleased. At that time, the Crown Prince was 7 years old, with a spirit of determination and pride. The Emperor greeted him personally, lifting him up and embracing both him and his mother, renewing his birthday wishes. The Emperor's actions stirred the bond between father and son, and he found himself tearing up a few tears. Empress Zhang said, "This servant has been confined to the depths of the palace, believing that I would never see the light of day again. What luck for me that your majesty has shown such extraordinary grace." The emperor, embarrassed, laughed and said, "Let's not dwell on past matters. Let's speak of today's joy." By this time, the feast was prepared, and the prince took up the drinking cup himself. The emperor rejoiced, sharing some old stories with Empress Jiang until the moon rose high above the willows, when they retired. That night, the emperor and Empress Jiang stayed in the Kixing Pavilion, and Fang Bao was tasked to attend to the prince in the Qinggung Palace. The next day, the emperor appointed Yan Pei Wan, a scholar official, as tutor to teach the prince poetry and literature, and he renamed the Kixing Pavilion as the Chongqing Palace. However, no mention was made of these changes. Empress Jiang dared not speak up, simply keeping quiet on all matters. Feng Bao inquired and eventually discovered that it was Hai Rui's influence that led to these developments. He informed Empress Jiang accordingly. She expressed her gratitude towards Hai Rui's kindness and called the prince into the palace, saying, "It is thanks to Hai Rui's efforts that I and my son have been able to see the light of day again. You should remember this deeply within your heart and never forget his merits." Taizither said, "A child should carve his heart in bones, for in the future he will repay those who have helped him." He did not comment further. He then spoke of Yan's shock upon learning that the emperor had recalled Zhang, granting a special pardon to the prince and sending him back to the palace, which filled him with rage. He also witnessed the emperor's absence, causing constant worry and sighing throughout the day, his tears never drying. The note adds, "One can understand this dire situation, but does he not think of others?" There is a saying, "A burning stick cannot be gripped at both ends." This applies to such people. So he wrote a letter and had it delivered to Yan, asking him to devise a plan. Yan was troubled by his daughter's affair and hadn't been to court for days. Suddenly, he received an imperial decree from the palace, which, upon reading, revealed, "Your Highness Yan, bows and pays respect. I have been fortunate to be cared for by His Majesty and to serve in Thiak, a part of the imperial harem. I did not expect that my seat would not even be warmed before this change occurred. Now Zhang and the prince have both received pardons, and I foresee that the emperor will restore his position soon. The prince has already returned to the palace, while Jiang is now in Jixin Hall. The emperor has changed the name of his palace to Chongqing. Although it is not explicitly stated, the decision to rename Chongqing was probably made for a reason. If there is a return to power, where will I be placed? One should first think of plans for self-defense to avoid unforeseen troubles. This is something only Your Excellence can do. The writing does not need further elaboration. Action must be taken promptly. I submit this with caution." After reading it, Yan Chong, strictly interpreting the name from the text, pondered for a while but could not come up with any solutions. He reflected on the emperor's intentions and still insisted on changing back to Chongqing. The unspoken part was something he deeply regretted. If self-defense is not promptly taken into account, there will surely be unforeseen consequences. He sent back a letter instructing them to return it to the sender. He requested that you show leniency, asking her to follow the letter's instructions. Upon receiving the letter, Yan Chong's wife immediately opened it and read its contents, which clearly explained everything. However, the problem lay in the fact that the scheme for this change was already set in motion. Its outcome would depend on timing, making it unpredictable. Changing Chongqing again symbolized a desire for renewed celebration and joy. You should step back from your old position and cede control to him. Then the emperor will appreciate your wisdom and virtue, and all troubles will cease. You must carefully consider this and avoid biting off your nose to save face. I and the emperor will bestow upon you great honor. This return, while not entirely conveying what was said, is resolved in the swift determination of grand schemes." The Mr. Yan read the letter from his father and reflected that the suggestion to yield the position was reasonable. "But I have been living in the Eastern Court for 4 years, and today to be placed under someone else's authority, how could this not invite scorn from others? If His Majesty does not allow me to return to the Eastern Court with her, he will certainly hold me accountable, and at this juncture it is even more inappropriate to interact." After much deliberation, I had no other choice but to compose a humble note and have someone present it to the emperor. The emperor, upon reading the note, stated, "Your subject, a mere mortal, is filled with fear and reverence. With utmost humility I present my sincere report. I am but a fragile willow among noble trees, mistakenly granted the grace of serving in the imperial palace. On the day I received this favor, my heart and body were unsettled. Out of deference to His Majesty's profound benevolence, I refrained from refusing and endured 5 years of concealment until now. Today, As we celebrate His Majesty's 40,000th birthday, with joy spreading far and wide, all prisoners have been granted His mercy. Queen Zhang, Prince Name, both received pardons, and were allowed to bathe in the Emperor's grace once more. My silent prayers for these past several years have finally been answered. Now, I humbly present this note, beseeching His Majesty to show leniency and restore Queen Zhang to her former position as the Solar Princess. I will continue to serve by his side, beyond my utmost gratitude. Humble report submitted. Beseeching your Majesty's profound consideration. I pitied the lady at the pool, not daring to approach. The Emperor, upon reading the petition, wrote at the end of the letter, "Upon reviewing your petition, I am filled with joy and happiness. It is evident that you are a wise, virtuous, and kind official, and you truly deserve praise. As requested, move to the Linshan Court immediately. Have Master Wang Zheng, the Grand Master of Ceremonies, clean the Shuyang courtyard. Assign Mr. Hu Jitong from the Ministry of Rituals to prepare the imperial carriage for the welcoming back of Empress Zhang to the former palace. All officials shall still go to pay their respects for 3 days. This is an order. After finishing, have someone deliver it back." The Yan family left the next day and moved to Linshan Palace. Master Wang Zheng cleaned and decorated the Shuyang courtyard, hanging lanterns and decorations in preparation. Mr. Hu arranged the ritual guards and led them to the Kixuan Pavilion. Early on, the eunuchs had already changed into their formal court attire, and Empress Zhang donned her dress, bowed from the palace gate to express gratitude, then immediately got into her carriage, with many palace maids and servants following behind. The prince wore a festive robe, hanging his jade pendant, and escorted her. Upon reaching the courtyard, music played, welcoming them into the palace. Officials from the Ministry of Rituals led all the officials who came to pay their respects. The Empress Zhang conveyed the imperial decree, rolled up the pearl curtain, and announced to the officials, "Our sad family was formerly disgraced due to fault. Now, thanks to His Majesty's great kindness, we are restored to honor. You all should be loyal to the kingdom and love the people, without failing in your duties." All the officials obeyed. At that time, Hai Ru was also among them. The Empress saw him and specifically summoned him to the upper tier to convey her decree. "Our sad family is now restored to honor thanks to your merits. I am granting you 10 rolls of silk and a jade amulet." Hai Ru bowed his head in gratitude. All the officials dispersed, and the Emperor also went into the palace to congratulate the Empress. From then on, the couple loved each other as they did before, and nothing was mentioned again. Furthermore, Mrs. Li missed her hometown and insisted on returning to Chaoyang. Hai Ru could not insist on keeping her, so he paid his respects to Mrs. Zhang. "My daughter has reached marriageable age and must be married. Since she is now returning to Guangdong, we are separated by thousands of miles. Besides, I do not know when my term in Beijing will end, and I am afraid it might delay her marriage. It would be better to choose a lucky day and get married at the office, which would be very convenient for both sides." Mrs. Li agreed. Hai Ru chose a lucky day and arranged for his daughter Jingu to marry Li Xiao as a son-in-law. Unwittingly, a full moon had passed, yet there was no money to send the mother and son on their journey. Hai Rui grew restless for several days without a solution, until suddenly he remembered the deep favor shown by the prince towards him, and in this time of distress, why not write to him and borrow a small sum? Having made up his mind, he immediately wiped the flour paper, ground the ink stick, and finished the letter with a single stroke. He sealed it tightly, tucked it into his sleeve, and waited outside the Green Palace gate for half a day before seeing Fang Bao emerge. Upon seeing Hai Rui, Fang Bao hurriedly bowed and asked, "What brings Lord Hai here?" Hai Rui returned the bow and inquired about the prince's well-being. Fang Bao replied, "The prince is safe under the protection of Qing Ana and is currently studying in the Grand Tutor's residence." Hai Rui said, "I have a letter for you. Please deliver it to His Highness. I will wait for his response tomorrow." Fang Bao agreed, and they bade each other farewell. Hai Rui returned to his office and informed Mrs. Zhang of the matter. She replied, "Once the letter arrives, the prince will undoubtedly approve it. If we don't talk about Hai Li hoping for good news, let's come to the matter of Fang Bao receiving the letter and hurriedly arriving at the Qing Palace." Just as the prince was leaving school, Fang Bao immediately presented Hai Li's letter, saying, "My lord, I encountered a servant outside the palace gates today. First, please inquire about your well-being, then I will deliver this letter to you. It is said that it needs to be presented to His Highness for opening." The prince took the letter and unrolled it. He saw the following: "My humble subject Hai Li writes to the palace of Qinggong. Humblest obeisance. Due to my parents' family relations with Li Chunyang, I am returning to Guangdong today. Unfortunately, I have no means, and all loans are overdue. Daring to intrude upon your kindness, I beg for a loan of 1,000 gold pieces so that I can borrow funds from my parents to return to Guangdong without being stranded in Beijing. Additionally, I wish to rebury the remains of my late scholar friend at his ancestral home, thanks to the grace of the Emperor. Please rest assured, Your Highness. No, the prince said. Aye, Li's words are indeed like this, but I don't have it now. What should I do? He then asked Feng Bao for advice. Just then, a saying emerged. Only gratitude and accumulated hatred can last for 1,000 years and never fade away. Let's see what strategy Feng Bao comes up with in the next chapter. The See Public Case 28th Return. The evil minister's scheme in the Imperial Palace, however, the prince, after reading Hai Rui's letter, reflected on his confinement in the cold palace for so many years, and wondered how he could obtain 1,000 gold coins from someone who had only his monthly allowance. Moreover, Hai Rui was a great benefactor of his, and it would be unkind not to heed his request, especially emotionally. So he turned to Feng Bao Dong and said, Hai Onren is in dire need. Please send me a letter asking for a loan of 1,000 gold coins from him. The problem is that I have nothing to offer. Feng Bao Dong replied, Hai Onren is only resorting to this because he has no choice. Today, it's you who should agree to his request. The prince said, That's true, but where do we get the money now? Can you think of a solution for me? Feng Bao Dong suggested, Why don't you go to the Ministry of Finance and borrow 1,200 silver coins from them? The prince replied, I know that loans can be obtained from the treasury, but moving funds from the treasury requires approval from the relevant department. If I am forced to do it, your majesty will know, and he will ask me what need this silver serves. He will insist on hearing the answer. Don't you know the rules of the palace? Anyone who has contact with foreign ambassadors or engages in private exchanges is strictly prohibited. Moreover, I have just received a pardon, and now if I have contact with the people from Hain, Yan Sung could use this as an excuse to spread more slanderous rumors, and my chance of entering the cold palace again would be slim. Therefore, it's out of the question. Fan Bao listened, furrowed his brows, and suddenly had a plan. Got it! Got it! He exclaimed. The prince asked, What have you got? Fan Bao replied, I thought of something. Yan Sung has lots of silver at home. Why don't we borrow some from him tomorrow? After all, he's not on good terms with me. The prince retorted, How can I borrow money from him when we're not on good terms? You really came up with this. Fan Bao pondered for a moment and said again, There's another plan as well. Let me share it with you, and we'll see if it works. If it does, let's implement it. Otherwise, we can consider alternatives. Feng Bao Dao. Tomorrow, Your Highness can invite Yan Song to the palace and just ask him to interpret the 5 classics. When he arrives, Lia's servant will arrange the seating and offer tea. The servant girl will first place a chair with one leg removed and cover it with silk, making it invisible. Then, she will put a teapot in boiling water and boil it until it reaches 100 rolls, ensuring it is scorching hot. Once the tea is ready, instead of using a tea cart, it will be placed directly on a tea tray. When he comes to grab it, his hand will surely get burned. In an instant of heat, he will undoubtedly move swiftly, and when the 3-legged chair moves, he might even fall along with it. If that scoundrel falls, the teapot might slip out of his grasp, definitely leaving the tea behind. If the teapot is broken, I will turn my face to him, grab him and take him to see the Emperor, saying that he disrespected me by brazenly smashing the teapot in front of me, as if he were hitting me directly. At that time, there would be no other choice but to demand compensation for the broken teapot from that scoundrel. If we get some silver, I will give it to the Haiyan people in the future. If there is any left, my father will buy fruits to eat, which is also good. The prince listened with great joy, and could not help but dance around, saying, A brilliant plan, a brilliant plan. We should certainly follow this course of action. He then ordered Feng Bao to go to the house of the minister and ask for an audience. Seeing that it was someone from the inner court, Yanner did not dare to be careless and hurried inside to report. At that time, Yan Song was sitting in a study reading a book when Yanner came up to him and said, The servant Feng Gong wishes to see your honor. Yan Song personally went out to greet him, and had him sit down in the study. Feng Bao bowed respectfully, saying, We are mere servants. How dare we sit across from the Minister of State? Afraid not. Yan Song replied, Your honor is a close confidant of the prince, so you should naturally take a seat to discuss matters. After some persistence, Feng Bao finally sat down. Yan Song first inquired about the prince's well-being, and then asked, "What news does your honor bring? Therefore we specially command you to come forward, requesting the Grand Tutor to visit the palace tomorrow morning, with the prince personally inviting him to explain. Thus, we hope the Grand Tutor will grace us with his presence at dawn tomorrow." "Grand Tutor," said Yan Song. "The prince has a teacher who constantly serves in the Green Palace and reads to him. How could he have summoned me instead?" "Only because the Grand Tutor does not fully dedicate himself to explaining the classics and histories, and is not favored by your highness, did we specially request his presence," said Feng Bao. "Since his highness has called for you, we will gladly attend tomorrow," said Yan Song. Feng Bao then took his leave and returned to the palace, reporting to the prince. The prince said, "This matter rests solely on your shoulders. Be prepared and do not disappoint at the last moment." "Your servant will definitely handle it," replied Feng Bao. The next morning, Yan Song did not attend court as usual, but went directly to the Green Palace. By then, Feng Bao had already arranged the chair and tea set, waiting by the palace gate. Upon seeing Yan Song approach, he called out, "Grand Tutor, have you risen so early?" "Since his highness has been waiting for a long time," said Feng Bao. "Please come in to meet him." Yan Song followed Feng Bao inside. Upon entering, all that could be seen was the prince sitting on the dragon throne. Upon spotting Chongzi, he immediately stood up and greeted him, saying, "It is not easy for you to pay a visit." Chongzi bowed respectfully. The prince hurriedly helped him back into his seat and said, "Please don't be so formal." He then ordered Feng Bao to bring a chair. Chongzi declined. The prince said, "How can there be a reason not to sit? Please take a seat and let's talk." Chongzi thanked him and sat down, with Feng Bao standing behind the chair, secretly using his legs to fill in the gap so that the chair remained steady. Yan Chong strictly said, "Having been summoned by your highness, I came to court early this morning. I wonder if your highness has any instructions?" The prince replied, "I was blamed in the past and received a 4-year banishment, but on the previous day his majesty granted me special clemency and ordered me to return. However, I find that my Grand Tutor is not skilled at interpreting the 5 classics, so my heart disdains it. That's why I have specifically summoned you to the palace to seek your guidance, hoping you won't be stingy with your knowledge." Yan Chong said, "I am a humble and unlearned man, unable to take on the role of a tutor, so please let your highness announce someone else who has learned." The prince said, "I have long heard that old Master Yan is highly accomplished and proficient in all classical texts, so I came to seek your guidance. Please don't turn me away." He then ordered an inner servant to bring tea. Even though the palace maid brought 2 cups of tea, she first presented one to the prince and signaled with her eyes. The prince understood and took the cup. The remaining cup, still steaming hot, was offered to Yan Chong in front. Yan Chong at first thought it was just the hot tea, but as he held it, it felt like a lump of red coal, making him unable to hold on. He quickly pulled his hand back, dropping the teacup to the side. As soon as Yan Chong moved, Feng Bao released his foot, causing the chair to topple and sending Yan Chong flying, splattering the tea on the prince's dragon robe. The prince, at this moment, forced an angry expression and shouted, "How dare you play around in front of me? Feng Bao, grab him and take him to see the emperor to settle this matter." This frightened Yan Chong, who became unnerved, immediately kneeling down, bowing his head repeatedly and saying, "I didn't realize I lost my grip and offended your highness. I am truly not disrespecting his majesty. Please forgive me, your highness." The prince fumed. "I know you think I'm young and thus deserve your contempt. How could I possibly accept this from you? Go talk to the emperor in person." He commanded Feng Bao, "Take Yan Song with you. I'll go to the emperor's presence alongside him." At that moment, Feng Bao secretly smiled. He wouldn't give an inch. He clutched Yan Song tightly by his robes and pulled him all the way to the grand hall. The prince followed closely behind, leading them both to the golden hall. The court session had not yet dispersed when everyone present was filled with surprise for unknown reasons. Seeing this, the emperor ordered Feng Bao to release Yan Song. Feng Bao let go, and Yan Song immediately prostrated himself on the ground, too afraid even to lift his head. The prince approached the dragon throne, bowed low, and requested imperial grace. The emperor granted him a pardon and seated himself at an angle in the hall. Why was my son not studying in the Green Palace but instead brought Yan Song, the Grand Tutor, into the court? Tell me! Just because I am ignorant of the 5 classics, I had Feng Bao pass by the imperial residence and asked Yan Song to enter the palace to explain the Book of Songs. Unfortunately, Yan Song took advantage of my youth, and when he entered the palace, I treated him with respect as a tutor, but he dared to throw my teacup in front of me, shattering it. This is extremely offensive. That's why I've brought him here to meet your majesty, hoping that your majesty will take charge of this matter. It appears that Yan Song has disrespected me, which means he shows no respect for his highness above, so I beg your majesty to pass judgment fairly. The emperor, upon hearing the report, turned to Yan Song and asked, "The prince invited you to come to the palace and teach, but why did you deliberately throw his majesty's teacup? What's your explanation?" Yan Song bowed deeply and replied, "I received the command from the imperial palace to come at once, and upon my arrival your majesty offered me tea. At that moment, I was unaware that the teacup had been intentionally heated, so when I reached for it, my hand slipped, and I accidentally threw and broke the cup. I have no intention of being disrespectful. I humbly request your majesty to consider this carefully." The emperor pondered his words, realizing that this must be the doing of Feng Bao. "But as for today's matter, the only solution is to open it up and then tell the crown prince." The mistake of the Grand Chancellor was indeed a careless one. Now that it's broken, he can compensate for it. The crown prince said, "It's clear that he intentionally broke the teacup. And now he says the cup was intentionally made too hot. Just this statement alone reveals everything. Now, with your father's guidance, I dare not disobey. However, because Chong the Grand Chancellor has a history of surprising the emperor, we cannot use this to set a precedent for future ministers' disrespect. Humblest wishes, your majesty, that you order the Grand Chancellor to compensate me for the cup immediately and punish him for disrespect." The emperor asked, "My son, how much compensation do you want from him?" The crown prince replied, "I just want 1,002, a traditional unit of weight from him." So the emperor announced, "Grand Chancellor, you should not have accidentally broken the imperial cup. Now I order you to compensate with 1,000 silver pieces, to be handed over at dawn tomorrow in the Qing Palace, and for you to bear a symbol of guilt and apologize to the crown prince. You originally had a charge of disrespect. I will not deviate from justice. You are to be sent to Yunnan for 3 years of military service. But now I need someone to handle the affairs, so I am showing special mercy. I order you to appear before the Yunnan department for 3 days of confession to atone for your sins." Yuan Zong could not argue further, and had to thank heaven's grace, as everyone bowed their heads. Yuan Zong left his residence feeling bitter and disappointed, without saying anything further. Meanwhile, the prince and Feng Bao were overjoyed, returning to the Blue Palace and declaring, "Today, we have found a way to repay the Sea of Gratitude." Feng Bao said, "Your Majesty was just, but when he asked me how much I should compensate, I said it should be tens of thousands. How is just 1,002 sufficient? With that 1,002, I send it to the Sea of Gratitude, leaving nothing left over." The prince laughed and replied, "We have clothes and food. What more do we need from him? This is enough. There's no need for foolish demands." Feng Bao agreed with his words, but secretly felt unsatisfied. He thought to himself, "I have endured 4 years of hardship following my father and mother. Where can I possibly find a single coin? Today, I have this opportunity, so I will not let him go without a fight. Tomorrow, this old rascal Yan Song must bring the 1,002 silver coins. I'll make him suffer a bit. He'll certainly come to me for help, and I can take some of his money. After all, they swindled billions from others, while I only got 300 or 500. It's like pulling out a single hair from a sheep's leg. Decisions made, waiting for the right moment to act." As he was talking to himself, he realized it was getting late. Feng Bao had served dinner and finished, and it was already 2 in the morning. Everyone went back to their beds. But Feng Bao thought about swindling money all night long, barely closing his eyes. By dawn, before the sun rose, he got up and waited for Yan Song to bring in the silver. He wanted to pull a fast one on him. He stared at the box of silver for half a day until he finally saw Yanner bringing it with 2 men. When Yanner approached, calling out "Grandfather," Feng Bao pretended to be asleep. Yanner patted Feng Bao on the shoulder, causing him to wake up from a dream and exclaim, "Who are you? How dare you hit me?" Yanner approached with a smile and said, "It's me, Grand Administrator Feng." Feng Bao rubbed his eyes and realized it was indeed. He asked, "Why have you come? What business do you have here?" Yanner replied, "I've been sent by the Grand Tutor to deliver 1,000 Tufan silver as compensation." Please announce my arrival and have His Excellency review the package. Feng Bao smiled, satisfied that their rules were being followed. Yanner then took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, weighing about 5 ounces, and presented it, saying, "This is a small gesture. Please don't think I'm being presumptuous." Feng Bao held the silver in his hand and threw it onto the floor, exclaiming, "Nonsense. You serve as their representatives. Shouldn't you know better? The Feng household is bustling with activity, so whenever officials from within or without pay a visit, they demand 300 Tufan silver. Here's the translation from Zaicheda Inn. I have a cold reception here in the palace. Anyone who wants to see father has to pay 300 silver. If there's even a half-grain shortage, you won't get to see him." Yanner listened and couldn't help but smile. It's true. All exchanges should be fair. Today's enemies meet their rival. Let's see how much money Yanner eventually gives Feng Bao, and we'll find out in the next chapter. The Public Case, Chapter 29. Waving the rod at a corrupt official results in punishment, however. When Yanner heard Feng Bao demanding 300 silver as a door tax, he burst into laughter and said, "Your Honor, please don't jest. If you find it insufficient, add more." Feng Bao replied, "Who are you playing with? This is set protocol. If there's even a shortage, an audience won't be granted. Be careful, or your family's prime minister might not fare well in the Lord's presence." After saying this, he turned to leave the room. Yanner hurriedly called him back and said, "Your Honor, please wait a moment. Let's discuss this slowly." Feng Bao, angry, retorted, "What is there to discuss? You've been talking endlessly, making me quite impatient." Yanner said, "Now that I don't have much silver on me, I need to consult with my grandfather." "Just say what you want," said Feng Bao. "We didn't know about this practice in the palace, but if it's 300 silvers, I should go back and consult with my master how to send them, right?" "You're not giving me your master's silver. You're admitting to your fraud. Since you've been with the Yan family for over 10 years, you've cheated them out of thousands upon tens of thousands of silvers. 30 silvers today is like removing a single hair from a carpet. It means nothing. Why would you say something like that? It seems you intend to drag my family into this. Get out, and don't even think about bringing the silver back." Yanner, hearing him speak thus, felt a heavy blow to his heart. He could only reluctantly say, "Since your honor has been so kind, I'll send over 100 silvers." Feng Bao shook his head. "Useless, utterly useless. Even off by a single coin, it won't do any good. You figure it out on your own." Yanner said, "Now, how convenient is it to get silver like this? If we miss the deadline, what should we do?" Feng Bao replied, "As long as you are willing to pay 300, I will agree to put it on credit. You can even write a promissory note here if you wish." Yanner said, "That's fine for borrowing and using." Feng Bao led him into the reception room, gave him paper and ink, and Yanner immediately wrote a promissory note, handing it over to Feng Bao. Upon examining it, Feng Bao saw that it read, "Promissory note from Yanner. Due to an urgent need, I borrow 300 silver dollars from Feng Bao's father. The repayment is agreed for this month. In case of any lack of evidence in the future, this note serves as a record." The date was noted as Jia Jing year, day and month. After receiving the note, Feng Bao asked, "When will you repay it all?" Yanner answered, "Just within this month." Feng Bao finally agreed, collecting the promissory note and then proceeding inside to inform the prince. The prince said, "Just bring it in from outside." Feng Bao took the order and told Yanner, "My father has instructed that we accept it now." Yanner immediately had a box of silver lifted onto the grand hall and presented to Feng Bao for inspection. Feng Bao said, "Your hospitality is beyond question, but if trust is broken, I will hold you accountable." Yanner reluctantly agreed and left. Feng Bao, having received the silver, reported it internally. The prince instructed him, "Even if you return the original silver to Haiyan, please convey my greetings." Feng Bao agreed. He immediately summoned 2 palace attendants to lift the box and led them to Hai Rui's office. Haiyan was standing idly at the time, so Feng Bao related the matter. Haiyan quickly informed Hai Rui inside. Hai Rui came out to greet him hurriedly. Feng Bao ordered the servants to bring the box indoors, and after meeting Hai Rui, he said, "I am honored not to have failed you. Please accept my greetings from your father. If you have any urgent needs, feel free to come again. As for these 1,002 silver, please keep them." Hai Rui thanked him, saying, "One favor is hardly enough. Can it be asked of me again?" Then he bowed respectfully to the sky and expressed gratitude once more to Feng Bao, saying, Now that fortune has smiled upon me in my time of distress, I owe this relief to your kindness, your honor, and His Highness. The only way I can express my gratitude is by burning incense and offering prayers, which I will do daily until I may have the honor of thanking you in person." Feng Bao replied, "This is too kind a gesture. There is no need for such formality. If we're speaking of an audience with the emperor, that's another matter. My lord once said that it would not be prudent to associate with foreign envoys, as it might appear unseemly." Hai Rui suggested, "In that case, please convey my regards." Feng Bao bid him farewell and returned to the palace, which was unnecessary to mention. Having received some silver, Hai Rui sent it to Li Furan, claiming it as expenses. "Why do I need so much?" she asked. 200 or 300 gold coins would be sufficient. Hai Rui explained, "The remainder will be used for my study and living expenses." She insisted on taking everything, so with no other choice, Li Furan accepted it. Choosing a lucky day, she set off with her family. Hai Rui instructed his household to arrange horses immediately. A messenger suddenly arrived to report Yan Song was caught and brought before the emperor for smashing a precious teacup in the imperial palace, and he was fined 1,000 silver. They also said that he caused an emergency and was sent to Yunnan for 3 years of military service, but due to lack of personnel in court, he received special mercy and will only have to appear before his superior for 3 days, as if it were 3 years. Yan Song will come for his hearing tomorrow, so the family is specially instructed to report this. Hai Rui, upon hearing this, suddenly felt overjoyed and began dancing around, laughing. "Oh my goodness, you truly reaped what you sowed." He then pointed at Yan's mansion and said, "Traitor, you used to wield power arbitrarily, but now you face this day." He instructed the servants, "Tomorrow, when the traitor Yan Song comes for his hearing, act only according to my signals. If I order you to arrest him, do so. If I instruct you to beat him, feel free to do it vigorously. If you disobey, you will be severely punished." The servants nodded in agreement. Hai Rui wished he could confront Yan the very next day to take his revenge, but he had nothing more to say that night. The next morning, Hai Rui got up and instructed Hai An to wait outside. Hai An agreed and waited at the door for half an hour. He saw several horses in front with their attendants surrounding Yan Song's arrival, so he immediately went forward to pay his respects. Yan Song said, "Please rise." He dismounted and sat on a horse saddle, ordering Hai An to announce his arrival inside. Hai An acknowledged and reported it to Hai Rui. Hai Rui, upon hearing this, immediately instructed the 3 shifts of officials to open the door and welcome him. He then came out, stood in the grand hall, and ordered Hai An to invite Yan Song. Hai An reported, "My father is in the hall, welcoming the grand tutor." At this point, Yan Song changed into a simple blue hat, gathered all his family members outside, and followed Hai An inside. Upon seeing Hai Rui standing in the hall with a smiling face, Yan Song approached him. Hai Rui bowed and said, "Greetings, Grand Tutor Yan. Please be seated." Yan Song replied, "I am doing well, thank you." Hai Rui said, "It is an honor to have the Grand Tutor grace our office. Please sit down, and I pay my respects." Yan Song said, "I am ashamed. I have done wrong and am here today by imperial command. I sit here to listen to what you have to say." Hai Rui replied, "How dare I? Consider that the Grand Tutor holds the highest office in the land and is a close relative of the emperor, helping to support the state and achieve great feats for all the people below. Now, because of minor faults, His Majesty could only reluctantly send the Grand Tutor down. Yet, even with his noble presence, all around him is springtime. Please, Grand Tutor, stay just a little longer. Let me show my utmost respect." Yan Song saw Hai Rui's sincere deference and thought he was truly paying his respects, so he smiled and sat down in the upper seat. Hai Rui said, "Grand Tutor, please wait here while I get some tea," and left to fetch it. Yan Song sat in the hall, where 2 officials stood by, watching his every move. They all seemed angry. He thought, Hai Rui has never got along with me, but now that I am here by imperial command, he not only does not show any arrogance, but is also most humble. Therefore, he wondered why the officials had been called to the hall. Why, is there a different reason it's not happening? Just as he was about to sit down, Hai Rui suddenly emerged from the outer courtyard and asked, "Who's sitting up there?" The official answered, "It's Grand Minister Yan." Hearing this, Yan also stood up and said, "Isn't His Eminence here?" "Didn't you see it with your own eyes, Peak Master?" Hai Rui asked. "What brings you here?" Yan replied. "I've come by imperial decree. Don't you know that?" With a hint of anger, he sat back down and said, "How can this be justified? How can this be?" Rui grew angry and said, "Since you've come by imperial decree to attend court, shouldn't you follow the law and register your name? Why have you taken over my seat?" Yan also lost his temper. "There's no logic in that. Even if it's a private chamber, I wouldn't hesitate to sit. How much less this small office of a junior official? Hai Rui, why are you still so angry? Who did you come here with?" Hai Rui answered, "I came with you." He then ordered his attendants, "Take Yan away." Those officials, knowing the severity of Zhanong's power during weekdays, were not to be provoked. They looked at each other with wary eyes, like clay figures, merely nodding in agreement but dared not act. Hai Rui saw this and was furious, immediately ordering Hai An and Hai Xiong to step forward. The two men nodded as if they were wolves, their faces fierce, walked up to the public seat, and seized Zhanong by the collar. Zhanong's rage grew, cursing, "You mutineers, you've rebelled." Hai Rui immediately presided over a hearing and asked, "You dared to disobey the Emperor's edict, not registering, not responding to the roll call, even taking over the case, and His Majesty did not send you here as an interrogator. Do you know your crime?" Zhanong laughed. "No matter what you say, I cannot be stopped from doing this." "And how will you stop me?" Hai Rui heard these words and became enraged, as if three spirits were stirring restlessly inside him. He declared, "You rely on your power, but I am powerless to stop you. You don't think that a prince who breaks the law is no different from a commoner. Nay, now that you have already been convicted and brought here under imperial command, how dare you act so defiantly? I will punish you for showing contempt to the Emperor." He commanded, "Officers on the left, take him away and give him 40 strokes of the paddle." The officials still dared not move. Only an An Ziong managed to pull him down the steps. Hai Rui angrily scattered 8 sticks of bamboo across the floor. The official had no choice but to pick up a heavy stick and scream in pain. The servant, unable to do otherwise, grabbed a 3-sized board and walked forward, still saying, "I am sorry," before lightly striking it down. Hai Rui frowned in anger, banished the servant, stood up himself, took the board in hand, and struck him with 35 blows to make up for the required 40 strokes. Poor Strict, his skin split open, blood gushed out, and he rolled around on the floor cursing. "Hai!" Rui shouted loudly. "This is a warning. Be here early tomorrow morning for your trial. If you dare act stubborn again, you will receive 40 strokes." He ordered the officials to take Strict away, dismissed them, and ended the session. The family members outside the Strict home, after waiting outside for a long time, suddenly saw their master in such disarray and rushed forward to inquire. At this moment, Yan Song could not even speak. He only shook his head without answering. The family members hurried back to the mansion, got a carriage, and brought him back. Yan Song was in excruciating pain, lying on his bed, unaware of his surroundings. The family members dared not ask. They only waited by his side. After an hour had passed, Yan Song, having calmed down from the pain, spoke up. He called his son Shifan to his bedside and said, "It is despicable that Hai Rui acted with such arrogance, deliberately making me sit on the desk and then flipping his face, beating me for 40, and pressing a large title of disgracing Thayer. Imperial edict upon me. How could I bear this? That's why I've called you here to write down these words. Tomorrow at dawn, we will settle accounts with him and decide our fate. Only then can I breathe easy. Write it carefully." Saitan, upon hearing this, quickly took the 4 treasures of the study, revised the petition immediately, and recited it to his father. Yan Song nodded in approval, signaling for a peaceful night's rest. The following morning at court, Yan ordered him carried to the mid-gate where all officials viewed him, each wondering why. Yan then used Hai Rui as an excuse to vent his anger, beating him 40 times, nearly taking his life, and publicly announced it. Everyone listened in private, sighing at how dareful Hai Rui was, a grand official of the first rank, a member of a noble family, and a trusted confidant of the Emperor on whom he had lavished favor. How could he resort to such a harsh hand? It seemed he wanted to kill him himself. Everyone felt sympathy for Hai Rui. Some who harbored ill will towards Yan Song secretly rejoiced at his beating. Shortly after, the bell rang and the whips cracked, signaling officials and military personnel to enter in their assigned order, lining up on both sides. The inner servants emerged in pairs, music playing, carrying peacock tail fans as they escorted the Emperor out of the palace onto the throne. Both official and military classes bowed and performed dances until completion. Only seeing Chang deliberately take step after step until he reached the dragon bookcase, he shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" The Emperor, upon seeing this, was taken aback and asked, "What is the matter? Why are you in such disarray?" Chang kowtowed and began to report. It was said, "A few words in the Golden Hall, 3 souls lost on the execution ground." After all, as Chang reported it, the following can be known. The case of Hai Gong 34th returned, however. When Jiajing saw Chang in such a state, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why is your family in this condition?" Chang wept as he reported, "I have been accused, but your Majesty has shown me great grace, shown unusual leniency, and ordered me to appear before the Yunnan office. Unbeknownst to me, the official in charge, Hai Rui, intended to frame me, without cause, beating me 40 times. I am in a pitiful state. My injuries are too severe, and I fear for my life. I beg your Majesty to take action." He then took out an imperial seal from his sleeve and handed it to an inner court official to show. The Emperor pardoned him, and after looking at the report, he decided. Only the following was written: "I, Yan Song, bow my head low and weepfully submit a plea. I have unjustly assaulted a minister, showed no respect for the nation's laws, and begged for punishment according to law in order to deter future misconduct. Secretly, I admit that, because of my lack of self-restraint, I spilled the imperial tea and broke the imperial teacup, for which I should be put to death immediately. Yet your Majesty has shown great mercy by punishing me with a fine of 1,000 silver taels and sending me to serve in Yunnan for 3 years. Because daily affairs are numerous and I needed to assist, I was also ordered to appear at the Yunnan government offices upon command. This is an act of extraordinary kindness from your Majesty, which can only be justified by extenuating circumstances. Feeling profound gratitude, I immediately headed to the relevant office to comply. However, the official in charge, Hai Rui, desired my death. Out of anger, he issued harsh orders and had his men roughly drag me away, beating me severely. He then brought out a large board and beat me with all his might. As a result, both my legs were badly injured, and I fainted. The official ordered his men to drag me away again. Fortunately, my servant carried me back and provided emergency treatment. It was only after much time that I regained consciousness. Considering that I have been punished, I am nevertheless most grateful for your Majesty's extraordinary kindness. Now, Hai Rui is no longer tolerable to me, which is a challenge to your Majesty's authority. As a minister bearing the Emperor's grace, holding a position as an advisor, Hai Rui dared to treat a subordinate official, a mere minister, with such audacity as to strike him, not only defying authority but also trampling upon the imperial decree. Such rebellious behavior cannot be tolerated. It will set a dangerous precedent for future instances of insubordination. I humbly request your Majesty to instruct the court official to have the relevant official locked up immediately and investigated in accordance with the law, thereby sending a clear message to deter others from following suit. We are most fortunate to serve your Majesty and shall relay this information truthfully." Upon reading the report, the Emperor's face twisted in anger. "Who is Hai Rui that he dares strike a minister? This will not be tolerated." He immediately issued an order, dispatching 5 soldiers from the Imperial Guard to arrest Hai Rui and bring him before the throne for questioning. The Imperial Guard received the command and rushed off. Within moments, they had captured Hai Rui, who prostrated himself on the golden steps. Enraged, the Emperor spat, "Minister Yan, because of a minor lapse, I instructed you to appear at your office 3 times in succession. How dare you defy authority and brutally beat a minister? Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Hai Rui bowed his head and pleaded, "Your Majesty, if I must die, please allow me one request. Even then, I shall meet my end with closed eyes." The Emperor retorted, "What could you possibly have to say?" Hai Rui reported, "Yan Song despises the Imperial Academy, leading to the Imperial decree for me to appear before him on a specific day. This is an unprecedented grace from your Majesty. Yet Yan still relies on his position and authority. Upon reaching my office, he arranges elaborate ceremonies. In court, he demands I receive him first. At this point, all I can do is welcome him in court. Yan then takes over my case, exhibiting tyrannical power, like questioning an official. This court is specifically established by your Majesty to uphold decorum. Although I am a low-ranking official, I was specially appointed to enforce the law for your Majesty. Yet Yan, relying on his authority, does not obey the imperial decree. So I, receiving your Majesty's grace, enforce the law and, unwilling to break it, accept the punishment of striking down a minister, doing so personally. But Yan, being at the pinnacle of power, still dares to exhibit his tyranny. How can this be any different from deceiving the emperor and betraying the nation? I speak the truth. May your Majesty discern it. Yan Sung, standing nearby, urgently interjected, Your Majesty still shows extra grace, yet you cannot obey. The emperor, after listening, unexpectedly changed color. He ordered the Imperial Guard to bind Hai Rui and push him to a remote area in the west for execution at noon. With a quick agreement on both sides, Hai Rui was tied up tightly and escorted out by the emperor. Hai Rui no longer spoke but smiled as he left. Just as they reached the midday gate, they encountered Feng Bao. Seeing him, Feng Bao was terrified and approached to inquire about the reason. Hai Rui explained everything. Feng Bao said, Your Honor, please relax. I will inform the Empress and His Highness right away. There is surely a way to save you. Hai Rui replied, I have done my best. Please plead my case well, saying that Hai Rui has received great grace but cannot repay it in this lifetime. Let's wait for another life. Having said this, he hurried away. Feng Bao ran as fast as he could to the Zhang Imperial Garden and told the Empress, It's bad. It's very bad. The Empress quickly asked why. Feng Bao then recounted the entire story. The Empress was shocked and exclaimed, What should we do now? Please invite His Highness here immediately to discuss this urgent matter. Feng Bao nodded and ran to the Qing Palace, not explaining the details but saying, By command of the Empress, please come to the palace right away. There is a crucial secret to be discussed. The prince, hearing these words, rushed to the palace as well. He saw Empress Zhang with tears streaming down her face and was startled, asking about the reason. The mother then recounted all that had happened to Hai Rui. What can be done in this situation? Asked the prince. Should I just watch my uncle be killed? Feng Bao, do you have any plans? Quickly come up with something to rescue him. Feng Bao replied, There are no clever strategies. Moreover, time is pressing, and even if we get an audience with the emperor, it will be too late. Perhaps the prince should go directly to the execution site and speak to the official in charge, asking them to take Hai Rui back for a royal decree. Wait until His Majesty's anger subsides, then return to discuss it further. Perhaps he can be pardoned, or there is no other plan. The prince approved of this suggestion, said his goodbyes to his mother, mounted a swift horse, and set off with Feng Bao towards the execution ground. Meanwhile, Hai Rui was bound and led to the execution ground. Knowing that his life was now over, he bowed his head to the sky and prayed, Heavenly Lord, I am Hai Rui. In my lifetime, I always strove for justice and peace. Yesterday, I saw the corrupt official Yan Song. It was inappropriate to beat him, which angered the emperor and led to the imperial edict ordering his beheading, without any delay. May heaven silently bless Rui's death and remove the wicked officials early, bringing peace to the nation and tranquility to the temples. Even in the netherworld, Rui has nothing to regret. After the ceremony he sat on a stone bench, waiting for the execution. Soon after, 3 or 5 colleagues and department officials came to pay their respects. Hai Rui thanked them one by one without any complaint, and everyone praised him. Not long after, 4 men arrived, embracing an official who was no other than Zhang Kong, a student of Yansong and currently serving as a lieutenant colonel in the Ministry of War, sent to supervise the execution. He dismounted at the execution ground and sat inside the tent, asking when it would be. The surrounding officials replied that it was already the beginning of the afternoon. Zhang Kong said, The time is still early. Be careful with your guards, and when the time comes, immediately summon the executioner. He then turned around and left. Meanwhile, the prince and Feng Bao arrived at the execution ground on their horses and made their way inside before dismounting. Which of the guards is the Prince of Qing? Seeing them approach with such ferocity, he quickly exclaimed, Who are you, daring to trespass in this sacred ground? Leave now! Do you wish to die here? Feng Bao shouted, Who are these soldiers, so bold? You must be blind, unable to recognize the prince, but you should know me, old Feng. The guards, taken aback by his words, fell to their knees and begged for mercy, saying, Forgive us, we were mistaken, please forgive us. The prince asked, Who is in charge of the execution? They answered, Zhang Kong. Feng Bao scolded, How dare you, official? His Highness has come, yet you fail to greet him. That won't do. Inside, Zhang Kong heard the commotion and rushed out to see for himself. The guards pointed at him and said, "This is the executioner." "Oh." But Zhang Kong, unaware of the serious nature of the situation, continued to show off his authority and declared, "Whoever is talking back here, I'll take you to see the Grand Tutor." The official soldiers, with smiles, asked, "Sir, who are these two?" Zhang Chong replied, "Are they not the relatives of that condemned prisoner? Take them away and execute them along with me." The official soldiers retorted, "You dare not, sir. This is under the Qing Palace." Zhang Chong, shaken, prostrated himself on the ground and repeatedly bowed his head in apology. Feng Bao shouted, "Stand up, we will settle accounts with you later." "I ask you, where is Hai Laogai now?" Zhang Chong answered, "Hai Rui is over there on the stone bench, waiting for his execution." The prince said, "Let him go quickly and come to see me." Zhang Chong, in haste, climbed onto the stone bench, loosened Hai Rui's rope, and said, "Old Master Hai, your savior has arrived. Come and meet me quickly." Hai Rui asked, "What do you say?" Zhang Chong replied, "Do not ask too much. Go and find out for yourself." He led Hai Rui into the hall. Upon seeing him, the prince could not help but weep, exclaiming, "Hai Anren." When Hai Rui met the crown prince, he knelt and wept, saying, "What merits have I that your highness's dragon chariot has come here? I shall not rest easy in death." The crown prince helped him up himself and ordered Zhang Kong to bring a seat. Hai Rui said, "No, this is inappropriate. I am someone awaiting punishment. Your arrival here is already an overstepping of protocol. How can I sit with you? Now that I have seen the crown prince, even if I die, my eyes shall be closed at Chuquan. I earnestly hope that your highness will serve the emperor well, with compassion and filial piety as his primary concern."